Look familiar? Scenes like these are happening all over the galaxy right now. You could be next. That is, unless you make the most important decision of your life. That is, prove to yourself that you have the strength and the courage to be free.
Join the Helldivers.
Become part of an elite peacekeeping force!
See exotic new life forms.
And spread managed democracy throughout the galaxy.
Become a hero. Become a legend. Become a Helldiver.
Become a legend.
All right, brothers. Here we are on this Friday, a very special edition of the show. Guys, what we are going to be going over is the Candace Owens versus Andrew Wilson debate. We're going to watch the whole thing. We're in for the long haul. And guys, let me just tell you, this debate was something else. Okay? This debate was something else. We got the one watching you do stuff over on Twitch saying, I listened to the entire debate while I was working. Yeah, a lot of people did. A lot of people tuned in. And I mentioned to Mr. E, who, you know, is the, I don't know if what his title is, but Mr. E, who's part of the team over there at the Crucible, I said that I would wait until the Crucible finished their live stream before I would do my reaction, and they are done. So we're going to be watching the full reaction. We're going to be seeing what's going on, and guys, let me just tell you, Candace Owens, oh boy, she did not look good. Now, I will say, I invited some people to join with me. You know, they haven't gotten back to me, so very likely we're going to be going it alone, but that's nothing new. I always go it alone. You know, the fact is that in this content creator space, it's just me and it's just you, primarily for the most part. So we're gonna be going over all of that. So just got home from work, trying to finish painting the Astartes from the Armageddon box, preparing to get disappointed by WWE SmackDown. Well, brother, you're here, and we got another kind of SmackDown for you. We got the SmackDown of Andrew Wilson from of Candace Owens from Andrew Wilson. Guys, if you are somebody that doesn't like Candace Owens, this is going to be the stream for you, okay? This is going to be the stream for you. It says, and those other 11 ones. You know, but that's what we do here. We go it alone. Have you seen the fan art I made? I did see. You sent, a while back, you sent some fan art. Yeah, I saw it. Yes, sir. I appreciate all fan art. You know, it's amazing. Let's see. Okay. And guys, we're going to be playing some Helldivers. But this debate, maybe what I'll do, I watched parts of the Candace Owens debate. Yeah, I saw a bunch of clips online. And, yeah, guys, we are in for a very, very special episode. Very special episode. Yannicka says, I made some new one, Templar Pool. Templar Pool. That's something. Let me see if I can't find it.
Close your eyes. Picture yourself within the hell pod.
Let me see if I can't find it.
It's a mother's womb. Inside, you are safe.
Let's see.
You have everything you need. You are
I don't see it. The last one I see from your fan art is
exactly
apparently my avatar dressed as Nuxtaku. You know. Let's see. All right, we'll take a look. We'll see. All right. Let me pull it up, because if that's, you know, we like to support. Oh gosh. We like to support fan art and stuff like that. Let's see. I can't see. I put it in Discord. Okay. Okay. Give me 1 second to take a look, and I'll see if I can't pull it up. Oh. Oh man. I love it. Look at that. Okay, let me. Look at that. Giga based. Love it. Oh, I like the reference sheet. That's very cool. I really like the reference sheet. That's awesome. And then of course, Templar Pool. That's awesome, man. Thank you. I really appreciate that. That's very neat. Wow, look at that. Very, very cool. Yeah, thanks for sharing, man. That's amazing. Appreciate the support. Appreciate the it says calling it now, Nux accept Jesus by 2030. Wouldn't that be nice? Wouldn't that be great? You know? Yeah, we can hope. We can hope, we can pray. Yeah, that's some good looking stuff. Very good looking stuff. Anyway, we also may potentially have a conversation. It's going to be a little bit later on. There's a guy that apparently wants to relitigate all the stuff with Leaflet and Leaflet's Discord server 6 months after the fact. So we're going to have a conversation about that, because why not? You know? But today, primarily, we're going to be talking about Andrew Wilson and Candace Owens. He says, I sent you 2 more. You sent me 2 more images? Let me take a look. Let me take a look and see. Oh gosh. That's amazing. Oh, and yeah, that reminds me. Let's see. We have a very special game to play today. We got a very, very special game to play. And you guys are going to see why I want to play this game. Let's see. Fan art.
The automatons should have been content with what they had. Instead, they tried to take for themselves what the citizens of Super Earth had proudly built. Now they're going to find out just how hard every man,
All right.
woman, and child over 7 will work to stop them. Do your
Okay.
part.
So, guys, you guys are in for a treat today. Yeah, if it's Five Nights at Freddy's, I'll die of laughing. Yeah. I side with Andrew Wilson and Rachel Wilson over Candace Owens and her cult of Sims. Isaiah, you got a good head on your shoulders. Is that Helldivers in the background? Yes, that is absolutely Helldivers in the background. That is exactly what that is. That's a good ear. You know, we got Helldivers for later on. You know, we got some Helldivers. We're gonna go in and we're gonna manage some democracy. But that's for a little bit later on. Yeah. So we may clean up some illuminids or whatever. Yeah, little filthy Xenos. So, guys, let me just go over the basics for you. The way that it works on the channel is if you're over on YouTube and you send a super chat donation, $5 and up, your message will display on screen and it will be read text to speech. So that means if you really have something that you want to say and you want to support the channel, $5 and up and your message will appear on screen, pomp and circumstance. And yeah, that's one way that you can contribute to the channel if you want. I appreciate all donations, but they're not required. Meaning it's not mandatory. I'm not Darkside Phil. We're not going to lock certain content behind a paywall. You know, now guys, you know, I see you haven't donated. And we can't watch this Candace Owens debate unless you donate. Yeah, we're not doing that, okay? So what we are going to do is actually react to the content and do the content. But if you want to donate to the channel, I appreciate it. But there's no obligation, and you shouldn't feel pressured to do so if you don't want to. So, now that that's out of the way, I want to get a lesser story done first, if you guys don't mind. I want to get done a lesser story. We're going to be talking about Luigi Mangione.
All right. Let's bring
Very
in Paul
briefly.
Moore, retired NYPD inspector and Fox News.
Okay. So here we go. Whoa.
Celebration of Liberty Day is mandatory.
Wow, thank you, brother. Huge support over from Wayne Gaff. Thank you for the 20 bucks, brother. That's huge support. Thank you so much. Since you asked so nicely. Yeah, I see that was I mean that's amazing. Thank you, brother. I appreciate the support for the channel. That's crazy. Thank you. You know, it's insanely humbling. I just yeah. All I can say is thank you. It's just wow. Huge support. Guys, round of applause for our brother Wayne. Absolute legend. W donation. Thank you so much. That's huge. What a way to start the show. Right? What a way to start the show. All right. Now let's get into a little bit of Luigi Mangione. All right? Because Luigi Mangione people really haven't talked about him much for a while, but I think now really is the time. Brothers, people really haven't been discussing Luigi Mangione for quite some time. For those that don't know, he is the person that has now pled guilty to killing United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson. So, this guy murdered somebody in cold blood. The left lionized this guy, treated him like he was a hero, and were saying, oh, well, he didn't do it. Free Luigi. Well, turns out that they were all wrong. Who would have thought? So Luigi confessed to the crime, and now, this case is just going to go to sentencing, and then this guy is going to spend a lot of time in jail. So let's just jump in here. We're going to briefly talk about this. It says, brave widow of slain healthcare CEO Brian Thompson comes face-to-face with Luigi Mangione for the first time. It says, Mangione told the court he called United Healthcare, posing as an investor to locate Thompson before the December 4th killing. Yeah, so pretty much at this point, there's no wiggle room. All the true crime, conspirators, the Candace Owens fans, they've basically been, they've basically been dismissed in several different ways today. So let's take a look at this real quick.
Contributor fresh out of the courtroom, and James Galliano, retired FBI supervisory special agent and Fox News contributor.
Welcome to you both, gentlemen. Thanks for being here. Off the bat, Paul, I heard Donna make an excellent point last hour, which was that public opinion at this point really ceases to factor into this case.
True. Meaning
without a trial, without a jury, this public sentiment surrounding Mangione, the fandom, the hype, the anger that certain portion of the public has, towards these health insurers is no longer a factor. Do you agree with that?
I do, in a general sense, and she's absolutely right. That's certainly the way it should go.
Look at, first of all, okay, no. Why do you have to do that? Okay.
And is supposed to go, but
look at this guy's face, okay? This guy's face, it looks like this guy over here just farted, and this guy just has to sit there and smell it. Why are you making such a frumpy, dour face? Whoa. We got... What's going on over on YouTube? Moo Moo Buckaroo. What a name. Gifted 5 subs. Damn. Huge support. Thank you so much. That is huge support. Thank you, my friend. That's insane. Thank you so much for the support. That is tremendous. You guys, you were just unbelievably generous. When it comes to donations and stuff, people that are regulars know my position on it. I have a little bit of a different philosophy than other content creators, because people like DSP and the Quartering, they tend to think that their audience owes them something by virtue of the fact that they're streaming. I have the opposite view. I go online and I don't expect any donations. I expect zero, because, it's not my money. The expectation is zero. People in my audience know this, which is why it doesn't matter what somebody donates. I'm just incredibly grateful and incredibly blessed that you would choose, of all the places to spend your money, the fact that you would choose my little channel means more than you can know. So thank you very much. And I'm sure that every one of the people that got a donation, got a free sub, is I'm sure they're very thankful. But I would encourage everyone who got a donation to to say thank you to Moo Moo Buckaroo. What a name. Yeah, I've watched DSP for a while, and he's not a good guy. No, he's not a good guy. DSP has a different philosophy when it comes to donations. It's not something that I agree with. It's not something that I believe in. I come here and the expectation is zero, which is why every penny, every dollar, anything that people give is, it's a blessing. It's generosity. I used to like the quartering way back. Yeah, there were some people that did, but it seems that guy's lost his way. Unbelievably so. Anyway, we'll do this segment over. I appreciate the support, brother. I appreciate the donation. It's overwhelming. So we'll get into it. We will absolutely get into it. Okay. Well, brothers, it's finally over. Luigi Mangione has pled guilty in federal court to killing the United Healthcare CEO. So this is an article from Fox News. It says, brave widow of slain United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson comes face to face with Luigi Mangione for the first time. And basically, he told the court he called United Healthcare posing as an investor to locate Thompson before the December 4th killing. So we're going to be taking a look at this segment from Fox News, where they go over and they talk about this. This is a rather big development in this case. Obviously, him pleading guilty in federal court. It'd be interesting to see what they do with the state charges, because he's still being charged by the state. So I think maybe the lawyers will argue that you can't prosecute him in the state because of New York's double jeopardy, because of their double jeopardy statute. So it'd be interesting. This isn't necessarily over in a legal sense, but people are pretty much going to say that, he's guilty beyond, he's now admitted to it. He did it. All the conspirators, all the leftists that were celebrating this guy, yeah, he's guilty. But we're going to take a look at this segment right here from these guys at Fox News talking about the development.
Retired FBI supervisory special agent and Fox News contributor.
Welcome to you both, gentlemen. Thanks for being here. Off the bat, Paul, I heard Donna make an excellent point last hour, which was that public opinion at this point really ceases to fact.
This guy right here, like the face he's making, it's like this guy over here farted and this guy just has to sit there and smell it. Why are you making such a frumpy face? Like, why are you making that face?
Portion of the public has, towards these health insurers is no longer a factor. Do you agree with that?
I do, in a general sense, and she's absolutely right. That's certainly the way it should go and is supposed to go. But I have no doubt that Judge Garnett is going to be the recipient of several thousand letters advocating on behalf of Luigi Mangione. I'm sure there's going to be some kind of a public relations push on his behalf, as we've seen all along here. And I think the fact that in the allocution he expressed no remorse, that his defense attorneys came out and immediately said, it was a lot of gamesmanship. They already had that motion to dismiss the state case ready to go.
Yeah.
I think we're going to see the defense continue to act quite aggressively on behalf of Luigi Mangione. But Donna is, of course, right. This now is down to the judge. She is constrained by the law. Let's hope that she listens to the interests of justice here and says life in jail for Luigi Mangione.
Right.
Hey, James, why do you think, positing the question to you that I mused with Brian Guinness about just a second ago, why do you think they chose to plead in federal court versus taking their chances in state court?
Well, I mean, they've already talked about it. The federal court is, an opportunity to go to federal prison. which apparently is nicer than state prison. That could be one of the reasons.
The murder charge at a trial that was supposed to begin September the 8th.
John, I think a lot of it has to do with where he's potentially going to be housed. Look, I've been in state prisons to interview folks, and I've been in federal correctional institutes. There is a night and day difference in the accommodations. Would you rather be at FCI Otisville, or would you rather be up in Sing Sing or Attica or places like that? I think that's part of it. And look, I was very interested to see how he was going to allocute today and the way that he did it.
He doesn't
between
want to go to New York State prison. It's a shithole. That's basically it.
White lines that I'm sure he had discussed with his attorneys, but he gave us means, mechanism, and motive for this homicide and this essentially an assassination. Even though he was not charged with terrorism, what was essentially a terroristic attack. So I'm not surprised here. I think the feds made a power move. They realized that the state here, especially in Manhattan, for general felonies, there is a conviction rate of about 35%, 1 in 3, and they said, let's take our chances down here. We got a 92% conviction rate. We got a better chance of doing it in federal court.
I mean, not that Judge Garnett would do it, but there's always a chance that if he's deemed to be a national security risk, Paul, he could go to Supermax. I don't think he'd like that too much.
Yeah, I don't think he will, especially if it's life. And let's remember something else that Margaret Garnett decided in this case that could very well matter. She made the decision, and I agree with Donna Rotuno that it was the legally correct one, that the stalking charge is not automatically, inherently a crime of violence, despite the fact that it led to violence in this case. That's why the death penalty came off the table. Well, if stalking, which are the 2 charges he faced...
It's crazy to me that we have a system where you can murder somebody in cold blood and it's obvious that you did it, but we take death penalty off the table. Why? Why would you take death penalty off the table? Like, you should kill somebody who kills somebody else. If you murder somebody, you should murder somebody. Like, the state should come in and execute this person because that is justice, and that's what the state is supposed to do.
In Fed prison, his family can buy him a nice life. His family-owned nursing home. Mangione is a hypocrite. He lived a charmed life and threw it away.
Yeah, it seems that way. Thank you, Renal MD. Thank you for the donation, brother. I appreciate your support. Yeah, you're absolutely right. He had every opportunity and he threw it away over, being radicalized online. That's pretty crazy.
Cases in the federal case are not crimes of violence. Is that not a very strong distinguishing aspect between the federal case and the state case? Because it would be difficult to argue that murder, too, is not a crime of violence. So you have a clear crime of violence versus 2 crimes that are not violent. You can expect the state, in their case, to go at that kind of a distinction as they try to keep the murder 2 case alive.
And James, a key question, as far as I can tell, was answered in that courtroom today when Mangione said that he originally gained access to information about this industry conference with a scam. I mean, he posed, he said, as an investor and reached out to find out about location and timing information. What did you make of that detail?
Yeah, well, the NYPD did a great job initially early on with this investigation. Obviously, they've had assistance with the FBI and with police departments and the state troopers over in Pennsylvania as well. But yeah, this was a case where there was a lot of circumstantial evidence that you could build upon. I mean, the fact that he allocated to the point that he made a ghost gun where parts are made on a 3D printer, that he made a suppressor, which is the weapon, the thing you screw onto the barrel of the weapon so that it kind of diminishes the sound there.
Yeah, I don't think either of those are any sort of evidence of a crime. I don't think that making a suppressor or making a ghost gun, I don't think that should be able to be led to you being charged with a crime. That's just my personal belief. The Second Amendment, the right to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. If somebody doesn't have the money to buy, a firearm and they want to 3D print a gun to feel safe in their own home, I have no problem with that. if they want to put a suppressor on that 3D printed gun because maybe they have kids and they don't want to scare them, I have no problem with that.
This was a great investigation. I think the defense here thought that, hey, they've got the goods and they look for a better place here. My only concern, and I'll close with this, is if the state case is dismissed, this does open the door for a progressive president down the road to, receive thousands of letters in support of this guy, feel some sort of sympathy for him, and for there to be a potential pardon or commutation if there's only a federal conviction.
Paul, you said a little short time ago that there were a lot of elements unexplained.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think a progressive president would pardon Luigi Mangione, but I mean, it could happen. I mean, that's a reality of anyone who gets charged federally, that the president can pardon them. But I think that it's a question of political will. And if a progressive president were to do that, businesses, I think, would react extremely negatively. And so it would make no sense. Although, you're talking about a bunch of communists. He's theorizing, what if a bunch of communists got into, office and the presidency? Well, we'd have worse problems than that in that case. We'd have worse problems. We'd have to deal with, AOC as president, or Hassan Piker as president. President Piker. Oh, God, can you imagine? Oh, God. Can you imagine President Piker?
In this case, such as he said he 3D printed the gun, but what about the barrel? What about the lower receiver? Those were probably purchased somewhere. What about this case strikes you as something that you need to know or want to know about?
Well, that's certainly an aspect of it. Where did this guy, who is not exactly a hardened criminal, get the gun pieces and assemble the gun? We know that in looking at his timeline, there's about a 5 to 6 month gap in San Francisco when he came back from Hawaii, where he went off the grid, quote unquote, and his own family was looking for him. We also know that in the video, as he walked to the moment that he did what he did on 54th Street, he was on the phone. That's captured on the video. Who was he on the phone with? How is it that he was there an hour before the conference was supposed to begin, and yet he was situated right there? Thompson walks down the block only about 5 minutes before Mangione situates himself on the north side of 54th Street. I went out there at that exact time of the early morning, and it's twilight, and this is right around when this occurred, a couple of days afterwards. And I can tell you, the lighting is very poor, and yet he acquires Thompson walking down the block immediately and moves on him. So I have a lot of questions about this. You don't get it from that allocution that we got today. It's one of the reasons, as James said, you got to hope state cases go forward either in New York or Pennsylvania, so that maybe even at some point you can throw them in a grand jury and say, okay, look, we want to know a little bit more about all of this. There's a lot more that can be done here, and I think that in the interest of justice, we want to see this guy never see the light of day.
Yeah.
All right, gentlemen, thanks to you both for joining us this afternoon.
If you are somebody that believes in the rule of law, you never want Luigi Mangione to see the light of day. Absolutely. I think that's perfectly fair and reasonable. Well, that is the end right now of the Luigi Mangione saga. He pled guilty. His sentencing is in November. But yeah, he's guilty. Anyway, that'll do it for this section of the video. I want to thank you for watching. I want to thank you for supporting the channel, and I'll see you next time. All right. So the Luigi Mangione segment is done. Let me see. Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the moment you've all been waiting for. That's right, brothers. We are about to get into the main event. we are going to be reacting to Candace Owens versus Andrew Wilson. We're going to be watching this head-to-head bout. And so without further ado, let's just get right into it. This is going to be a long one. I hope you guys all have your drinks and your snacks, and you guys are all locked in, ready to go, because we are about to see an absolute clinic put on by Andrew Wilson. An absolute clinic. And I will also say, I hope that you guys are ready to be annoyed out of your mind. Because we are about to listen to an insufferable, loud, nagging, black female girl boss. Excuse me, a black woman is speaking. Yeah, you're about to enter a world of insufferability that I don't think many of you are prepared for if you haven't seen this. So, with that being said, without further ado, brothers, let's get into it. Brothers, here we are. We're going to be doing a full reaction to the great debate between Candace Owens and Andrew Wilson. And we got Wayne starting off the video with a $20 donation.
Not one step back.
That's right, brother. Not one step back. Appreciate the support. And guess what? Andrew Wilson went into enemy territory. He put $300,000 on the line in order to get the ultimate grifter, Candace Owens, to come out of her safe space, to come out of her hidey hole, and actually address the things that she has said. Over and over for the past year, Candace Owens has used the name Charlie Kirk to enrich herself, all at the expense of the apparatus and machine that Charlie Kirk built, going after Charlie Kirk's wife, the people that were supporting Charlie Kirk the most. Candace Owens has profited, now in the tunes of $300,000, but really to the tune of millions of dollars, all lying about Charlie Kirk and bringing up these so-called questions that she has about the death of Charlie Kirk. And really, what we find is that her more credible evidence is that, well, Charlie Kirk came to me in a dream as a Force ghost and told me that Israel was behind this. This is probably going to be one of the most insufferable videos you've ever seen because of Candace Owens, because of her inability to really think through these things, her inability to just stop and reflect on what's being said, come up with a cogent answer. No. Candace Owens is somebody that is not going to answer a single question about the claims that she has made. We got Doyle in chat saying, gotta go, prayers for you all. Prayers for you, brother, and I hope that your grandma I hope she's doing well. Doyle is a regular of the channel. His grandma is coming out of surgery right now, and we all say a prayer for him and his grandma. We said a prayer last night on stream, but we're praying that she comes out strong and that everything goes well, brother. So stay well, and we'll see you again soon. All right, so here we got this stream from Candace Owens. I told Mr. E, who works with the Crucible, works for the Crucible, I told him that I wouldn't react to this until the Crucible stream was done. And guess what? The Crucible stream is now done. Promise made, promise kept. And so the reason why I want to watch this is I think it's very important. Andrew Wilson, support the guy, like the guy. I think he does a great job. But more than that, people like Candace Owens have profited off of the misfortune and suffering and misery of Erica Kirk and TPUSA. Now, full disclosure, I want it to be known. When Charlie Kirk was alive, I was not a fan of his. I didn't like him. I didn't like TPUSA. I didn't think they were right-wing enough. I didn't think they were conservative enough. I looked at what Charlie Kirk said about LGBTQ, and I said, that's disgusting and that's wrong, and we should not be welcoming that in. I looked at certain things that Charlie Kirk said and did, and I said, no. So that exists. And I stand behind everything that I said. But everything changed when they killed him. They killed him. And so my disposition on that changes. Doesn't mean that I've changed any of my positions. But when you have somebody that's assassinated and they're taken out, the fact that you have people like Candace Owens that are trying to worm their way into this and make it about a Middle Eastern blood feud, rather than focusing on the demons on the left that were salivating and cheering at Charlie Kirk's death, I think that she does a great disservice to any real conversation in the United States. And I honestly think she owes Erica Kirk, TPUSA, and pretty much everyone in America who wasn't an insane retard who was going crazy celebrating, his death. She owes everyone an apology. That's just my personal opinion. Okay, here we go. Candace. Okay, we're jumping ahead. Okay. When does this thing we're on app?
Robinson.
Okay. Yes. So put people on
spinal. My own opinion.
Okay. Okay.
Recently.
Did they say who else
touched? You could have DNA.
I want to use the first part of it
anymore. It's a.
What happened? It said Candace a bunch of times, and now. Ay. Okay. Well, apparently the video was trolling me. Okay, when do we start? Come on. When do we start?
On Joe Rogan.
All right. I think we found it, boys. We did it. Maybe. All right.
Are we live? Okay, so we're officially live. Candace, Andrew, good to sit down here with you, talking to you guys about the conversation that I think started with you being on Joe Rogan when you said, hey, I'm offering $300,000. And for the audience watching this, you have to know when you see this final product, there's a lot of stuff that happens behind closed doors. There was still communication till midnight, even some of the stuff this morning. It's like you're trying to sell a company. It's the last 24 hours that the deal doesn't work out, but kudos to both of you guys that you made it work. The topic of discussion today, how this got prompted is, Andrew, you said there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson shot and killed Charlie Kirk.
Yep.
And Candace, your position was he's a patsy. Tyler Robinson is a patsy. So, of course, we'll talk about a lot of different things, but that's kind of how the whole thing got started.
Yep.
For the audience watching, I think this is truly for three different people. Number one is anybody out there that loves Charlie, respects Charlie, his legacy, what he did. We have a lot of love and admiration for what he did. He changed the lives of many people, young men, young women. You worked with him for many years. You guys were friends. You've said a lot of good things about Charlie, respectful towards him. You guys may have disagreed on some things, but you got a lot of respect for him. The second audience is the folks out there, you, that's watching this. And so for you, you've been wanting something like this to take place. And kudos for Andrew for coming out and saying, hey, I want to have this conversation, and for Candace to accept it. So you have the ability to say, I agree, I disagree, comment to all the stuff that you're doing online. And if you
somebody in chat brings up a good point. Says the fact that Candace needs $500,000 to do this just proves she's a
the
grifter.
PVD podcast.
Yeah.
The more you
no one in this, I don't even think people who support her, if they're being honest, deny that she's a grifter. Now, Candace went down the $300,000.
On the back end, both have agreed. In the back, there's 3 people representing Andrew and 3 people representing Candace to do fact checking. So at any point, if somebody makes a claim, the other can say, can we fact check this? I can jump in and say fact check this. Even if folks in the back can say fact check this. So it is a very fair conversation that we're having here. And so with that being said, kudos to Michael Knowles. Your name was mentioned a lot. You missed out right now. The last 10 minutes, we talked about you. There's a lot of love and respect here mutually from both parties, all 3 of them here. And then, of course, the great Joe Rogan that started this conversation. And he also volunteered, but it ended up being this format that we have here today. So with that being said, Andrew, your claim is
Michael Knowles.
overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk. Opening statements, opening comments.
Sure. And what I mean by overwhelming is I just find it very convincing. That's I think that's what most people mean when they say overwhelming evidence. So I have a brief opening statement. On September 10th, 2025, Charlie Kirk was murdered. Many of you already know a lot about the events which occurred after Kirk's death. You remember the ghoulish laughter, celebrations, and madness we saw from leftists all over, from TikTok invasions, debates, posts on social media, destruction of memorials, and things like this. Within weeks of Kirk's death, a cottage industry began to form, peddling various alternative theories on how he died. What special interest may have killed him, what nations were involved, and was our own government one of them? Because this was the first nationwide traumatic event in Gen Z's lifetime, the demand for answers was severe and palpable. The leading theory from the conspiracy verse is that Israel worked with the United States government to murder Charlie Kirk. Within a day or two of Kirk's death, Ian Carroll claimed that Israel killed Charlie Kirk, and the conspiracy caught on like wildfire. This theory was built on one misleading piece of evidence, that in his final days, on or around September 8th, Charlie sent a text message reading, "Jewish donors play into all the stereotypes. I cannot and will not be bullied like this, leaving me no choice but to leave the pro-Israel cause." This was sent in the context of a platforming dispute regarding Tucker Carlson. From this scintilla of misleading information, it was speculated that Israel killed Charlie Kirk because he would have successfully opposed the Iranian war. Now, that's a fun theory, and who doesn't like a good, fun conspiracy theory? I like them. But there is no evidence that Israel actually killed Charlie Kirk. And if Candace has some, I'd like her to actually show it to me. I'm open to suggestions, but to date, there hasn't been any.
That's not going to happen.
There is, however,
brother.
tons of evidence that a leftist killed Charlie Kirk, just as Charlie feared they would. I believe Charlie Kirk, and I have the receipts. No, I didn't have a dream where he came to me and told me that the left killed him.
Oh, man, Andrew, that is bravo. Yeah. Charlie, he should have said, Charlie came to me in a dream, and he told me that Israel wasn't to blame.
No, he didn't come to me in a dream and say, Candace Owens betrayed him. That never happened. In fact, I don't need dreams of any kind because I hold in my possession never before seen messages from Charlie Kirk to the security team on September 9th, 2025. I'm going to share the message with you today, which is the first time this information's ever been publicly revealed. On September 9th, Charlie's security team wrote to him, "Yes, law enforcement has been fully supportive and agreed to a security plan and posture. Tomorrow's event will be covered by both my team and the campus PD. If additional support is required, patrol units will be available. I have 11 on site." Charlie responded with this, "Okay, great. Remind them that they are there for one person's security only, because I'm somewhat worried the left is trying to kill me." That was a message sent September 9th. Whatever could he have meant by that? Well, I think he meant exactly what he said, that he was worried the left was going to try to kill him. Now, we'll discuss this more later on in the debate, and maybe I have more never-before-seen evidence that exposes just how wrong and, in my opinion, idiotic many of these conspiracy theories have been. But that's what happens when you rely on what's called the evidence of the gaps. In other words, they don't have evidence, they seem to just make up evidence. And what did they make up? Well, in my opinion, kind of whatever lined the pockets. And I think it's ghoulish to profit off of the death of a good man. But we came here today to debate.
Yeah.
And so let's get to it. The debate topic today is 1, my belief that there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk. And 2, Candace's belief that there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson was a patsy and didn't kill Charlie Kirk. In sum, the audience is going to decide who has more evidence supporting their theory. My theory is that the state is correct that Tyler Robinson is the killer, at least based on evidence so far. And Candace's theory that Tyler Robinson is not the killer and he's a patsy set up by the feds. To be clear, this is not a question of reasonable doubt. If it was reasonable doubt, and that's all it was, and that's all Candace was proffering, I wouldn't even be here having the debate with her. It's fair to have doubts, as the trial has yet to occur, and the state hasn't even begun to try to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt. But Candace makes a more forceful claim. She claims that there's more evidence that Tyler is not guilty of murder and was set up as a patsy than there is for the state's case. And I just think that that's absurd. And she will not be able to demonstrate that in any way. In fact, she has almost no real evidence at all of her theory, whereas my theory is supported by compelling witness testimony, physical evidence, multiple confessions, all of which are independently compelling, but which are even more convincing as each piece of evidence corroborates the others. You'll notice the term overwhelming was included in both theories. This is because Candace demanded I defend my use of that term, which I think is fair, in describing the evidence against Tyler Robinson. She, on the other hand, only wanted to defend her theory as merely viable. That is, until I showed her clips in which she said she believed the evidence of her theory, that Tyler Robinson's a patsy, was supported by overwhelming evidence.
So I just want to state this before we go any further. that already people are putting together clips and compilations and montages that juxtapose what Candace Owens says here to things that she's said in the past. And it's very, very clear that Candace Owens absolutely hates accountability. Absolutely hates accountability. What she wants to do is she wants to say what she wants to say in the moment, be definitive, be, declarative. This is the way it is. This is the way it is, and that's because I, am saying it. But when it actually comes down to it, when it comes to the truth, she really does not care. And you can call her a hypocrite, you can call her all these names, but for her, just none of that matters. You can't keep somebody like this honest, because honesty is not even a consideration. So yeah, I wanted to mention that Candace Owens. Oh man, Candace Owens is somebody that doesn't value the truth. So she'll say one thing in one moment, one thing in the next, and then she'll say, "Well, prove that I said this." And then if you do, she's just going to avoid accountability anyway. I'm sure this is something that many of you have noticed. But before they even go further, there are a number of different clips, a number of different montages where people are pointing that out. So, yeah, I just wanted to bring that up because I do think it's incredibly important. I'll give you an example, okay? I'll give you an example. There have been channels like this one, okay? This guy, Autistic Clips, he's been paying attention to this. It says, let's see. Let me find one from the Candace Owens debate. Let's see. Maybe I went too far back, but he says,
and I want to make it super painless. So I have a.
Oh, where was the? Maybe it was somebody else. I don't know. There was a montage of clips
before we wrap up
with an edit. Anyway, but yeah, I just wanted to make that point that Candace Owens is somebody that when you actually look at what she says, when you compare it to what she said in the past, it becomes evidently clear that she doesn't have any duty to the truth or any duty of care. She's somebody that will say or do anything in the moment. And then if you try to call her out, she's going to become hostile and belligerent. So, yeah, let's just continue from there. But I just wanted to make that clear that online right now, there is a plethora of clips that people have already taken things that she said from this debate and juxtaposed it to things that she said in the past. And it's pretty much proven beyond a reasonable doubt that she is a serial liar.
Only then did she agree to defend that position. Regardless, we're both defending the claim. There's overwhelming evidence on our side, so it's worth defining that term. When I say the evidence against Robinson's overwhelming, all I'm saying is that I mean that as of right now, I find it very convincing. I see almost no evidence at all, only speculation on verified claims and suggestions of things that could merely be hypothetically possible. Dreams, vibes, feelings, things like this. Almost done, by the way. I have no problem defending the state's case and welcome Candace bringing up any challenges she would like, but if I'm honest, the reason I was willing to pay the $300,000 for this debate was to finally have a chance for someone to demand Candace be held accountable for the unbelievable theories and claims she's been making. Candace's investigation is indistinguishable from a leftist operation. She couldn't be doing more damage to the right if she were trying. She uses her considerable platform to relentlessly attack one of the most influential conservative outreach organizations for young people, and she's making a mockery of the online right-wing commentary class. She's harming Republicans in an election year by dividing them. She's attacking the very organization Charlie spent his life building. And she's attacking the people he loved, including his wife. And it cost me $300,000. But today, I hope that she finally answers for some of that.
Thank you, Andrew. Candace?
Did you get it out of your system?
Great.
Okay, great. Well, I'm not going to waste time with the
Get
preamble.
that out of your system. Snarky girl boss, just embarrassing. And did you get that out of your system? Huh? Did you, Andrew? Andrew, did you get that out of your system, huh? Oh my gosh. Like, the first words out of her mouth are just snark. Just snark. She couldn't contain herself.
Because I think I just want to get to the substance of the debate, and we'll just speak to the audience. I've obviously had an audience since we've been covering this case. People know that there was a personal friendship between me and Charlie, and diminishing the pursuit of something that makes sense regarding what happened on September 10th by throwing it to, this is just people who are conspiracy theorists. These are people who are just trying to generate clicks. I don't think that people should be satisfied by that. I want people to remember that it's important to think. We've been lied to by the government a great many times over, just the last couple of years, if you just think of the things that we've learned about our government. And I do want to say this.
But that's not a compelling argument. Saying that the government lied to you doesn't mean the government is always lying to you. And the fact is, you should keep that in the back of your mind, that the government is and has lied to you about a great number of things. But you weigh that against what is the evidence being presented at the time. What do we have in terms of evidence versus what is the likelihood of what you're saying? What you're doing is you're saying, well, the government has lied to you. Therefore, any sort of ridiculous conspiracy theory that doesn't make any sense should be given more due weight and credibility because of that. No. You have zero evidence to say that Israel was responsible for the death of Charlie Kirk. None. You say it because it gets you money, it gets you interest, it gets you views. And there is a segment of mentally ill conspirators that feed into that and they feast on that. But you don't have any evidence. And you're not just asking questions, you are making declarative statements as though you have the evidence. Oh, guys, I got the evidence. Just one more show. One more show, and I'm going to present the evidence to you. Yeah, right.
What's been the most disturbing element, I think, for everyone is that not only does the narrative not make any sense, which I'm going to demonstrate, I need to waste time with the preamble going through the points or trying to insult you or pretending that I've been running a podcast saying it's just dreams and vibes like I'm Miss Cleo, and that's the reason why it's taking so many influencers. It looks like
you are like Miss Cleo. The cards don't
to dispute
lie.
everything Candace says. It's not because I'm on my platform saying I had a dream last night. I don't think I think that diminishes you as an argument. Obviously, we have presented a lot of evidence. You just presented a text message and said this is evidence. Well, that's how this entire thing began.
The cards don't lie. My brothers, Candace Owens going to be telling you, Bomaclot, what is in the stars. What does the astrological signs tell you when you throw the crystals together? That's what we really need to know.
You're talking about how Israel got into the conversation. It was because immediately after Charlie died, one of the first things we saw was this push to make us all think and remember how much he loved Israel. It's because the prime minister of Israel, who's fighting like a 27-front war, felt that he needed to come do a little mini tour and to be, strangely, to state that I did not kill Charlie Kirk when nobody was having that thought that I can remember. Nobody.
Well, let's see. That theory was already out there. And you mean to tell me that the leader of a foreign government was that has people like you saying that they are guilty? You mean to tell me that they came over here and they're saying, yeah, Charlie Kirk loved us. We had a great relationship. That's what Donald Trump does. Donald Trump does it. We had a great relationship. But all of a sudden, when it's Israel, it's just these people shut off their brains. Like, if somebody died in a foreign country, the first thing that Trump would do is go, and we were great friends. We were great friends. Nobody's ever been greater friends than me. I was his greatest friend, and he was my greatest friend. He loved me. He loved Trump. Like, yeah. But by the way, we're giving her way too much credit. Bibi Netanyahu didn't say anything like that. She's literally just making this up.
Nobody was going, I wonder if Bibi Netanyahu killed Charlie Kirk. And then we had a round of influencers who lied and said Charlie was not changing on Israel, that he wasn't having any disagreements regarding that topic, that the day he died, he just loved Israel so much. And I demonstrated via a text message, which you just mentioned, and you're now contextualizing and pretending it was just about Tucker Carlson, which is not true. It was a part of a broader shift that Charlie was having over the last, I would say, actually, on your show, it began since October 7th, which is when I began asking myself more questions about Israel as well. And so, yeah, when all of these things happen in the immediate aftermath, and then I drop a text message after everyone is denying that, Tucker Carlson then comes out and confirms the conversations that he had with Charlie. Megyn Kelly then comes out and confirms the private conversations that she had with Charlie. People then begin to ask a reasonable question, which is, why are we lying about this? If they were forthcoming with that and they had said, hey, yeah, Charlie was starting to ask questions. I think after October 7th, it's reasonable that people are starting to re-examine our relationship with Israel. We wouldn't be here today. But it has been lie after lie after lie, debunk after debunk after debunk.
This debate was not a good look for her at all. Even the way she acted was terrible.
Her grifting makes DSP and the quartering look amateur. Her grifting makes DSP and the quartering look amateur. There is nobody who has grifted more on this than Candace Owens. And this conversation right here proves it. She got $300,000 to do this. $300,000 to do this. And yet, she still has to run ads. She still has to sell, her wares, hawk her wares on her audience. I just think this is the penultimate grifter. Andrew Wilson jokes about being a grifter. He could never be in the league of Candace Owens when it comes to grifting.
Yes, I did share that I had a dream that Charlie was betrayed. It's not a dream anymore. It's a reality. I look at what the organization has become, the people that they are partnering with, the lies that they are telling, the extraordinary people that they're sending out to say that I hadn't speak to Charlie since 2018, and it begins to look like a conspiracy. And just as a historical fact, that entire term was created by the CIA to gaslight people after the assassination of JFK. So it's not exactly one that makes me nervous. Like calling somebody a conspiracy theorist is essentially saying that they demand further answers. They're not accepting the Fed's law. So I'm grateful that you came today. I don't need to, like I said, take cheap shots and discuss your manner of debate or your strategy. And I'm also grateful that you shared that you had that text message today, because everybody watching knows that I have been demanding not a debate, just an open conversation with Turning Point USA. They should be here. It shouldn't be you in that chair. It should be the person that took Charlie's place, maybe Erica Kirk, maybe Andrew Colbert. He's a spokesperson. And rather than doing that, they send us another influencer. So let's see how it goes.
Just out of curiosity, are you between 0 to 100? What is the likelihood that you think Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk and killed him?
Based on the evidence right now, I don't know. I'd say 75, 85%.
Candace?
0%.
0%.
I'm at 0.
So
with what we've seen in terms of the evidence, I'm at 0%.
So not only, that maybe somebody was behind him as a patsy influencing him. You're not even saying that he didn't even shoot Charlie Kirk.
Right. I would, if you said, was he involved that day, as
Right.
I have consistently said on my platform, I would say yes, he was. I don't know what role he played, but as the shooter, 0%.
Do you have any evidence for it?
For what? My percentage?
The fact that he didn't shoot and kill Charlie Kirk.
Yes, which I'm hoping we're going to get to all of the evidence that he feels that he has. I mean, I'm not even convinced that Charlie was shot from the rooftop on Losi that day, based on the evidence that has been.
Do you think he was shot?
I do not think that Charlie was shot from a 30-06 from
Yeah,
Losi.
but just shot at all.
I don't know. I think that a projectile hit Charlie, and I'm open to other people's presentations, but I have not seen any compelling evidence that Charlie was shot by a 30-06.
Can we see maybe if we're going to have an olive branch to each other, if maybe we can establish what we consider the facts of the case to be first?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So you're not sure if he was actually shot. You're open to alternative theories.
He was definitely hit with a projectile of some description. If we're talking about was he shot from a gun, a 30-06, I would say definitively no.
Okay.
It defies common sense to think that he had a Superman neck. And even if he did have a Superman neck, which has been demonstrated, I think actually recently a YouTuber actually set up Valhalla steel cages and shot it and it went through. So under no circumstance will I.
So at least not a 30-06.
Definitively not. A 30-06 from low sea, 150 feet. No.
But you're not necessarily closing off the avenue that he could have been shot at all?
With maybe a smaller
caliber? Okay. And then there's some things that I'm going to make concessions on that I do think we need more answers on, and I'm fine with that. And we can get to those things as well. The other thing is in the timeline, one of the things that we dispute, I think, on the timeline is that you think that Robinson drove hours away to a steakhouse in the timeline. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what's the compelling evidence that you think you have there?
I spoke to the owner of the restaurant, and I have seen the receipts. I know the conversation that I had, and I think it's enough that it will be presented. Obviously, if this goes to trial, but yes, I do believe that he was in Penguich, which is near his grandparents' home.
Did he give you an unedited copy of that receipt?
I have seen an unedited copy of that receipt. It was not given to me from the owner. But I want to, before we get into like all the timeline stuff, I want to address what you think is evidence so we can keep this on par with what your claim is.
Well, I think that that's a piece of evidence that's in dispute. And that's why I'm...
Yeah, but we're trying to get to whether there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson did this.
Yeah,
so
if
whether
then
starting
if you want to use the first part of that for the internal critique.
Yeah, like we should go over the actual evidence that we feel.
The first reason that I think it's compelling evidence is that Tyler Robinson's rifle was found near the crime scene. So I would consider that to be very good evidence. And also the fact of the matter is that I dispute this claim that a 30-06 could not have made this wound. I think that that's absurd. 150 grain Remington core lock absolutely could shatter when it hits the neck of any human being. When you say that there's some steel neck and it's a smaller caliber, you have to make a counter explanation. Why wouldn't a smaller caliber also go through bone?
It could. I didn't say it can't.
Right, exactly. So if that's the case, then ammunition is going to be the critical key here. And if we have frangible ammunition, which we do in this case, a flex tip round, well, I'm sorry, not a flex tip, a soft point round from 150 grain Remington core lock, that's just a small jacket that goes around the actual lead piece. This thing could have split apart in air for all we know, but definitely upon impact. And we have the medical examiner who confirms this in a summary. And my team can bring that up, the summarization, which means he would have to be a part of some kind of conspiracy as well.
Okay, so just to start with your point about saying that the gun was found near him, near Losey Center, or I guess off in the woods. That gun, did you watch the testimony? Did you watch the preliminary hearing?
Yeah, we covered it live. Yeah.
Okay, so forgetting what the summary of the medical report was, did you watch the testimony that was given by the Caitlin Oliver, the ATF woman, Samantha Carner, any of those people who went into the science of?
Yes, I recall. You're talking about
the bullet analysis.
Yeah, when they went into the DNA.
Okay, so that's kind of the most relevant part.
Okay.
I'm not denying, I've never denied on my platform or anywhere else that a gun owned by Tyler Robinson was found near the crime scene, right? That doesn't remove it. If you think somebody set up as a patsy, you could take a gun out of this room right now and you could walk out and plant it in the woods near a crime scene.
Like, do you see do you see how frustrating this is? So she doesn't know anything about guns. She doesn't know anything about ammunition. She recognizes that it was Tyler Robinson's gun. I wonder if Andrew's going to ask her, do you agree that Tyler Robinson was there? I want him to get her to say that Tyler Robinson was there. So he was there, the gun was there. You don't know anything about the ammunition, which means that you don't know that it couldn't be the 30-06. You're taking other people's opinions online. And all of this, you've come up with a theory. They say, well, it could have been somebody else, somewhere else, sometime else. It was a projectile. It was a projectile of some kind that struck Charlie Kirk in the neck. But the guy that actively hated Charlie Kirk, didn't like Charlie Kirk, had the means, motive, and opportunity. That's not the guy. But Israel brought in a Mossad agent to train Erica Kirk to go from behind. And, like, do you understand? This is just madness. This is just madness. It's a time-traveling Mossad agent who came back from the future to train Erica Kirk to take the shot. Like, prove me wrong. Guys, I have more evidence for that than what Candace Owens is saying. Like, what are we even doing here? This is insanity. There is no legitimacy to this at all. None. Like, what are we doing? What are we thinking? You know, I gotta tell you. Candace Owens and the way that she operates, it's so startling how stupid she really is. And the thing that's even more startling is that there are people even stupider than her that watch her and believe her. It's dangerous.
I agree.
That's not convincing evidence to me.
I concur with the fact that that's a possibility.
So you I think, have said on a platform that you were a gunsmith.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And for how many years?
Many, many years.
For many years.
Mm-hmm.
You also said that you were an Army sniper.
I wasn't a sniper in the Army.
Okay.
And I never said that.
Sorry, your wife tweeted that you were an Army sniper.
Yeah, I don't know. Like 15 years ago, she said something.
Does it change 15 years later?
She said that it was colloquial. So
Army sniper is a colloquial term?
Yeah, I was never an Army sniper.
Okay. What did you do in the Army? Did you teach? She then corrected and said you taught rifles in the Army?
No, I didn't teach rifle. No, I taught rifles as a private citizen.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. And I was an NRA instructor for many, many, many years alongside my gun shop.
As with your expertise,
Mm-hmm.
when she gave testimony on the stand, Samantha Carner, that there was dust and there was debris that was found in the gun barrel.
Yep.
And then when we had the person who, and this was, I believe, Caitlin Oliver, who explained painfully about the DNA, the prints.
Well, let's start with a point at a time.
I'm not done. You said something, so I'm going to finish my thought, right?
You don't want to do a point in time?
No, well, sure. If you want to respond to, I want you to respond to 2 points. I want you to start with 2 points.
Okay.
Dust.
Oh gosh. All right. No. A black woman is talking. Okay. All right. A black woman is talking. We're going to continue down this line of questioning. It's like, oh my gosh. I don't blame Andrew Wilson if you were to light up a cigarette.
Dust and debris in the gun barrel.
Yeah.
Secondly, the fact that there were 5 sets of prints, 5 plus actually by the end of the testimony, 5 sets of prints for which we already had the woman who worked for the FBI forensics testify that above 2 prints, if you're taking a sample, it's no longer a science, right? She testified that when they took the sample of what was on the trigger, they saw 5 plus prints. And among those 5 plus prints, Tyler Robinson's was the most degraded. So I would like you to explain how Tyler Robinson's prints could be the most degraded when she said, actually, you could have DNA on something that you've touched. You could have DNA on something that you've never touched. And to get DNA degradation, they've looked at pieces, items 20, 40 years on that don't have degradation. Yet Tyler Robinson's prints, amongst 5 plus other prints, were the most degraded on that weapon.
Yeah. So let's get into all 3 of the claims. First, with debris. When it comes to debris, firing rifle doesn't always blow the debris out of the barrel.
Okay. You think there could be debris and dust.
Yeah.
He just fired the weapon.
Sure.
Okay.
Not only that, he left it in a forest. Now, I don't know if you agree with me, but if you leave a rifle in a wooded area, it's also possible that debris could get in that way. But I'm not even sure.
Oh, devastating. Yeah.
That's what the case is. I think it's far more likely that you fired the shot, it just didn't blow all the debris out, and it often doesn't. You'll find this if you take Grandpappy's dirty rifle and it's all dusty inside the bore and you go fire it, you'll often look down the bore and there's still dust.
Okay.
Happens all the time.
Okay. And the prints?
Yeah. So the prints, we don't know all of the details on just yet.
We do. It was excruciatingly long testimony on the prints.
We don't, because they haven't gone to trial, so we don't know on the print front. But Tyler Robinson's DNA was on there. You made the claim that Lance Twiggs' DNA was on there, and it was not.
Well, when she gave the testimony, no, hold on. First, let's go to your first point, because that's wrong. We can get a fact check on that. What do you mean we don't know until it goes to trial about the degraded prints? She testified, and this is the person who took the prints.
Yes, but the problem is that inside of this particular testimony, you agree with me that there's going to be much more of the DNA analysis during the trial, right?
But you also would agree that her fact is not going to change, that among the prints, his was the most degraded. So I'm asking you to address that. How could that be possible?
Let's give it, let's just grant this for a second as a possibility that his fingerprints were degraded.
It's not a possibility. It's a fact. The person who took it.
Hang on. I'm just granting it for the sake of argument.
You should grant it because it's a fact that she presented.
So now it's granted. So what?
What do you mean, so what?
It means nothing. Yeah. Yeah, no what? It means nothing. So Candace Owens like, well, yeah, Tyler Robinson was there. Yes, it was his gun. But, and yes, his fingerprints were on the gun. But that means that he didn't do it. Man, can you imagine standing with Candace right now? What kind of absolute retard would be standing with Candace? Yeah. drawing a conclusion from degraded DNA. Well, we're talking below 70 IQ. You are making you are making an inference that he was a patsy based on degraded DNA, which is not proof of anything. It's not definitive proof of anything. It doesn't say anything. And she's putting all of her eggs in this basket because there's nothing else. There is nothing else. And that's part of the big problem here. There is nothing else. So she's fighting so hard to keep this because after this, there's nothing else to argue. Isn't this embarrassing? Am I the only one that's embarrassed? Like, this is the person that you put all your time and energy into supporting for over 10 months?
So what? What does that prove?
It proves that if his prints were the most degraded amongst 5 of them, you're going to have to explain how that's possible if he's the one that recently fired the weapon.
Yeah, so wait a second. You're saying that it's an impossibility that if his fingerprints are the most degraded.
I'm telling you to explain it. You're the gunsmith.
Well,
so
wait a
explain
second.
it.
How would a gunsmith give an analysis on fingerprints or DNA? Do you think that I work in a DNA laboratory?
So
with
your answer
fingerprints?
is I don't know. You can just say you don't know.
But
You
I
don't
did.
have to.
But I did.
No, you said so what? So
Yeah,
say
so-
I don't know. I
well, what
actually
would
don't
that-
have an
what
explanation
would that
for that,
prove,
Candace.
though, is my question.
Well, I think that what it would prove is that it is a more viable theory that people who had stronger prints on the gun may have used it more recently.
Did they say who else had fingerprints on the gun?
They named Matt Robinson explicitly.
Okay.
And this was a part of the testimony where she was speaking about how they got samples of elimination samples from the home of Amber Robinson, Matt Robinson, and Lance Twiggs. Those were the 3 names they named.
So are you saying that Twiggs
Would you like me to
fingerprints-
finish my statement?
I just want to make sure I'm clarifying.
I'm trying to finish the answer, but it can't be clarified until the answer comes out of my mouth.
Okay,
So
go ahead.
This was.
Yeah, she just keeps talking. That's the main problem. She just keeps talking, but she doesn't say anything. Heinrich, thank you for the donation. Says, why ain't he treating like sleuths on whatever? I think he's being far more reasonable. In quotations, reasonable from their perspective. Because I think he has a strategy, and I think it's a particularly good one. I think what Andrew's mission here is not to come across as the hostile one, which he's done in other debates against like Dave Smith. What I think he wants to do is he wants to make Candace seem like the crazy one, the unhinged one. And he's doing a pretty damn good job because she's talking. And by the very nature of Candace Owens talking and him, pulling back a little bit and being more reasonable, she looks even more unhinged. So I gotta give a round of applause to my boy Andrew. He's doing a fantastic job. But I mean, she is just unbelievably insufferable in this. She's snarky, she's got a bad attitude, she's got nothing to back up her claims. Like, this is not going well for Candace Owens.
Was a portion of her testimony where she was explaining how they got elimination samples from the home. And she named Matt Robinson, Amber Robinson, and Lance Twiggs as the elimination samples that she was using. And so she explicitly said, some of them, so we can assume 2 out of the 3, their prints were found on the gun. She explicitly named Matt Robinson as someone who had prints on the gun, and then said there were 5 people that they had taken that sample from. And again, what's also relevant here is the earlier testimony, which came from the FBI forensics analyst, I believe it was on day 2, where she said that when you're using those mixtures and those samples and you get up to 5+, it's really hard to make any sort of a determination. So both of those things are relevant. If you can't explain why his prints are the most degraded and you're saying he is the shooter, it's not really a so what. It's an open-ended question that people have a right to pursue. It's not a conspiracy. It's actually proof of my claim that there is evidence that he was set up as a patsy.
That wouldn't prove anything about him being a patsy.
It said it's evidence to support the claim that he could have been set up as a patsy.
So this is why I said earlier, so what? Because even if it's the case that this doesn't have an explanation for it yet, that doesn't actually give you any evidence in your corner for Tyler Robinson being a patsy.
Okay,
hang on. I didn't cut you off. right? You would need to actually explain how this would demonstrate Tyler Robinson. This is tied into Robinson being a patsy. Are you claiming that these fingerprints were Lance Twiggs or that he had any DNA there?
I'm saying that it could be Matt Robinson, it could be Amber Robinson. That sort of information is going to.
So she doesn't know, but she's filling in the gaps with what she wants to be true that are maximally beneficial to her money and her clicks and her views. Do you guys see that? We've got the gaps in information, and she's filling them in with what she wants to be true. However, the thing that's just incredibly difficult for her is even if you were to grant what she's saying, it still doesn't prove what she thinks she's saying.
He's hunted with that gun in the past. If he wiped down the trigger, it could have removed his newest prints. The expert didn't detail where the other newer prints on the trigger were located, on the side, back, etc.
Yeah, thank you for the donation, my friend. Huge support. Appreciate that, brother. Yeah. So you're talking about a gun. You're talking about a gun that belonged to his grandfather that he's used multiple times. And Andrew is saying, well, listen, like clearly you're wrong here. But even if I were to grant you that you were right, this doesn't prove what you are alleging that it proves. And even if it doesn't lead to, oh, this guy's a patsy. It doesn't. Because if he were a patsy, like all the different things, like you would have to have, okay, well, this, and this lead to this conclusion, but you have nothing.
Come out during a trial.
How would that tie into the idea that he's a patsy?
Yes,
though?
because if his is the most degraded prints and the information that I shared on my platform is true, that this gun was given to Tyler Robinson as an heirloom. I had conversation with members of the Robinson family, Twiggs family, both of them. You know, like I said, we're not just dreaming. And if we're having those conversations and they told me that that gun was only given to Tyler Robinson because it was a family heirloom. Okay, so it was his grandfather's gun or great-grandfather's gun. I don't remember the difference. I don't remember which one it was. And so he got it because he's the firstborn. So, but he's not much of a shooter, is what I was told. And so he has this because he inherited it, essentially. So if I get something from my grandpa and I put it up on the shelf and I own this, you could see that could be.
How do we get to the patsy part?
You don't let me ever get to the end of the sentence. So how could we get to the patsy?
Well, you just keep talking. Like, how do you expect him not to say anything when all you do, you just keep talking?
Part.
Okay,
I'll wait
patiently till we get to
so that could be a reasonable explanation as to why there was dust in the barrel, because he doesn't often shoot this weapon and he is indeed a fisher. And it could also be a reasonable explanation for why we have Matt Robinson's prints on this. Obviously, Lance Twiggs, even if he has prints on things they live together, that doesn't really mean anything. But that could demonstrate that somebody took his weapon and put it somewhere. His prints are the most degraded. Somebody else's prints, there's more presence of somebody else's prints, and that could demonstrate that somebody is taking items from his house and putting it into various places.
But it also could demonstrate nothing. So the problem that you have here is that this is pure conjecture.
No,
this is not evidence that Tyler Robinson is a patsy. It's only evidence that you have conjectured up that, well, if it's the case that these are the more degraded prints, then therefore that means must be patsy because dad's fingerprints on gun.
I didn't say must be
describe Oh man, brutal. We got ML Top 1 saying the dust in the gun also. He jumps down from the roof, left the barrel of the gun in the woods. Both could very well get debris on the barrel. Yeah, like so. That's an excellent point. It's one that Andrew brought up. But the fact is that she is not willing to entertain any of this. Because what she has filled in with the gaps is something that Andrew is not actually able to challenge because there's no... It's basically like her Force Ghost dream. How do you disprove that Candace Owens had a dream about Charlie Kirk coming to her and saying Israel killed me, like Israel is to blame? Well, how do you disprove that? You can't really disprove that. And that's what Candace fills the gaps with. Things that are nebulous that just have no actual meaning, but she can jump from point A to point Z. Oh, the prints are degraded, therefore he's a patsy. This is a masterclass from Andrew Wilson and how to expose these charlatans. Because what has become evidently clear is that Candace Owens has zero evidence for any of the things that she said. None. And piece by piece, bit by bit, he is dismantling her entire operation.
How this actually links in to Robinson being a patsy.
Okay, I just described that for you, so I can explain it to you, but I can't understand it for you, so I'm going to move on from that. But to just go back to your point about this is not evidence, you can't make that claim because the entire basis for why you think that there's evidence for Tyler Robinson being the person that took the shot is based off of a hearing under Utah 1102 rules, meaning that they are doing the exact same thing that I am doing. This is the state. You said you're here to represent the state. Well, did you watch the preliminary
no, I
hearing?
didn't say I was here to represent the state.
The state's position you think is strong and convincing.
What
okay?
I'm here to do is represent my own opinion,
You
which
said
is
in
that
your opening statement,
based on the evidence presented so far by the state.
the state has
that I find it
presented
convincing.
evidence under Utah's 1102 rule.
But this doesn't demonstrate any patsy
No, that's very
behavior.
important because that rule is hearsay. So you can't say at the same time,
Great.
Candace, you're not allowed to. And what that means under the Utah rule, which I'm sure you know, because I'm sure you watched the preliminary hearing and yourself understand what that means, is that the entire hearing was hearsay. It means none of that information that was presented is going to be allowed. The majority of it, the overwhelming majority of it is not going to be allowed at the trial. They're allowed to present when it's just a probative hearing.
I don't think all the evidence that was put in was hearsay.
Okay, you didn't watch this case.
But not only that,
no, this is a huge point. This is crazy that you don't know
for
this.
A fact check. If
yes,
all the
well,
evidence
we need more
was
than a
put
fact
in,
check. This was every single day. Utah rule 1102.
They want to go there. So they said there's a medical examiner's explanation of the shooting that's in the back. Rob, if you want to pull it up, and then Candace, if anybody from your team wants to pull something up, no problem as well. But they're requesting it. If you guys got it, pull it up so we can show it. And in the interim, is that it?
Yeah. So I'll read this.
Just what are we looking at, just so we know?
Yeah, so this says the bullet, or at least part of it, sequentially perforated the interior left of Mr. Kirk's neck, strap muscles of the left side of the neck. This is a summary, by the way. Left common cartoid on the left internal external jugular veins. The bullet also obliterated the left side C27 vertebrae, transacted the cervical spinal cord.
No, not reading the actual medical report. No, how's Candace gonna the cards don't lie her way out of this.
AW used facts and logic. It's not very effective. CO used senseless babbling. No effect. CO used pickle jar. It's super effective. AW fainted.
All right. Thank you for the donation. oh, brother. Come on now. Andrew's doing a fantastic job. He's doing a great job. Look what he's up against, brothers. It says, guys, is Candace wrong? Yes. And the most devastating part of this, is he's reading the medical examiner's report. And I mean, Candace has no rebuttal for any of this because none of what Candace says is on the evidence.
Medical examiner observed a significant portion of Kirk's cervical spinal cord was traumatically absent. Mr. Kirk suffered from other severe injuries, including bilateral, apical, and posterior intercausal hemorrhages, pulmonary, apical hemorrhages, multiple disruptions to the thyroid, et cetera, et cetera. So the summary of the examination said he was shot.
Okay.
That was what they were pulling that up for.
Okay, and I'm not disputing that he could have been hit with a projectile. We're not disputing that, so I don't know why this was brought up as a fact check. Could you bring up 1102 Utah rule? Because this is an unbelievable point that you're making by saying that I am not allowed to infer off of evidence.
You can infer. I'm trying to follow the inference.
But your entire reason.
You can infer, but I'm trying to follow your inference. You know? Oh, you know, I got to give it to Andrew. Andrew is comporting himself very well. I would not be able to keep my composure when you've got this just obnoxious, shrieking, loud, just belligerent, low IQ, just me, like, oh gosh, it's like nails on a chalkboard. She's just yapping to yap, but she's not making any sense. None. Oh, well, you know, the deal, he was hit by a projectile. What kind of projectile? I don't know. The only thing I know is it definitely wasn't a 30-06. Okay, maybe like a lower caliber gun. Well, maybe. Maybe like the microphone exploded. Well, maybe. But I definitely know it, Tyler Robinson 0% did this. Guys, 0% did this. Guys, listen, I really don't think that Tyler Robinson was the guy. 0%. What evidence do you have? Well, his DNA on the gun was degraded after he left it in the woods. Okay, well, what is the inference that we make from that? Well, it's just, she's got nothing. Yeah, in chat, the Briar Wolf says maybe it was a blow dart. Maybe it was a blow dart. Oh, gosh. It was a blow dart. Yeah. Somebody chat says it was a dreidel. Well, well, there's more evidence that that it was a dreidel than Tyler Robinson was a patsy.
Like you asserted that you believe there's overwhelming evidence on the basis of what we saw in the preliminary hearing. The entire preliminary hearing was hearsay.
Yeah, I'm fine with your inferences.
No, you just literally said I couldn't do that. Yes, I can.
No, I didn't. I'm just saying from your inference, how do we get to Patsy?
This is how you got to Shooter. The Tyler Robinson did it.
No,
the same way that you got to Tyler Robinson.
Shooter from that.
Yes, you did. You again, this is something important, so we should pull up a fact check about what the 1102 Utah, and under their constitution, for the sake of a preliminary hearing, they do not have to have hard evidence. They don't have to put people on the trial, swear them in. But no, that's why the entire hearing was basically hearsay. Officer Bagley was
not
saying,
all of it, like I said.
The overwhelming majority.
Again, no dispute.
Outside of the one that you don't want to give. Please don't cut me off.
Though.
Outside of that is what's in dispute. It means that your entire brand of saying you don't have evidence falls apart when the entire preliminary hearing is based off of hearsay. In fact, Lance's testimony before they had about an hour debate. Actually, maybe it was more than an hour debate before he sat, and they said this is not going to be allowed. You wouldn't even be allowed to do this. We'd be able to cross-examine him. The questions that they're asking Lance are all leading. And what did he say? Well, I'm the magistrate under Utah Constitution. 1102. It is my job to allow all of this so we can see if the state has enough here that we can then move to a trial, which will then they would not allow this stuff. They would say we get to cross-examine Lance. Lance
but
just can't willy-nilly say.
I'm not disputing.
But the entire substance of your argument is that people can't infer off of evidence.
No,
that's what you're saying
to
me. When you say Candace,
here,
you
I'll
can't
give
talk
you the
about degraded
argument
prints, which is a fact.
Yeah, I'm not saying
and then infer
that.
off of that
Didn't say that
Tyler could have been a patsy.
You're just literally making stuff up. So here's what the position is.
Yeah, she's just yapping to yap. Like, why is Patrick Bet David? Why is he not stepping in?
I'm not making stuff up. I'm saying that I think you let's pull that up. Let's pull that up. I am doing exactly what.
Dude, shut the fuck up. You loud, obnoxious witch. Like, you have not made one reasonable, salient, sentient point in this entire debate. Not one valid, reasonable point. And Andrew is trying to explain it to you, but you can't shut your mouth long enough to just let him make his point. You're putting words in his mouth. You're lying, maybe because you're confused. You think this is part of your own show, but I mean, oh my gosh. This is tough.
What the state did. Okay. I'm looking at a piece of evidence and I am saying.
But you're not showing me how you get there.
Can you describe to the audience what Rule 1102
so
means?
this, just so everybody who's watching this at home understands what I'm saying, even if he doesn't. What Andrew is arguing is that I don't have the right to extrapolate from a fact like.
Just making it up. Just purely making it up. I'm asking based on
Andrew,
based on
can
your
I show my
inference.
evidence? You just showed yours. Reliable hearsay.
You'll get a chance.
Reliable hearsay in criminal preliminary examinations. The entire preliminary hearing that you just saw was on the basis of reliable hearsay. And what that means essentially is the people who are making the statements can just say, Patrick told me that he did this on Monday. Patrick's not here. And that is, they can allow that into the hearing. That's just because it's just meant to be probative. And so it's the state saying, here's what we have inferred. So you are allowed to take a piece of evidence and then you are allowed to infer off of that evidence. Okay. Case in point, that's a demonstration that's a demonstration of what I just did. I said the prints were the most degraded off of Tyler Robinson. And from that, what I am inferring is that it's plausible that Tyler Robinson was set up.
That doesn't, that's the point in contention.
That's not a point in contention. That's
the point in contention.
It's not a point in contention. If you're saying it's a
point,
point,
it is the point in contention.
It's not the point in contention. I'm telling you that was.
Oh my God. Oh gosh, you just won't stop talking. She just can't stop talking, man. She looks so insufferable.
What the entire hearing allowed for. So the evidence
Great,
that he is
but we're
describing,
asking you
that
now.
he is using to argue his case, is all based on inference, not fact.
Great.
What
It's
is
not fact. So they
Patrick
are
Bet David
referring
doing?
off of the facts.
Tell her to shut the fuck up.
Again, we're going to take this, and I'm just going to even grant it because it's irrelevant. I'm asking how you get to the inference that even if you dispute that piece of evidence, that means Patsy. I'm looking for the logical chain for how you get to that inference.
What I am telling you is it's the exact same way that when you tweeted, I think that this evidence is overwhelming. When they say that looks like Tyler Robinson's car, he drives a similar car, okay? They are inferring that that's Tyler Robinson.
Can you walk me through the inference so that I understand?
It's not a fact. It's not a fact. When you show a blurry image, which you kept citing that we have
I'm
images.
talking about your inference that the fingerprints, even if they're degraded, equals Patsy. How do you get that inference?
I didn't say it equals Patsy. I think it is enough evidence that it should be explored, which is exactly what this preliminary was in the inverse.
That's not in dispute. What's in dispute is when you said, I'm using this as evidence that he could have been a Patsy. I'm asking, how do you get the inference to Patsy from that?
Yeah. He's saying, could you explain your steps from like, oh, it's degraded to he's a Patsy? And to answer Andrew's question, no, she's not going to be able to do that. Because there is no line, there is no logic or evidence or line of thinking. It is merely she feels this way. It's an intuition. You know, the stars told her, the crystals spoke to her. There is no actual substance to any of this. It is merely her opinion. Her opinion that is based off of vibes.
Because what I am saying is that it shows that somebody else had more DNA presence on that gun than Tyler Robinson did. So it is plausible, which is all they're doing. They're presenting plausibility based off of the facts. Okay. It is plausible that somebody just took his gun and put it there. That's it.
Is there equally
that's how it works.
And is there equally 100 other plausible explanations?
I think that's the reason why most people are exploring when things don't make sense.
Got it.
So yes, at the beginning of that, this is how the court process works.
So
just so we're clear,
if there's
this is
100
the
other
state's evidence
plausible
and they're
explanations,
inferring.
then Candace, why is it that we should go with this idea that it was a Patsy?
I'm not saying that we should go with the idea that it was a Patsy. I am saying that there is.
I thought that was the whole defense. Your whole claim.
No,
today.
my whole claim was that there is more evidence that he is set up as a Patsy.
How does that equal evidence of Patsy?
I don't know how many times I can say this. Like I'm saying, I am using the exact same.
Oh my God. All right, Candace, explain your evidence. Oh my God. He's so unreasonable. He's so unreasonable. He's asking for evidence. Oh my God. He's mansplaining. Oh my God, evidence. It's like, it's like pulling back the curtain and, Dracula's getting hit with the sunlight. Like, Andrew's pulling back the curtain. Candace is like, no, not the light. No, not facts and evidence. No, not consistency. You go, hey, Toots. Hey, sweetheart. Could you explain to me? Could you explain to me how, his fingerprints being degraded leads to him being a Patsy? She short circuits. She has no explanation. She has nothing. And that's why this is money well spent. He's a Patsy. No, I'm not inferring that. Yeah. So she is desperately trying to, on one hand, say that the degrading fingerprints is evidence enough that, it's a Patsy. But then when he's asking her, like, okay, so that's the inference. She said, well, I'm not making that inference. I'm doing something else. Because Candace Owens is somebody that is extraordinarily low IQ, but she's loud and she speaks with confidence. And that tricks stupid people into thinking that she knows what she's doing. She's loud and she speaks with confidence. And stupid people are like, oh, well, she must know what she's talking about. This debate has put in front of everyone that no, she does not know what she's talking about. She is a moron. Now, I'm not saying in every way she's an absolute imbecile, but in this debate, in this time, she looks terrible. Absolutely terrible. And Andrew is holding her feet to the fire, and she's never really experienced that, so she doesn't know what to do. So she's just crashing out.
Mechanism that you are accepting for some reason in the Utah courtroom, right? To say, I'm going to look at the evidence and I'm going to infer an alternative theory. So you just saw the states and you're accepting it. And they have not presented any concrete facts. You listed on your own Twitter that what you found to be convincing was something that looked like his car pulled into the driveway, a blurry image.
No, I didn't.
The standard white guy coming up the steps that could literally be anyone.
This never happened.
Can we get a fact check on that? Can we pull up his tweet where he goes over
I didn't
the floor?
say that's what convinced me.
When you actually didn't say it's what convinced me, but you said this is the evidence that you found to be overwhelming, and you named, I believe, actually 5 things. I think you said it was his car. You said it was.
Well, there's multitudes of things that I find.
You just said you didn't say it,
evidence.
so we're going to get a fact check on that. You did.
Go ahead.
You said the blurry images coming up the steps. Quite literally, when Officer Bagley testified, they talk about when I'm talking about making inference. This is the most I thought was the most absurd testimony I've ever heard. And pardon me, it was actually David Hull. They asked him a question. How did you know the guy in the maroon shirt was the same as the guy that came up the stairs later that was wearing the American flag black shirt? And he said, they're wearing the same shoes.
Why is that absurd?
That's how you decided these two are the same people. Oh, wow. What a scientific. They're both wearing Converses. Okay. That's an absurd thing to say. That is not evidence that these are the same people if we're both wearing Converses. That was what he said. That's what flew on the stand.
But I still don't understand how that would be absurd. If somebody,
it's an absurd thing.
For instance, if somebody were to change their clothes but keep the same shoes on, wouldn't you utilize the shoes to try to track that person? If
The
they were changing
idea
their
that on a
clothes?
college campus, 2 people wearing this totally different outfits, but both wearing Converses can't happen is such an absurdity that I don't even need to argue that. I'm just going to let people. Why is it absurd? Just concede that point. Obviously, it's an absurd thing to say.
I'm not
I know
sure,
these are the same people because they're both wearing Converse.
Yeah, I'm not sure if in context that's what happened. But
it
even
is.
if it
You
is,
can get a fact check on it.
But even if it is, again,
And it was
if
Hull.
we're utilizing inferences, whenever we're dealing with logic and we're dealing with making a logical inference, we're going to take the entire collaboration of evidence and then we're going to make inferences from that. You would do that with any type of logical proposition. Otherwise, you could never have a true or false claim.
But you just told me I couldn't.
So
do
when
that.
that never happened. You're just making stuff up. So anyway, when we're talking about logical inferences, what I'm looking for is the logical inferences that you have that Tyler Robinson's a patsy based on the totality of evidence that you have.
We can keep going through your other evidence, but we should find this tweet where he lists the reasons that he was convinced.
So let's start with the 30-06. I think that's fine.
Your team's looking for. Do you remember how long ago that was?
The tweets of the 5. Did you delete it? Or no?
No, I
Did you
don't
delete
tweets.
Okay, cool. I just look for. He said
Unless
it
I
was his
misspell.
car. It was his. It was the car, and it was definitely the staircase photos, and it was when the trial was going on.
Okay, she has it. Perfect. If you got Skylar has it. If you want to pull it up so we can see it.
Somebody said, so give me the clear evidence right here. I want you to provide it right here. All I heard from the investigator was, we believe this to be Tyler Robinson. Is belief something you go as a fact? You wrote the car pulling in. That's a totally blurry image. Robinson getting out of it. You have no idea if that's Tyler Robinson. The fact that he is seen 4 other times on camera, the fact being just a standard white boy with brown hair was seen walking up staircase. The DNA on the roof, we should discuss that. And on the screwdriver that he left behind, it's overwhelming, man.
Yeah, but that's not an exhaustive list.
Well, just so we're clear, you did tweet it.
But it's not an exhaustive.
Yeah,
well,
but just
you
5
said
seconds ago, you should concede.
You said I only said this one thing and said that was overwhelming, actually.
That's not what I said.
It is. You can even pull
Patrick,
your own
did I
clip.
say that?
Can you fact check if that was said or not? I did not hear her say
So the
this.
thing that's funny here is we still aren't getting to any of these inferences. So
Why are you pivoting? But just say you were wrong. It's cool to just say I was wrong.
I'm not wrong. So back to the tweet aspect here. It was really funny. That's not an exhaustive list of why I find it.
I didn't say it was exhaustive. I just said you said it.
And on top of it, well, no, you didn't. You said that I only said this one thing and then said based on that it's over. Well, I didn't. You didn't mention that I mentioned the screwdriver, DNA, all these other things. You never mentioned any of that. So no, you're actually incorrect there. But on top of that, moving over to the actual
He's right. What she was trying to do there was make the claim that he was willing to make an inference based on one thing
Not
like she
once
was.
did she provide 1 ounce of any evidence to her alternative theories. Just trust me, bro.
Absolutely. Yeah, 100%. Thank you for the donation. And Heinrich says, Valhalla VFT crying on his liberal arts degree right now. Yeah. So what she was trying to do there, and she failed spectacularly. She was trying to say, well, you're making an inference too based on the car. She was focusing it on the car, saying, well, okay, well, this one thing with the car, you're making an inference that he's guilty based on that. But Andrew, with that tweet that she demanded to be pulled up, said, no, there's a series of things that all led to me coming to this conclusion. And so what Candace was trying to do was trying to make an equation between well, I believe this with the degraded DNA, and that's why I believe that he's Patsy. And you believe this one thing about the car, and you've made this inference that you think he's guilty. Now, the problem is, she basically just disproved herself. Yeah, she basically just disproved herself because Andrew, he came out and said, well, it's actually this, and this. And not only that, but Andrew said, well, that's not even the most exhaustive list. There are other things. Now, if Candace Owens were to ask him those other things, unlike Candace, Andrew would actually answer. He'd say, well, here's the evidence, here's this. Because you're dealing with two different types of people. Andrew has no problem debating his ideas, explaining his logic, how he gets from point A to point B to point C to point D. Candace Owens is an overly emotional, low IQ, and extremely vocal, bombastic individual. And people conflate being loud and being confident with them being right because they have this idea that, oh, well, if you're going to speak this confidently, well, then you have to be certain. But Candace has none of that. She doesn't have logic to go from point A to point B. She doesn't have any consistency in this. She can't articulate and explain her argumentation. She doesn't have any of that. The only thing that Candace Owens is doing is trying to say, well, I have this conclusion, and I'm working backwards from a conclusion to try to make my theory make sense. Andrew is doing the opposite. He's going from, okay, we've got all these bits of information, and then I'm coming to a conclusion. They're starting at completely opposite ends.
Well, evidence itself.
Are you?
Yes, I'm okay. Anyway, back to the evidence
you're
itself.
okay.
Yes,
Actually, I'm glad you're asserting that you're okay. I wasn't worried about your health. I'm just saying that.
Oh gosh, she's such a snarky, like a loudmouth, bombastic, snarky, just low IQ, belligerent person. It's crazy. Like the fact that people watch and listen to her is insane.
I just said you tweeted this. You said, no, I didn't. We got a fact check. And now you're like just going to gaslight me and pretend that I said.
There's no gaslighting.
It wasn't exhaustive. I never said that. I just said you did say this.
Zero gaslighting.
I didn't say you couldn't have said more, but I would like to address what you said in that tweet.
Time. If this is how you want to spend it interrogating my position, you can do it that way.
I'm just addressing what you asserted on your Twitter was like the hard evidence that convinced you was overwhelming. That's literally your debate claim. That's not what you said. That's not actually, in fact, what happened in that exchange.
How did she forget? It was like 5 minutes ago. How did she forget?
Here for it.
So what's your position here?
Yeah, so my position is that based on all of the evidence, which has been demonstrated, at least all the evidence to my knowledge, that I am actually not seeing anything that's compelling as an alternative theory. I'm not seeing anything which is convincing me of something otherwise than what the state is presenting as evidence. That's my position.
Okay.
That's what you're asking me.
So just going back to what you did actually tweet, is it fair for me to ask questions about that?
Is that the only tweet you're going to ask me about?
Well, we're addressing your claim that the evidence is overwhelming, and this is a tweet where you listed what you felt was overwhelming. I think that's fair.
But not
right? I feel like that's fair.
But not exhaustive, just so you know.
And I never said it was exhaustive.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so not exhaustive. Yeah, so she's not asking him about what he actually believes. She's trying to pin him on. Well, what she really wants to do is pin him on like one thing, but the problem is he listed multiple things and he has even more than that. Oh gosh, like this is really not going well for Candace.
No, you said I did.
Sure, whatever you want.
But yeah, so going back to that, all of that, as you say to me, well, Candace, why are you addressing and making inferences off of the testimony?
No, I never asked you why you're making inferences. I asked you how, with the inference you made, you got to the conclusion.
Okay, so I would like to know how you got to the conclusion, and I'm just going to throw it right back at you, because for some reason you permit yourself to do it, and that's...
The answer is simple. Like I said, the answer is incredibly simple. Candace Owens has a conclusion, and she's working backwards to find things to support her conclusion. So for her, seeing an inconsistency in her mind with the degrading DNA, that just bolsters the conclusion that she came to before any of the evidence. So any evidence, even though it doesn't connect, even though it doesn't make sense, she's going to use that. Andrew Wilson, on the other hand, started at the other end. He was looking for evidence And he came to the conclusion based on that evidence. So you can't convince Candace Owens she's wrong because she didn't logically come to this conclusion on her own. Meaning, it wasn't like she followed the evidence and here's where she landed. No. She had an idea, whether she was trying to enrich herself or profit off this or do whatever. She finds herself in this position and then she works backwards to try to justify her position. There's no core foundation or logical consistency in Candace Owens' position at all.
That's what I'm demonstrating, is that you permit yourself to do it. And then you say, when I do it, it's a conspiracy, right?
No.
How are you able to infer off of blurry staircase images that that is Tyler Robinson?
Yeah. So in that particular case, what you do is you take that evidence, you combine it with other evidence. So it's not just that Tyler Robinson is seen in the staircase.
Why are you calling him Tyler Robinson in the staircase? That's what I want to get to.
Yeah, because, I mean, we'll just use this. If you don't agree that that's Tyler Robinson, then you would just have to humor me. I think it is, so I'm using the name.
But why do you think it is? Because you make everybody, you call them
conspiracy theorists. That's literally what I'm
conspiracy
trying to
theorists.
explain to you.
Okay.
So if you're asking for my inference why I think it's Tyler Robinson, is because A, Tyler Robinson said in his text messages, you'll be able to see me on security footage at the campus. Said it in his own messages. On top of that, Twigs, yes, you can pull them up if you want to fact check that. He did say.
Yeah, I would. I'm sorry. I actually think I really did miss that. I'm not saying you're wrong. I don't remember him saying you're going to see me in.
I'm paraphrasing,
Can
but
we
it was
pull that
close
up?
to
Yeah,
it.
I think that's
And by the way, Twigs himself said that he
But it was pull that up.
Yeah,
if you may have it.
By the way, Twigs himself said that he had some maybe a tiny bit of doubt, but it sure looked like Tyler Robinson inside of this various surveillance footage that he saw.
So Lance, sorry,
hang on. So there's multiple reasons why it is that I believe that that's Tyler Robinson, not just because of blurry footage.
Did you have a dream? Just kidding.
No, it's because I combined.
Well, I'm not really laughing with her. I'm laughing at her because she's trying to do like a dunk and an own on him. But the fact is, that's something that she legitimately said to try to convince people that she was right.
Multitudes of evidences.
So let's address those multitude of evidences. The first one we're working on a fact check on because I do not ever remember him tweeting. That's me in the staircase. Or texting
Yeah.
that's me in the staircase. I think that I
didn't say that. I said I literally didn't. What I said is that he texted over, you'll be able to see me in footage at UVU. And I'm paraphrasing, but that's what he said.
Yeah, could we get a fact check on that? The second thing you said was Lance's testimony, and actually what Lance says is, I'm not 100%.
I agree.
But in terms of what he wears, again, me pointing out the absurdity, he wears Converses, he wears sneakers. If his boyfriend is not 100%, I'd like to understand why Andrew Wilson is overwhelmed by it. That's what I'm trying to get to. And lastly, I would like to remind you that Lance's statement would not be permitted. This was a huge part of the preliminary hearing, that they were leading. All the questions that were asked of him were leading, so they would be struck down at the actual trial. And also, I would like to remind you that he got use immunity for that. Use immunity.
I understand.
Which means like...
That happens, by the way, all the time in these cases.
And I'm wondering why it particularly happened for Lance in this testimony. And I would also like to point out that something that's remarkable about this, again, leaning to my perspective, that Lance has a lot more, which I have said many times, Lance has a lot more involvement than the feds are letting us know. I think more is going to come out because they interviewed him on September 11th. And then for whatever reason, just ahead of what was supposed to be slated as the preliminary hearing, which was initially supposed to be in May, they bring him back to do this interview, which in my opinion should have never been allowed. And I actually agree with the defense that it's a violation of his constitutional rights not to allow them to have cross-examined him. But I understand Utah 1102, do what you do. It's all hearsay. But to allow it in that way for him to just be able to also have use immunity, knowing that he's not going to get in trouble. He could literally get up there and lie about anything and he's not gonna get in trouble because the use immunity was given to him in April, I believe. April 28th is when they gave that testimony to the defense. I think they shot it in like April 20th of 2026. That is not compelling to me for somebody who has use immunity to give a testimony and to say, I'm not really sure, but definitely like he wears jeans and stuff.
That's not what he said.
He did. Actually, you can get a fact check on that.
Yeah, that's
Skyler,
not,
I think
he said much more than that.
So a couple things we have. We have Rule 801, Tyler's messages, that says it's not hearsay. But first, go to what can.
Is this somebody asked, is this the debate? Is this 2 times speed? No, this is not 2 times speed. This is only 1.25 speed. So this is very slightly faster, only for the sake of time. But I don't think anyone would mistake it for 2 times speed. 2 times speed is. Let me show you what 2 times speed is.
Candace is asking about Skyler. I think you have it. You just text me if you want to pull it up. You said you have the text. If we can put that up on the screen. Thank you.
Yeah. No. This is 1.25. But yeah, we're watching and we're reacting to the debate because I think this is, yeah. She's making a joke about how fast she talks. No, I completely understand. She does talk like she's on speed. I do get it. I get it. We're a little slow around here, but we eventually get to the we eventually get to the finish line. But yeah, she is pretty insufferable. And man, I agree that Patrick Bet-David is not a great mod. I don't think he was the worst, but by no means was he very good. Okay. I think that Joe Rogan would have been such a better mod. It's unbelievable. But I understand why Candace Owens wouldn't want Joe Rogan, because her humiliation and dismantling in this debate would have been seen by more people. And the fact is that Candace Owens wanted this on her channel because she wanted more of the money. That's what she wanted.
It was me. Look at the pictures from the surveillance footage. It was me. Okay. I literally said to you, it's not an oof. I said I didn't remember this. And I'm happy to have a fact check on that. Okay. I didn't call for the fact check saying you're wrong. I literally said I don't remember that. From
well,
the
I'm just saying to you, like, I'm trying to be concise for you.
And then also bring the 801 that you just said. What was the other one?
Yep. The 801. Tyler messages saying it's not hearsay, if you have that as well. There you go.
Wait, what are we saying? It's not hearsay.
Statements that are not hearsay. A statement that meets the following conditions is not hearsay.
It was hearsay. They said it in the trial.
Hang on.
Okay.
Is consistent with the declarant's testimony and the declarant denies having made the statement or has forgotten, or is consistent with the declarant's testimony and is offered to rebut express implied charge that the declarant recently fabricated or acted in recent improper influence or motive in testifying. So then wouldn't that mean that a bunch of this wasn't hearsay?
So the issue with his
I just want to make sure. Yeah. Would that mean that a bunch of this wasn't hearsay?
So the opposing party, which down the line, like I said, they talked about this for about an hour and a half, and they discussed how if Lance was in court and he was giving his first party, giving his testimony as the opposing party, whatever, all of this would be fine. They had an issue with how the questions were being asked and that they were not allowed to cross-examine him. Mm-hmm. So that is why his video testimony would not be accepted in the main trial. And what I said to you is this entire preliminary hearing is under Utah's 1102. So they are allowed to just use hearsay. And
no,
so
you didn't say that. You said most of it was hearsay, actually.
Yeah,
the overwhelming majority.
Well, I mean, I'm leaning now into my opinion that some scientific aspects, which they kept asserting, like the federal rule 403 or 402, some of those parts were quite
Sounds
scientific.
like you're backtracking quite a bit.
No, I'm not backtracking at all. What do you feel? Let me help you. Where do you feel I'm backtracking?
She's backtracking.
It literally was done under Utah's 1102.
Yeah, nobody disputed that.
Okay.
What the dispute was is whether or not most of it was overwhelmingly hearsay.
Yes,
is that the case?
It was. Yes,
okay.
that's a fact. I'm not backtracking on
and
that
what
at all.
Are the things
How many times did you, if you watch the preliminary hearing, it's like they constantly, I'm 1102, 1102, 1102, 1102, 1102. And the reason for that is because it's allowed. I'm not saying it's illegal. It's allowed at this stage, but I'm just reminding you that when you're going to sit across from someone and your claim is going to be, where is your hard evidence? This is what I heard and I agree with what I'm watching. You are watching the state put on a hearsay preliminary hearing. And all of those things are not going to be allowed, right? Even when they got into witness statements and things of that nature. There's a reason why they swear you in and they say, you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth. Did you, write this statement? So it's the overwhelming majority of what you saw was hearsay because other people were representing other people's statements. They were saying they had conversations. We don't know where it came from, all allowed at the stage. Okay. But it's hearsay. So
but even a lot of that stuff may not fall under hearsay under what we just read, right?
But the evidence that you're speaking about, like when you say that we're going off vibes, you don't know Tyler Robinson, okay? His boyfriend is not 100% it was him. So I'm going back to your point that you made that this was overwhelming evidence for you. That doesn't make sense to me.
Well, overwhelming just means
you can't consider another option that there could have been another white guy wearing Converses on campus?
Yeah, do you agree with me that I said that what overwhelming means to me is that it's just very convincing to me?
Yeah, and I find it to be completely unconvincing.
And that's fair. I understand that
I looked at those blurry photos that they presented and said, your statement on right now is that he's wearing Converses and he also that's just crazy.
But these aren't the evidences that I find the most convincing.
Well, you said that in your Twitter.
That's not the only thing I've ever said on my Twitter about.
Oh my gosh. So she's really harping on the Converse thing, which by the way, is not that unreasonable. If you're looking for somebody that changed their clothes but their shoes are exactly the same, I'm not saying that that's the only thing that you could go on. But it is one of the things that you could reasonably go on. But she's trying to hinge everything on one thing because she has hinged everything on one thing. Like, for Candace Owens, she has a series of individual things that don't connect that are based on, she's come up with a conclusion and she's found disjointed things that she's desperately trying to link together to make a narrative. Andrew has done the opposite. I've said this before, but Andrew has done the opposite. He's looked at the evidence, it's been overwhelming, and he came to a conclusion. And she hates that, and she's trying to make his position seem as unreasonable and crazy as hers. That's currently what she's doing. That's all she's doing. Trying to make his position seem as just completely thoughtless as hers is. That's what she's doing.
About this case.
Right, but the question that was asked of you was pretty direct.
Yeah.
Right? What did you find
this
to
is
be...
not an exhaustive list of all the things that I find
that's not what you said
convincing.
in the tweet. You can tweet longer, too. It's not like we're limited now to 240 characters anymore.
So anything that I tweet and all other tweets that I've ever made are now excluded because I used the word overwhelming in this one.
Well,
even though all of this information I've said so publicly over and over and over again is what informs my position for why I'm convinced on the case. That's bizarre to me.
I feel like this is Andrew versus Andrew. Somebody asked you a question. What are the points that you find to be the most overwhelming? And you answered.
You mean from that particular day of the hearing that I was responding to?
Okay, is this something you find to be more overwhelming? Let me ask that question.
Yes,
okay,
that's what I was saying.
Okay,
Yes.
go on. What do you find to be more overwhelming?
Yeah.
Can we do this? Do we want to get into it, or do we want to do a quick ad break? Are you guys good to keep going, or
I'm fine to keep going, but we can
would
also.
you like to take a quick break?
Doesn't
or
matter to me either
If
way.
we're going into a different topic, that may be another 30 minutes, 40 minutes. I don't want to stop you guys in the middle of it.
Let's
So
end
what
on
would you
what
like
you
to
find
do?
to be more overwhelming.
Yeah. So for me, it's the confessions, the text messages, all of that is what I consider to be, from my opinion, that's the most convincing for me.
Okay, we should discuss the text message confessions when we get back, if you'd like to.
Okay.
That's a good idea. Folks, we're going to take a quick ad break. We will be back in 3.5 minutes. Thank you.
All right, you guys, for nearly 2,000 years, Christians have lived continuously in a small village just outside of Jerusalem called Taipei. They remained through the Roman Empire, the Crusades, the Ottoman Empire, and countless changes of power. Today, that Christian presence is in serious danger. One father in the West Bank put it simply. He said, quote, "I don't want to leave. My family is buried here. My church is here." In Taipei, the church is more than a place of worship. It's a school, a medical clinic, a food distribution center, and a safe gathering place for families. When the church can no longer serve the community, families begin to leave, and a living Christian presence in the Holy Land begins to disappear. But you can help. Just $35 provides a full day of protection and support for vulnerable Christian families, and $83 a month can help sustain that protection throughout the month. I support the Vulnerable People Project because 93% of every donated dollar goes directly toward protection.
So, yeah, let's interrupt the debate to do an ad break. Oh, man. I thought the quartering was a shameless grifter. Man. Hey, guys. Oh, man. Yeah, guys. Let's interrupt the debate to try to sell you a bunch of stuff. You know? Hey, guys. Now is a good time for an ad break. Oh, gosh. That is so embarrassing. That's so unbelievably embarrassing. I wish this was on Joe Rogan. That's why she wanted to do it. Yeah, so she could put in more ad breaks. More ad breaks. That's what we need. You know? Speaking of which, ladies and gentlemen, this program is brought to you by today's sponsor. Let's do a little bit of an ad break ourselves. Tactical Templar tampons. Made from the highest quality cotton picked by genuine black people in the South. You will never find the level of quality in these tampons than with Tactical Templar tampons. Get this box for only $59.95. Plus tax and shipping. Different rates may apply. Do you have a woman in your life that's particularly difficult, particularly troublesome? You call her a bloody axe wound? Well, now we got the solution for you. Brothers, Tactical Templar tampons will plug up any hole, bullet hole, and any other hole. She's bleeding from her wherever. Tactical Templar tampons, only $59.99 a box. Usually it's on sale right now for $29.95. You get it? What a steal. What a steal. The ladies in your life will say, thank you, wow. I didn't know what I was missing. All this time I had regular tampons, but now that I have tactical Templar tampons, wow, everything is just so much better. Wow, I didn't know it could be this good. That's right, brothers. You got to tightly plug all those holes. And also, this video is also brought to you by the Tactical Templar plushie. That's right. Faithful, fluffy, and ferocious. Only $59.99. That's right. throw the Tactical plushie. Throw it at your enemies. We have a tactical weighted system inside to do maximal damage to intruders. Throw the Tactical plushie and make sure that you're... there's a weight inside. All right. And then the ad reads are over. We're done with the ad reads. Oh man. Available in a boys' restroom. Yeah, that's right. Well, guys, thankfully all those products are not real. You know, nobody would buy those. But I mean, come on, doing an ad read when you've been paid. Oh gosh. Are we still waiting? Oh my gosh.
One of these pillars might have to be
said that. Let's go back into the text conversation you were having, right?
Okay.
Let's stay there, and then we'll go into the cross-examination stuff in about 30 minutes.
Okay, that sounds fair. Okay, so yeah, I used basically 3 pillars for the totality of the evidence. Okay, so if you want to know exactly what those 3 pillars are, this is going to be the
wow.
Shoes plus prints plus DNA plus video plus texts plus online messages plus unique/rare heirloom family pew pew plus car plus lack of alibi equals guilty. Shoes does not equal Patsy.
Yeah, you know, that's a very good point. Thank you, Heinrich. Yeah, and Heinrich is not a huge fan of Andrew Wilson, but he's out here defending Andrew because Andrew's making sense. And we also got Yannicka, a member for 13 months. Sent you another ad on X. Well, thank you, brother. I appreciate it. I appreciate the support. Guys, the support is overwhelming. Thank you guys so much. I cannot even begin to thank you guys. It's just it's overwhelming, beyond overwhelming. I don't even know what to say. Other than God is good. You know, I'm not here by my own I'm not here by my own works. I'm here by the grace of God, and I thank each and every one of you for helping to contribute to help me and to help the channel and to allow me to do what I do. I cannot even begin to thank you guys enough. And I don't want any of you to ever feel like I don't appreciate the donations or take them for granted. I don't, and I never will. So thank you from the bottom of my heart. I appreciate every bit of it. And yeah, we're gonna continue on watching Candace Owens make a complete and total fool out of herself.
testimony with the text messages and the confessions. This is going to be the physical evidence, and this is going to be the totality of the summary of the case. Okay, so right now we're focusing on one of these pillars in my defense, which is fine. I understand that I have to defend my claims as well. So when we're talking about the messages themselves, they seem totally valid. I have no idea why they wouldn't be valid. And I have not heard any good explanation for why it is that these messages should even be questioned. The defense hasn't questioned them, as far as I'm aware. Nobody has actually questioned that these messages came from Robinson to date, except perhaps you and other people who are kind of in that camp. But why should I question these exactly? I'm not sure.
Okay, so first let's just go over legally what the point is of a probative hearing. The defense is not putting on, they're not there to say or to argue or to defend themselves at all. They have to address what is being presented by the state, okay? So they're not here to then say, let me give you an explanation for these text messages.
Agreed.
The relevant portion of what the defense did do was actually before we got to the preliminary hearing. I had mentioned that it was initially supposed to be scheduled for some time in May. They asked for an extension. That reading through those filings of why they were requesting an extension and why I actually believe their extension should have been granted because they did not receive discovery on their text messages. That was one of the reasons. There were many reasons why they wanted to have an extension, but this was crucial, right? So forget just the general sense that
that has nothing to do with what he asked. Nothing to do with what he asked. Seriously. Not a single thing to do with what he asked.
These messages feel off, and yes, you are allowed to have an intuition, you are allowed to have a sense and just go, this is
an
very
intuition!
Weird.
She admitted it's an intuition. Charlie Kirk came as a Force ghost and told her an intuition. So I'm allowed to have an intuition. Essentially, I have come to a conclusion, and this would be inconvenient. I says, I couldn't make it through this debate yet. She's such an asshole. Good luck. I'll leave a like. Thank you, Primark. I appreciate you being here, brother. I appreciate you making it for as long as you did, okay? What a soldier, what a trooper. But we're going to make it to the end. We're going to soldier on. We're going to soldier on. But thank you. I appreciate it, brother. And I appreciate your support.
We're being told this kid had like above a 4.0, Tyler Robinson. He wanted to get away. I mean, the text messages almost run head to head with themselves. Like he wanted to get away with it. So he thought the best thing to do would be to text a full confession of what he did down to what I didn't even remember, saying, yeah, and that's also me in the surveillance footage. It felt a little too on the nose. People have common sense. You just don't text message. But then we're also supposed to believe that he put a note under because and burn this and get rid of the evidence. But don't worry about that because I'm about to text you a full confession. That it felt off. It felt weird off the bat. The manner in which they were texting, we're told he's like a gamer who's using a Dremel to carve expressions, catch fascist. But then suddenly he's writing like a 1700
also as a Helldivers
novelist.
Player, he did actually get the 500K code correct.
Yeah, I'm not a gamer, so we'll say that.
Let's go. Andrew Wilson plays Helldivers? I didn't know that. Andrew Wilson. Hey, you guys, do you know what the 500 kg bomb code is? I do. I'm going to put it in chat. We got up, left, or up, right, down, down, down. Up, right, down, down, down. That is the 500 kg bomb code for Helldivers. Absolutely based at Andrew Wilson. No, and she's like, I don't play video games. No, you just make up lies about your so-called friend and try to tear down his organization and tear down his wife and tear down his family and try to profit off of his misfortune. It says, I can do that by muscle memory. That's right. Up, right, down, down, down. Yeah, that's right.
We start debating that, you'll be way over my head.
But yes,
but my point being is just that, just first, it's a general sense of why people had a reaction to these messages that seemed like they were written by Jane Austen rather than like a kid who games and writes catch
but you see how
fascist.
that's intuition?
That is, I just said that. I said just parking aside the intuition of just something feels wrong here, which you should follow your intuition. You should actually do that. If you say the COVID vaccine is running out, feels like it's coming out too fast, and there's too many celebrities telling me to do it, I'd like to take a pause. That's good. That is, you are allowed to do that. I believe in intuition.
But hang on. Let me respond a little bit here because you've been going for a minute. Let me at least respond to a little bit of this. So the first thing is like when people bring up the COVID vaccine, not trusting the COVID vaccine en masse was the science. That wasn't just intuition. That was the science. There was tons of competing science. Now they try to suppress it. That's true. But there was tons of competing science for why you shouldn't take a risky mRNA vaccine and masks and things like this.
Kept telling us was
now, when you're talking about intuition, though, when you say trust your intuition, I'm actually giving a different message. You actually should be very wary about trusting just your intuition. It is true that intuition can be useful, but it has to be tempered with logic, reason, explanatory power, and evidence, not just intuition.
That's why we're parking it aside. Intuition is the first step. Something feels off, right?
Okay.
That was my first step with COVID. I don't like the way it's being pushed. It shouldn't require a celebrity campaign, by the way. Another element of that is why people don't feel good about the Charlie thing. Why do we have so many influencers saying things? It's over. Why are you guys all using the same adjective? Can you switch it up? I'm overwhelmed. Like, chill. Like, you could say, I found some
Kind of
parts
like
compelling. I think they should go.
Like
I found some parts compelling. Maybe we should, see at the trial. That would be kind of.
Don't you think Fed slop's a buzzword for the counter industry?
Of course it is.
Don't speak the old words to me. Up, up, down, down, left, right, right. B, A, start.
That's the old that's the ancient code. That's the words of that's the language of the ancients. In the before time, when there wasn't any DRM or DLC in video games, in the before times, when you couldn't buy extra lives for $1.99, there was the cheat code. Yeah, absolutely awesome. Thank you, my friend. That was good. Thank you for the donation. I appreciate the support. Oh man, that's right. Up, up, down, down, left, right, A, B, start. Yeah, that's the old. It's an older code, sir, but it checks out.
Everyone on the same day of watching this trial, which was, I would say, not overwhelming at all. Nobody came in medium, right? No one came in like there were some interesting aspects. This was a little suspect, but I do think it's enough to go to trial. They all came in like they were passing away and we're going to die from being overwhelmed.
Well, they're trusting their intuition.
Okay, well, actually, in that scenario, they're looking at the preliminary hearing and have a reaction to it. It wasn't their intuition. But like I said, parking aside, just getting to the substance, parking that aside, just your general intuition, sometimes might be second messages. Then we look at the filings, which came from the defense, and they were requesting an extension saying, we have gone to the prosecution and we have requested all of this stuff in discovery. Yes, you are saying that you took Lance's phone, okay, and that you collected his phone on September 11th and that you sent it off or whatever. You took a picture of the text messages and we are being given these text messages to review. Crucially, Kathy Nestor said, I have not even been given access to my client's phone during this hearing. She said, I haven't even been access to my client's phone. She can't tell you, as a part of the discovery request, it's not enough to say to me, Candace, I just got a text message from Candace. And I say, I didn't send that text message. Maybe that's what her client's saying. We don't know because we're not at the trial, right? Maybe he didn't send those messages. Could there be someone who logged into his Discord? Could there be someone who logged in to his Apple? George could be sending text messages right now. We are married. He has every login that I have. And remember, he's up for a death sentence. So if I'm able to sow reasonable doubt with common sense, he may come during the trial and when they actually have to address these points, say, I did not write those messages. I was here. Lance, my boyfriend, was logged into my phone, logged into my Apple ID and my iCloud sending messages. I know that we have the capability because my husband does it. He has the capability to send messages from my phone. It is not convincing.
So, but you have no evidence for this at all. At all. None. So on one hand, we have text messages that seem like they are from Tyler Robinson. Are we 100% sure? No, but we're pretty much 80 to 85% sure that those are from Tyler Robinson. Versus you that say, well, there's 0% evidence that these are not from Tyler Robinson, but I have my gut and my intuition that, yes, is connected to the money that I'm making and the audience that I've built and the conspirators that follow me. But you should definitely believe my 0% over the 80 to 85% based on what? Based on what? What is the compelling evidence? I haven't seen anything.
Convincing to the public. When, for whatever reason, the FBI combined with the SBI, it was not the prosecution's fault. They made that clear during that hearing, would not allow them that discovery request to be able to see where did that message come from? Because you're saying my client was here, right? I want to know if that message actually was generated from his iPhone when he was waiting to retrieve his, rifle, hoping that the pooch doesn't have a bad sniffer, like just weird messages. I want to make sure that, yes, it was actually him. He was holding his phone and his boyfriend didn't just log in to his computer when he was home. Lance was his boyfriend. That is a crucial fact here. That discovery was not met by the time we got to preliminary hearing. So I remain unconvinced by these text messages. Just as you feel convinced by them, I feel unconvinced by them.
Okay. So then the idea here is the reason that you don't think that these are valid text messages, and you don't, right?
It has not been proven that these messages are valid, and they don't sound valid to me. I don't think anyone, even if someone was selling like a I don't know, pot on the corner would be smarter than to write a full-fledged confession. He even writes, I thought I would get away with it, and I was hoping never to tell you until old age. And then we're being told that he wanted to commit suicide. And okay, but he just said he wanted to get away with it, but he's not smart enough to, I don't know, maybe not text it's such a confession like we've never seen. I think this would be like the first time ever somebody has start to finish written an entire, I'm in the surveillance footage and I'm here and I'm wearing my Converse, I'm being a little facetious here, but it was a little ridiculous. It didn't pass a sniff test for me.
You have kids. And you love them more than anything.
I do.
If it was the case that you thought that your kid was innocent, wouldn't you be out telling everybody and their brother that you thought that they were innocent? And also, wouldn't you maybe recant and say, hey, he didn't actually confess to me. None of this happened the way that the state is presenting it. What would have prevented the parents from testifying?
Well, two things I can answer that. And if you
damn. Yeah. So what would have prevented the parents from coming and saying that my child is innocent? My child didn't do this. My child didn't. Why are you accusing my baby? No, they didn't do that, though.
Watch my show. I keep telling you it's not vibes. So right after the shooting happened, Lance Twiggs, the FBI put him into a safe house they paid for. They went to the parents as well, to Matt Robinson and Amber, basically said, your life's at risk. There could be somebody who jumps up and wants to avenge Charlie Kirk. And, we're going to watch you. And they went into a federal safe house. What happened next is that they started thinking that the feds were maybe going to, maybe not as honest as they thought. And
how do you know any of that?
So you gotta watch the show, right?
Yeah, no, how do you know that?
I had a source within the Robinson family.
You have a source, an anonymous source, of course. So there's no way for us to verify that what you're saying right now is actually even true.
Do you find it to be reliable hearsay?
No, I don't find it to be reliable at all. It's just a source.
I'm just doing what the
what you're
prosecution
doing
did.
is a cool story.
It's not cool. You must have hated watching the preliminary hearing.
You're giving us a cool story. You're saying that according to your sources, that the reason that the parents haven't recanted any of this.
Recanted what? They have no statement from the parents.
Wait, I just want to make sure that if it was the case, it was being reported in mainstream media that your father came to you and said, hey, is this you? What's going on here? And then he and one of his buddies took you in where you turned yourself in. You wouldn't go out and be like, no, that's not what happened.
That isn't what happened, though. You're just wrong on this.
Okay, maybe I'm paraphrasing. What am I wrong on?
So what is just so I'm clear, where is your evidence that the parents turned him in?
Well, no, I didn't say that.
You said there's the mainstream media?
I said with a sheriff friend.
Yes.
But the father did confront him.
The father confronted what?
Tyler Robinson.
And where did you learn this? That the Tyler
confronted
confronted
that's part
him?
of the official documents. Our fact checkers can pull that up. But yes.
But I'm saying, when you say official documents, do you mean you saw this on CNN or you saw this play out in the hearing?
No, this was one of the things that I went through in fact check pre-debate.
Are you talking about the charging documents?
I think it could have been in the charging documents, but we can pull them up.
No.
And yes, are you disputing this?
Do we have that in the back to pull it up?
I can already tell you what you're talking about, the charging documents, because this is where we had to figure out where this story came from, because everyone was operating on the assumption that Matt Robinson turned him in. Until we got to the preliminary hearing and we understood, like I said, even for that, when you are charging someone, you can use hearsay. It's all probative, right?
Sure.
Nothing. So they didn't have statements. It's not like Matt Robinson, even though he was interviewed that night. Amber Robinson was interviewed that night by a Fed, separate rooms. Tyler Robinson was interviewed by a Fed. They did not produce statements saying, my son did this. I believe my son did this. But what happened was they did interviews. But also the crucial person here who you just brought up is Mike Mitchell. Mike Mitchell is the biggest unknown in this entire case. Everyone keeps saying they heard from Mike Mitchell this, they heard from Mike Mitchell that. So when the person wrote up the report that night, and it was Brian Davis who wrote up what became the charging document, after they transported Tyler Robinson from the Washington Sheriff's County office up to, I think it's Salt Lake City. I think it was 4 a.m. in the morning that they got up there. He then writes the what becomes a charging document. So he's basically saying, we all spoke to a bunch of people and here's the information that we got, right? We've not seen that. So it could have come from Mike Mitchell. Mike Mitchell could be saying,
I don't know how this negates the point, though.
Why wouldn't the negates the point, because you don't have a statement from the parents. You are going.
Why wouldn't they just correct the
it's not correcting.
misinformation?
It doesn't negate the point. The point is that we now got the preliminary hearing. If the parents were the ones who said, I'm turning my son in because he's guilty.
I didn't say they turned him
in. I think you're talking about you said it's been the narrative. Everybody's known this. The narrative initially, which I think you agree with, was that, Matt Robinson knew his kid was guilty and turned him into the police station. What actually happened in terms of Sheriff Brooksby, who was present there and gave a press conference, what happened was this Mike Mitchell character essentially peer pressured him, and we can get a fact check on this. We can find Sheriff Brooksby's press conference. And he said, they know it's you and you're going to come in peaceably, or people are going to be banging down your door. He was a undercover cop, which I don't like that. I don't know what he did undercover. It's very hard to find anything about Mike Mitchell, but he worked with them for 20 plus years, the police officers. The reason why Tyler Robinson knew him was because he lived nearby and he was also his Boy Scout
How
leader.
does this negate that the parents could write this second? And by the way, if you had
I'm
the
going to
evidence,
address that point. I'm just saying that your first point, which is that the parents did this.
Yeah.
We don't know that the parents.
I didn't say that they did ever. Never
Well,
happened.
you're quoting the parents as having said. You said that Matt Robinson said that his kid was. Did you say involved? I don't want to misquote you.
Confronted him about it.
Confronted him.
Yes.
And I'm telling you that we have not seen any evidence that that is true.
We can fact check that.
Okay.
Because we do have evidence.
And I'm saying it's the charging doc, which.
So, Andrew has evidence in the charging documents. They say that Tyler Robinson's father did confront him. Candace is saying that's not true. Candace has no evidence to back it up, other than an anonymous family member told me so. And Andrew has documents from the case. Just laying that out.
Could have been derived from a statement Mike Mitchell said.
Two things I have ready in the back. One is the charging doc, and the other one is a video of Kathy Nestor saying she hasn't seen Tyler's phone.
Okay, we can run Kathy to go back, and then just to go backwards to Kathy first in court saying she didn't get her client's phone. Yeah, and then I think we'll go to the. If you're okay with that?
Thing not in dispute. These are all things that I'm not even disputing.
Okay, so we don't show it.
We never get to the thing that I am disputing.
Well, I was just providing an answer. We were coming back in from a break because you were talking about the text messages, something that you felt was concrete. So it was just my rebuttal to you that it's not concrete because they haven't had a chance to actually answer that, and she didn't even get to see your client's phone. So that's effectively, again, the state saying these messages are real. You don't get the discovery on these messages just yet. She will during trial. They will actually get
Don't you think
messages.
that would make their case fall apart if it was the case that they weren't able to actually pull the data off the text messages? Do you think the prosecution would go to court with fabricated text messages?
It's called winners and losers. They may not be fabricated, but by the way, as what they are saying.
Oh gosh. Oh,
like I said, if there was somebody logged into his phone, they may not be fabricated. That's the point.
So let's get to the
they just could be somebody else.
The parents fact check.
So I was saying, right? I believe what you're talking about was derived from the charging doc, which was signed off by Brian Davis. Let's see if that's correct.
Okay.
What are we looking at?
Robinson's mother explained that over the last year or so, I'm sorry.
Can you zoom in a little bit?
Is this the charging doc?
I can't see it. Robinson's father reported that when his wife showed him the surveillance image of the suspected shooter in the news, he agreed that it looked like their son. He also believed that the rifle that police suspected the shooter used matched the rifle that was given to his son as a gift. As a result, Robinson's father contacted his son and asked him to send a photo of the rifle, which makes sense with the text messages. Robinson did not respond. However, Robinson's father spoke on the phone with Robinson. Robinson implied he planned to take his own life. Robinson's parents were able to convince him to meet at their home.
Yes. So this is proving my point. This is from the charging document, correct? Yeah. So what I'm saying to you is that 3 people got interviewed on that night. Mike Mitchell got interviewed, Amber Robinson got interviewed, and Matt Robinson got interviewed. Of the 3 of them, only one of them actually wrote a statement, which was referred to in this preliminary trial. He came in, I believe, in March, Mike Mitchell, and he wrote a statement, which I find to be very shady that they decided to bring.
But why aren't the parents disputing that?
No. Well, first off,
that's the question
First
I've
off,
been
the
asking.
parents are not going to ever play in court, play to the cameras in court when they have a legal team that is going to be advising them not to speak to the court because your son could.
Yeah, no, that is retarded, Candace. If you are being accused of accusing your son of a crime and you didn't do that, you absolutely would testify that you didn't do that. Candace, like, what are we doing here? If you were accused of, like, for example, somebody in chat, if your mother was on trial for murder, and one of the bits of evidence was you had made a statement that you had turned your mom in and that, you knew that she was guilty, but you never said that, there's nothing on earth that would keep you from speaking up. No lawyer in the world would keep you from telling the truth. You absolutely would make clear, hey, I never said this. You're lying. You would never, ever, ever allow that to go through.
You could go to prison
but
forever.
They're playing to somebody else who's your source?
I'm not going to address that.
They're playing to someone else who's your source, but won't go publicly tell the media this is not true?
Well, what I did not say to you that I just said I have a source, so I want to be very clear, and take it from somebody who was involved and permanently sued. When I have to take my lawyer's advice, I mean, there's so many things that I want to respond to when people are speaking about.
Yeah, but it's bizarre that they would utilize a source which would get the information to you, but wouldn't just go to the media and be like, actually, that's all wrong.
I am telling you that you would nary find a lawyer who would advise you to go to the media. and
these
speak.
this mother,
especially when your son
if I thought that my kid
was up for death.
If I thought that my kid was in any way, shape, or form going to be up, you couldn't shut me up. Or my wife, she would be like, "That's not true. That's ridiculous. There's no possible. That never happened. These people are lying through their teeth. They'd be public whether you like it or not."
Yeah, that's for you and your wife. But when a judge issues a gag order,
no, it doesn't matter gag order or not. They're not going. No, that's bullshit, Candace, and you know it. You know that's bullshit.
in a case and your son is up for death and your lawyers could be advising you that if you say anything you could blow the case, you would have a more responsible consideration.
I see.
And we're speaking opinion here. You're like, well, I wouldn't care. I'd violate it and I'd violate the judge's orders and see what happened.
If you have a source, it seems like they're violating it with them.
I'm not speaking to a source, but what I am saying to you is speaking just relevant to what this is. We have not seen any proof that statement that is included in this charging document. I think it is highly likely on the basis of the preliminary hearing that all came from Mike Mitchell. And Mike Mitchell would be a part. He's
based
saying,
on the statements of
it's him saying the parents told me this. The parents could dispute that. That's going to come down the line, right? They're going to be able to see the parents. I will say this, putting together context clues. If the state had it on, 100% certainty that Matt Robinson and Amber Robinson said it, a 5-day preliminary hearing would be a good time to say we have enough evidence. And I can tell you why Matt Robinson made this statement, and here is his statement that he signed. That would have been a good time to present that evidence.
That would also be a good time for the defense to say this is totally fabricated.
No, it's not. It's the wrong time.
Why couldn't they?
That is completely the wrong time.
Why couldn't they?
Because what they're doing is they already said they didn't receive.
Yeah. No, that'd be the worst time to say, hey, this evidence doesn't stand up. There's a reason why nobody from the defense is taking any advice from Candace Owens or her team. There's a reason why that's the case. Because this is just incoherent nonsense.
Discovery. They literally can't. They literally can't because they can't. They did not receive
discovery. You're saying that
discovery.
they didn't receive that information?
No. They just received the text messages. But in order to...
That's not the text messages.
The probative information.
Yeah, we're talking about the information that we just reviewed. That's not the text messages.
They never presented it. The state never put it on.
Yeah, they didn't. The defense could easily still have presented this. Yeah.
No.
They could have said they're
no.
They're not allowed to. Are you sure?
In a preliminary hearing, the defense is engaging with whatever evidence the state decides to put on. They did not put this on as evidence. Brian Davis was up there.
So they're not allowed to present anything?
They're responding to the state's
evidence. I'm asking,
evidence.
are they allowed to present anything?
They are allowed to say...
Like if there was a conspiracy that they could prove right then and there, would they present that in one of these hearings?
No, it wouldn't be the right time for that.
I disagree. I think that they not only could do it, but they would do it. In fact, when I talked in depth with my attorney, they said that's exactly, if you had actual evidence that there was fabrications by the feds, that's exactly when you would introduce that.
So when in the document that they filed yesterday or a couple of days ago, the appropriate, like what you're doing at this stage of the hearing is the state is saying we have enough evidence that we think this needs to go forth with the trial. Hence the reason that there's this extraordinary, we allow hearsay because it doesn't really need to be perfect. It can be enough that we feel like we can move forward, right? And okay, I disagree with that in general when somebody's rotting in prison, but whatever. The next phase is for them to meet in court and for the defense to essentially present an argument to the state that says, we find this filing to be defective in and of itself. We don't even have to defend ourselves because you, the state, have enough, you know what the laws are on the books, and this filing is defective and you should get rid of these charges because they don't make sense based on what you can decide based on a law on the books. So then that's why they then file the dismissal, right? So in the dismissal, what they're doing is they are engaging, and this is what was widely misinterpreted.
Well, yeah, they're engaging as though, as it's a hypothetical. If this is hypothetically true, then
so they're saying all of these charges.
I'm not disputing any of that.
So that's what you're asking why you're saying, could they just
what I'm asking specifically is like, who could shut parents up who are like, no way. There's no possible. This never happened. This is ridiculous. They would be shouting it on CNN. They would be shouting.
He's right. He's right. And Candace knows he's right, but she just doesn't want to admit it.
From the rooftops, they would be losing their minds. And you're like, nope, the gag order would be enough to keep them quiet. Not enough for them to talk to your source, but enough to keep them quiet. I think that's quite ridiculous. But I'll even concede this whole point to you. Let's just say maybe this was misconstrued. Right? If there's a little bit of reason to doubt it because we're still waiting for the evidence for trial. If that's the case, then why not take the same standard for the evidence that you present? You're just waiting for trial.
Well, you didn't do that.
Wait a second.
We're here.
Wait a second. I just want to make sure that I got this right. That's your argument to me, right?
My argument to you is what?
Your argument to me is that, hey, wait a second, Andrew. There's not enough here that convinces me. Right?
Well, that's actually my rebuttal to you, is that you are saying, why are people engaging in what you term to be
Oh man, she got obliterated. Andrew is very, very good. I like his style. I really do. I like his style a lot. He's like, so wait a minute. So couldn't this be applied to you? Well, no. You have to understand. When I do it, get out of here.
conspiracy theories.
No.
I term it to be thinking. They're just thinking because they're recognizing there are a lot of holes in these stories and that this is not strong evidence, right? This is the reason they're doing it. I'm explaining to you, this is the reason that they're doing it. I'm addressing what you view to be overwhelming evidence. And by the way, I want to be clear.
That which convinces me.
But thus far, every point that you've brought up, every point that you've brought up, did you feel like this is beyond a reasonable doubt? I mean, you realize
remember what I said in my opening.
Going to be
it's not beyond a reasonable doubt. It's just what I find convincing is what I find overwhelming.
So why are you so upset when people say they don't find it convincing?
If that was the limitation of the claims that you made, if it was just, wait a second, there's a little bit of problems. There's some problems in this case that I have questions for that I want answers to. Nobody would have a problem, actually. At least of all me. I would be the least likely person to have an issue with you, any of your fans, anybody saying. In fact, I've had tons of Discord calls about this. My position's always been clear. Of course, conspiracies exist. Some of them have way better evidence than others, but I've seen them myself. I know conspiracy. In fact, the federal government has hundreds of thousands of laws about conspiracies. They see them everywhere. We both know this, right? That's never what the problem is. The problem is when you make claims outside of, well, wait a second. I'm just questioning evidence here. I'm just questioning what the state's case is here. I'm just asking questions. It's when you make claims outside of that, where you claim that there's good evidence or good standards you should believe because, and then it turns out that it's all nonsense or it's wackadoo stuff or it makes no sense. And when we have a chance to cross-examine your evidence that you've presented, I'm going to show a lot of that. A lot of this conjecture that's based on literally nothing that leads from no inferences whatsoever. Like you couldn't even infer it logically. That's the problem. The problem has never been whether or not you just said, you know, there's not enough in this case so far until we get to the trial. I remain unconvinced. I'm sure there's tons of people who remain unconvinced yet until we get to the trial. I think that's fine. I think it's fine. There's people who are convinced too. That's never been my problem. My problem is the claims which are external to that.
Okay.
Oh God. Her brain is short circuiting. She's like, ooh. Yeah, I mean, she doesn't really know what to do with that. It's sort of you know, her brain is desperately trying to find something, anything after that. That was brutal from Andrew. Andrew, that's just great. I got an emote to describe that. There we go. There's the emote. There we go. There you go. She's that's a real brain buster there. Oh gosh. Oh man. Yeah. Anyway, Candace is a little bit incoherent. You know, just a little bit incoherent.
Not sure I really care if you have a problem with what I think in my own spare time. I don't understand this like lecture that you just gave. But beyond that, what I'm saying is that the state is allowed to use. This is what my problem is. You guys are not like, you guys think while it's illegal. You can. You are allowed to do that. So, but anyway, going back to you saying I wouldn't have a problem. I think I just demonstrated pretty thoroughly that what you claim that you have a problem with is exactly what the state is engaged in at this stage. So it just doesn't make sense.
That's not the case. In fact,
so if people look and they say, I'm looking at the gun and I see and I'm inferring this, and someone else says, I'm looking at the gun evidence and I'm inferring that, they're both doing the exact same thing.
They're not.
You're just saying, I want to do it for the state.
That's propositionally false.
That is not propositionally false.
I'll explain exactly how. It is the case that every proposition is going to have a true or false conclusion, period. That's just logic, right? It's the law of excluded middle. All propositions are going to be true or they're going to be false. When we're making inferences, we're making inferences based on propositions. We can actually come to true conclusions with false premises inside of a proposition. In fact, what we're talking about here is not whether or not you feel that you're convinced by this evidence.
By the way, thank you, Heinrich, for the donation.
But here's the thing. When you ask me my reason, Andrew, why are you convinced by this? Brother. I can give you my reasons why I'm convinced by it.
I appreciate it more than you can know. Thank you so much.
You could even say, but Andrew, I'm just not convinced by it. If that was the limitation of your claims, we wouldn't even be having this conversation. That's why I wanted to have the conversation, in fact, was so that we could move into your actual claims that you've made, which transcend the idea of I'm just asking questions.
Before we get into that, your team has one thing they want to show before you go into that. So if you want to pull that up, this is the prosecution filing showing defense had full discovery by April 1st.
They did not. That's not true.
Wait a second.
Yeah.
To date, the state's prosecutors have disclosed all evidence that is presently and reasonably available to them as required under Rule 16 Utah R Criminal, to be more precise, as of April 1st.
Yeah, that was not 100%. That's why they're caging that by saying what's reasonable. There was an entire, and we can pull this up, like we should now play the Kathy Nestor clip because that's from there. So, and they were basically saying you don't need it at this stage, meaning it's not reasonable that you're asking for this when we're going into a hearing that's just going to be based on hearsay and stuff, things of that nature. But of course, by the time a trial comes, you're going to get all the discovery documents.
Show cause.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that's what they're saying.
Yeah, I understand.
Okay, so that's
I'm even fine with
it.
it.
Yeah, we all know. And then, by the way, just now that the hearing is over, and you can also fact check this, they now at the end of the preliminary hearing dropped like an insane amount of the discovery stuff they gave to them like the week after. You guys can give me the exact amount. I don't want to say because I don't know my I don't remember how much it was. It was an absurd amount of stuff that they gave to them right after the preliminary hearing that they had been asking for. Because that was one of the things that I kept saying on my show is as we were watching that preliminary of the preliminary, why not just give them the stuff now? So
he's going to go after her. And here's the thing. The opening, the intro, is just the initial salvo. So for those of you that have stuck around this far, I've seen clips from this point on. I've not watched the whole thing. I've seen clips here and there. Andrew Wilson goes after her points. And what we're about to see is the unraveling of Candace Owens even more than she already has. And it's going to be a spectacle. So all of you that have stuck around, you're going to be in for a treat. Because now comes the dismantling. Yes, she has already been dismantled thus far. But now Andrew is really going to get in with his surgical gloves and his instruments and just completely and totally obliterate her argument.
Engage in these arguments is I feel like you. It's like I want to hear what they have to say about the text messages. Why can't you just give them what they're asking for so that they can actually engage you? And it didn't happen. So, but the judge ruled that it wasn't necessary at this stage, and that was the whole point of that.
Because it's
preliminary to the preliminary. Yeah.
Would you like to play the Kathy video?
Well, he's saying he's not disagreeing, so I don't think we need
there's
to.
There's no disagreement that she said that.
Yeah.
So I guess the disagreements now would move into the evidences that you have stated on the record, which transcend elements of reason.
Why are we having a transcendental conversation now? Because I mean,
because
first,
they're all
because
related to this
your
case.
entire thing was about looking at the evidence, which never made sense to me. Again, because all of the evidence that you felt to be overwhelming was hearsay. That was bizarre to me.
You told me that I could take as much time as I wanted to question you on these things.
I'm just asking you to lay the groundwork of what you're saying is
because
problematic.
You've made
that you
many
decide that it trips into something else. And I do still want to hold you for going through because we've discussed the gun, we've discussed your.
And you can hold me to those things, but I would like to get into the things that you've said.
We should discuss the screwdriver as well.
So, and I'll explain exactly what the groundwork is. When you make claims which pass the idea of I'm just asking questions because the state's evidence is not convincing, I think you have to answer for those claims because they are in regards to this case. You're saying, I have a claim. It is in regards to the assassination of Charlie Kirk, which is what we're talking about, not just the case of Charlie Kirk, his assassination. You should have to answer for the claims that you've made in regards to the assassination itself.
Yeah.
You should. Yeah, agreed. So if that's the case, then I would like to finally dive into some of that evidence and dive into it.
Well, just to be clear, and I'm happy to have you talk about, like I said publicly, you want to engage in some conspiracies, but I said I want to make sure that we get to the substance of our debate. The substance of our debate
is the major
is me demonstrating that all of the quote unquote evidence that you feel that you have, which demonstrates that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk.
You don't find convincing. I get it.
It's been invalidated by the testimony that we saw, and in your answer for when I explained to you that he had the most degraded prints was I don't know. Okay, well there lies my ability to process that.
It's just fine for you to not be convinced up to this point. All of your viewers, everybody watching, nobody's
you're conceding.
Nobody's giving a dispute that if all your claims ever were just up to now, the evidence that the state's given, I'm just kind of not convinced. That is not what's been happening. What's actually been happening is that you've made tons of claims in regards to this case and in regards to the Kirk assassination, which are far above and beyond, I just doubt, the state's theory.
Okay, yeah, I mean, sure.
I do
doubt the state's theory. I also am welcome to say what I think. You know, if you want to move into opinions, if you want to talk about Erica Kirk, if you want to talk about Turning Point USA,
I'd like to talk about all
and
of
get
it.
into it, I'm totally happy to do that. But I just want to say that, like, I do not feel, because I've said what's important to me is that we exhaust this topic first of our actual debate claims. I do not feel that you sufficiently have argued that the evidence is overwhelming.
Sorry, Candace, question for you.
But I am sorry you feel that way.
Candace, one question. What evidence do you need to see for you to say Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk?
That's a great question. So I actually expected.
I mean, it's not a great question because the answer is obvious. There's no way that you're going to say that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk. Because you're making too much money, you're getting too much clout, you've got too much writing on this. You're not going to say that. The conspiratards would turn on you in an instant. So there's no amount of evidence because I think she doesn't actually believe it. I don't think she actually believes it. Yes, she's crazy. Yes, she's stupid. But she being a retard, I don't think is enough to go that far down that you actually start believing this garbage.
In this preliminary hearing, actually, almost the inverse of what he was saying is true, right? So this is now the time the state is putting on their evidence. That's the purpose of this hearing, right? The state is using hearsay, but they're also putting on their evidence. So I was just expecting some sort of a slam dunk. Like, we got him on camera taking the shot. At least we have him clear on camera. You're telling me this guy drove 13 hours all around. Like, we can definitely show you a picture that it's going to be beyond a reasonable doubt before we even get to the trial. People are going to see and go, oh crap, like it was really Tyler Robinson. I was expecting to at least see evidence that, because I had reported early on that the source was saying that Tyler did not step foot on campus that day. It is my perspective that he had something to do with something. I do believe he was disposing clothes at this stage, at this phase. I do believe he was disposing clothes. He was involved somehow. I find Lance to be more suspicious, if I'm being honest with you. And also, like I said, the use immunity that was given to Lance by the feds, the fact that the feds didn't ask him any questions, the fact that I spoke with Lance Doig's family, and they were like, it's very weird that the feds are not asking him more questions. He's exactly the person that I would imagine to be involved in some stuff. Allegedly, I'll say allegedly. But when we got to the preliminary hearing, there was not a single piece of evidence that I felt was slam dunk. I was waiting for that, a photo. I mean, anything would have made me go, all right, I think this could be the guy. If they had handed over the discovery on the text messages, since that was their big, ta-da, we've got the text messages, that would be the first thing that I would hand over. But actually, who was holding them up, like I said, it wasn't the prosecution. They're right to say we were handing things over, and we heard the defense argue on behalf of the prosecution saying it's not them and it's not the SBI, it's the FBI that's holding on to things. Because the FBI took everything. The FBI took the gun. The FBI took initially the screwdriver. And then when I heard testimony about the things that they found that were suspicious, example being the backpack, that's something that really bothers me, that they say they traced the shooter, they traced the route that he went on, and then there was an abandoned, we know it looks like he's wearing some sort of a backpack. We know that there was an abandoned backpack found at the bus stop in front of a library, and they felt that this should be taken into evidence. They took it. The FBI, this was the testimony of Amanda Baker, I believe her last name is, but you might want to fact check that because I think I'm blending last names. She was the forensics for the FBI. And then she says she gets a call on the 13th and they stop testing on this backpack because they find that the backpack actually belongs to somebody on Charlie's team. But if you know the map of the layout of the campus, you're going, well, what the hell are they doing all the way up? This is nowhere near anywhere. And by the way, that's not an acceptable answer for why you just gave it back. That's like, why would you give it back? You're acting like no one's ever been killed by somebody on their team before, right? So I found that to be very strange that it was on the exact route that the alleged gunman ran, and that their excuse was we just gave it back because we heard that this belonged to somebody on Charlie's team. So that to me is this is why the investigation itself feels underwhelming. When you learn, and this is completely crazy to me, that some of the artifacts that Charlie was wearing were immediately returned to Erica. That's absurd. That is absurd. Everything should be in evidence. When you learn that the car that they carried Charlie in to go to the hospital, they had immediately towed, cleaned, and back up for resale, that's absurd. That should be sitting in evidence. And any police officer that you speak to will say, or a person that's been involved in a crime will say, I didn't get my stuff back for years. That had nothing to do with anything. It was just around. And they kept it into evidence until...
I mean, the car really didn't have anything to do with the murder. It really didn't have anything to do with anything. It was just what was used to transport him. Like, she's making it seem like they didn't do an investigation. I imagine the investigation of the car didn't take very long. Because what investigation would there be? What, you think they need to deep dive for a year into the car that was used to transport him? I imagine that would take probably 24 hours to do all that they needed to do on that car. And yeah, they probably would, of course, have it cleaned and then not want to keep it around because, Charlie Kirk died in it. That's not compelling evidence. That's not, oh, well, you see, it's like, no, you are making an inference here that has no logic behind it. And then there's no forward motion to it. So you're saying this as, well, I'm questioning their motives because of this, but this doesn't mean anything. It means nothing.
The trial was over and it has to be approved. I think somebody said by the attorney general has to sign off on giving you those objects back. And we were told this is all fine. And we see, this is just one example, Erica holding the crucifix. That should be in evidence. irrespective if you feel bad for her and think she should have have it and it's sweet, that should be in evidence. Immediately paving over the crime scene. This is like the craziest thing ever. It's like defies common sense. You immediately, and when you heard the guy who did it actually go up on a podcast and explain, I got the call. They said it was a paver emergency. I've never in my entire career heard of a paver emergency. They had already had someone come up and dig up the dirt. So by the time he got there on Sunday, the dirt had already been dug up for him to lay down pavers. That is what people are looking at and going, this is weird. There needs to be answers for why this was done. And he tells us the call came from the feds and the governor's office. UVUs washed their hands of it. And what he's saying sounds true because we heard during the testimony, one person described the regions of who was in control of everything. The feds were in control of the courtyard. So in order for anybody to have paved anything, that was federal territory, so to speak. I'm maybe not using that in the best cop term, but the feds were in control of the courtyard. So these are things that I think should be answered for. Why are we doing things differently than you would in any other criminal scenario of keeping the evidence until we know more, until we're confident, the various decoys. I did it. It just doesn't look right.
Okay, so go back to the question. So what would you need to see for you to say
something?
Yeah. So I love how Patrick Bet David's like, oh, okay, yeah, that's nice. So what would you need to see? Like, to answer my question, what would you need to see? So the answer is nothing. Because, first of all, her opinions are not based on evidence. They're not based on logic. So you're not going to be able to convince her with facts and logic. There's nothing that you're going to be able to do to convince somebody like that because they have a financial interest in doing the opposite.
If they had, I was expecting, here we have him, he took the shot, here it is. And then I'd be like, great, a clear image of him on the staircase from, like, that's definitively Tyler Robinson and he was on campus. We got nothing. We got literally nothing but hearsay of people saying.
But you basically get no case.
What?
You basically no case on planet Earth. You get the,
sure.
Oh, we got a picture. Here's him with the murder weapon.
Right.
Here's him taking the shot.
Most of this doesn't take place on a college campus that has surveillance everywhere.
Yeah.
One clear image of his.
But I don't understand when you're
his
asked,
car plates.
If you're asked the question, what would it take to convince? It'd be the same question be asked to me. Andrew, what would it take to convince you that the oppositional is true, right? That he's a patsy or something like that. Just good, clear, concise evidence that's been presented, right? And is being presented that I could go through and link all together to see if there's actually some clear picture of there being a patsy. That's what it would take for me.
Okay.
Just
I don't disagree with that. We haven't heard the defense
just
respond.
a good evidentiary standard. And then, of course, I would change my mind.
So just to qualify this, so there is a possibility in the next few months that you may come out and say, guys, it's done. Tyler killed him. So you're saying yes to that.
Yeah.
I think it's very important for you.
No, absolutely not. Listen, there is no chance that Candace Owens is going to walk anything back. No. That is a dubious at best claim. There is no way that Candace Owens is walking this back. Even if they came out with crystal clear evidence, she would say, well, guys, you have to understand, the person that walked the USB drive over here was Jewish, and very clearly they probably have a link to Israel, and Israel was probably collaborating to give this information. It was probably AI. No, absolutely not. She will move on to the next grift, or she'll just make something else up. More than likely, she'll just move on to the next script, never be held accountable. Try to memory hole it, yeah.
For the audience here,
without question.
For you, is there anything that you could see for you to say, yeah, this guy was a patsy?
Of course, I'm going to always follow evidence.
Perfect.
So my whole thing is just this. It's really important to me. I don't mind people being truth seekers and justice searchers, and the internet has helped solve tons of crimes. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that, right? However, there's also people who, they not only don't solve crimes, but they just come up with conjecture and what's called flooding the zone. You flood the zone with tons and tons of conspiracy-based ideas, and they go nowhere, right? And in fact, they actually take away from legitimate investigation. Now, I'm not even saying anybody here is purposely flooding the zone. That's not even the claim. All I'm saying is that the claims made absent, this is just me not being convinced by the state's evidence. Those become claims, and claims have to be defended. Just like mine have to be defended, yours have to be defended. And that's what we're going to get to now, yeah?
You want to get into it? Would you guys like to take an ad break?
Let's take an ad
break. Sure. And then we'll talk Erica Kirk and TPUSA.
And the conspiracies that have been conjectured by Candace Owens in regards to this case in the Charlie Kirk
Perfect.
assassination.
Folks, we'll take a 3.5 minute break and we'll be back soon.
All right, you guys, you have probably seen all the buzz around red light therapy lately. But what's even
All right, guys. All right. Ad break. It says Oilopus. It says, Templar, I offer you my prayers that you hold your sanity through this. Owens is insufferable. Oh, brother, thank you. I appreciate that. We're fighting through it. We're standing strong. Me and the boys, we're going up against the insufferability and the squawking and the just mind-bending retardation of Candace Owens and the conspirators. It's not easy to do, but you know what? We're gonna keep at it. We're gonna make sure that we get through this whole thing. So let's jump ahead. We got an ad break. Okay. Ad break. Ad break. Okay. Ad break.
Of the overwhelming evidence.
Yeah.
Okay, beautiful. You take the lead. Go for it.
Yeah. So I have a bunch of questions for you, and I want to make it super painless, right? So no traps, no gotchas. I'm just going to ask them direct. And I think that as long as they're not loaded, if they're loaded, you should not respond yes or no. But as long as they're not loaded, if I just directly ask them, I'm hoping that you'll just give me a direct answer. So here's the questions that I have.
Wait, before we get into that, I would like to just reply to that. Mm-hmm. So just to be clear, we agreed to debate our claims, and then I agreed publicly that I have no issues having a conversation with you about other things that I've discussed that were outside of the court hearing and things like other.
Oh, now she's trying to weasel her way out. Candace Owens is going to try to rat her way out. And this is how you know that people like her are snakes, that they're dishonest. Because if you were to ask this same thing to Andrew Wilson, he would 100% do it. He has no problem debating his claims. But she realizes that her entire grift is based on perception and she has no actual answers. So that's why she's pushing back at every step. Because she doesn't actually want to have a good faith debate. She is desperately trying to protect her cash cow, which is based entirely on a bunch of lies and conjecture and things that don't actually hold up.
Evidence that's come across our lap and things that we've been speaking about. But I just do want to make it clear to viewers that for whatever reason, you think that you have a right to sort of depose me.
I'm not deposing you. I just want to ask you some questions.
Shut the fuck up, bitch. He paid you $300,000. You're not worth $300,000. You're not worth $30. The fuck? He has every right to sit down. He paid the money. He has every right to interrogate you on your opinions the same way that you were doing. What an obnoxious, entitled bitch.
You literally said that I want to be able to question you.
This is a meta conversation.
Right, but okay, so now we're transcending. Like, let's use a word to use a word that you're saying. But this is what you're doing, right? Okay. So this part to me feels like a bit of
am I allowed to ask the questions?
I've already said.
Yeah, she's trying to do a meta conversation. She's trying to reframe it and recontextualize it because she doesn't have any answers. She's obviously insecure. All of that bombastic energy that she usually uses on her channel when she's by herself, all of that's gone. Now she's trying to girl boss and you're just trying to depose me. No, he's trying to interrogate your positions, which means to ask you about things that you have said. That's the whole reason that you're there.
You can ask questions, but I made it very clear to you via email and with you in conversation that we should be speaking. This isn't like you get to sit.
I want to ask you
if you want to depose me, you should join Brigitte Macron's defense team. But you're like, I'm just going to ask questions. Can you answer it? Blah, blah, blah. It's like, I don't know what you're going to ask. And I'm going to answer as I see fit because I'm not.
I get it.
Yeah,
I get it.
Just so we're clear.
Usually in the debate, if something's not loaded, I'm just direct with
because you kept saying I'm Joe Rogan. They had no evidence. And now you're like, let's move away from the evidence. Let's talk about transcendentals.
Yeah, okay. Anyway, so direct question, super easy. Was Lance Twiggs DNA on the rifle as far as you know?
We can't say that for certainty.
As far as you know.
I already answered that in the first part. We can't say that for certainty. I told you the...
Just answer the question, you obnoxious low IQ bitch. Just answer the fucking question. Yes. No. I don't know. Oh my gosh. He's asking you basic questions. And you can't answer because you're afraid. Anyone who thinks that Candace Owens won this debate is fucking retarded. She asked him questions about his point of view in the beginning. Now he's asking her basic questions because he wants to establish a baseline for their conversation. And now she's playing this game like, oh, it's so unreasonable. It's so unreasonable that you would ask me this question this way. No, it's not. It's not unreasonable at all. It's not unreasonable at all to say, I'd like some yes or no questions answered based on your worldview. That's completely reasonable.
Context of which they spoke about those things.
So no, as far as you know.
We can't say that for certainty until we know what other the 5 sets of prints were on.
So that
there.
would be no as far as you know.
We can't say that for certainty.
You can say no as far as I know for certain.
We can't say that for certainty. Actually,
You can say that
you
for
know,
certainty.
if your energy here is going to be like you're my dad and you can tell me how to speak or what I'm supposed to say, you're just going to come up against the wall. I'm
Okay,
familiar with
but-
this debate strategy.
but I
like,
am just
yes or no,
telling
yes or no,
you.
yes or no. We're not debating anymore. We're having a conversation. So I already addressed that in the first half of this about why.
No, we're still
there's-
definitely debating. This is still.
no, it's not a
This
debate.
is
Now
inclined
this
to
is
your,
you saying I want to probe
Yeah.
things that sit outside of the evidence. I actually already
That you've
addressed this.
stated.
You asked me.
Uh-huh.
You're not going to go like where you're
Okay.
sitting and I'm on trial. I'm not on trial.
Okay, great.
So
let's
you
talk
can
about
have a conversation
let's
as
talk
we've
about the
agreed
French.
to.
Let's talk about the foreign.
You
legion.
are on trial
It was a-
because you've said things that are obviously not true to enrich yourself. And he's asking you basic questions. Now, you can try to girl boss your way out of this, but it just makes you look weak and pathetic. That you can't even answer basic questions about your own worldview.
It's a foreign legion. Do you believe trying to kill you?
Yes, that's why I reported it to
Mm-hmm.
the correct officials in government. That's what I was told, and I handed over that information to Tulsi Gabbard's office.
What's your best piece of evidence for that?
Well, it was
Positive evidence.
It was told to me
Mm-hmm.
by somebody who is high up in the French government. I passed off that.
I missed a bit. Did she ever state any position? No, she did not. Thank you for the donation, Heinrich. I appreciate your support, brother.
Information to Tulsi Gabbard's office. I also passed it off to Trump's office, Donald Trump's office.
Mm-hmm.
And that's all I can tell you. I wouldn't be able to probe any evidence because I don't have the power to do that. I'm not the federal government. And I would also like to say that this becomes this other piece of what you do, which is when people say, this, I was told this, and this is the evidence that I have, and I'm willing to have that conversation.
So again, she just wants to have the meta conversation because she's so insecure about her point. She's so insecure. She just wants to have the meta conversation. Andrew is trying to interrogate her worldview. She doesn't want her worldview interrogated because she knows that her worldview is flimsy as shit. So then she's trying to have, well, this is how you debate, and this is what you do. This woman, Candace Owens, has the IQ of any of the number of girls that have been on the Whatever podcast. Candace Owens has the IQ and the temperament of so many girls we've seen on the Whatever podcast. Andrew's trying to explain something to them, or he's trying to interrogate their worldview, and they're so low IQ and they're so hostile that they immediately turn it into something that it was never intended to be. And they just try to have the meta conversation over and over.
And write the email to the correct government body that deals with this. Like, I can't hack into Emmanuel Macron's bank accounts and say whether or not the information.
I agree.
But then you go, well, where's your evidence? It's like, well, my evidence is that I reported it. I did the right thing that you're going to do. So if somebody calls and says, hey, Andrew, there's a viable death threat against you, and that person definitively has the rank to be able to tell you this, and you say, well, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to report that to the feds. And then I go, what's your evidence? It's like, well, I got the information, and I gave the information that I got from who I got it to the right body of people. And that's what I did.
Got it. I just want to make sure.
And so
I'm not trying to trap you.
Well,
I just want to make sure I got it clear.
And that's why I say I want to know what you're doing now, because this has always been the thing. It's like, we actually can't win on the overwhelming claim. So we're just going to go and bring up everything that I think can try to embarrass her. I reported exactly
I'm not
as I
trying to
received
embarrass
it.
you. I just want to make sure that I get your positions clear.
I have not said, yeah, go ahead.
And now you have stated multiple times that you
She's
believe
so
that Israel's
insecure.
involved in the death of Charlie Kirk.
Can you give
Yes,
me...
we can pull up the clip.
Can
I'm sorry. I'm just saying.
I finish the sentence?
Go ahead.
Can you give me the context for what are you talking about? Like when I say, generally speaking, why people think that Israel's involved?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, where's your question?
Yeah. Do you have any positive evidence whatsoever that Israel killed Charlie Kirk?
Well, I couldn't say Israel was on the ground and shot and killed Charlie Kirk. I would say that there are various things that we're trying to establish, one being a motive. And
so, no.
Since I don't believe that Tyler Robinson and his transferee is a convincing motive because he was fired up about politics, which Lance testified that he never spoke about with him.
So no, you don't. You have no evidence. Candace, a very simple question. Do you have any evidence that Israel killed Charlie Kirk? Well, you have to understand, what you have to see is, guys, what you don't get is that Israel, Charlie Kirk had said something about Jewish donors, and that means that Miriam Adelson sent the Jewish laser beam into the brain of something. Like, shut the fuck up. Seriously. He's asking you a very, very simple question. This isn't complicated. This is very simple. Did Israel have anything to do with the death of Charlie Kirk? Do you have any evidence for that? The answer is no, you don't. But you can't say that because you are beholden to an audience of mentally ill conspiratards, conspiraspurgs, or conspiratards. Pick your title. The reality is that she has nothing, absolutely nothing, to go on in that declaration. None. But she is going to make a definitive claim as though there's any sort of element of truth to it. And this is why so many people really don't like Candace Owens. It's not because she's just asking questions. Nobody minds just asking questions. It is this continuation. It is this mindset of, I can say something even if there's no evidence, and I never have to be challenged on my worldview. Well, it took $300,000, but now you're being challenged. Now you're being challenged on it, and you've got no answer.
Nor do I believe that he was, so into LGBTQ issues, since Lance testified and never spoke about LGBTQ issues, that he stopped and ate at Chick-fil-A, which if you are into LGBTQ issues, wouldn't be your lunch before you go kill Charlie Kirk for LGBTQ issues, because,
Yeah, but do you have positive evidence?
I'm answering the question as I feel like I want to answer it. Like I said, you don't get to for an hour and a half.
But the question I'm asking is about positive evidence.
I'm telling you that in any case, establishing...
No. You don't get to girl boss your way out of this. You made the claim. You're making negative evidence. He's asking for positive evidence. Meaning, you're saying, well, I mean, why would he go to Chick-fil-A if he were LGBTQ? No, he's asking for positive evidence. And the fact that she's like, well, you're not going to get to, yes, he is. He paid the money. He can do whatever the fuck he wants. He paid the money. He can ask whatever he wants. The fact that you would have the audacity to respond this way shows how immature, childish, and insecure you really are.
A motive. And and again, I already explained this at the top of the show, but the reason why people find Israel to be an interesting question is because truthfully, Charlie's perspectives were changing on Israel.
Sure.
And he was starting to realize how much pressure was being put on not just our government to constantly fight their wars, but also being put on his organization personally. If people had come out and been honest about that, rather than rabid claiming he never flinched and everybody's lying and this is not true, you would probably have people that just go, that's life. People change their opinions.
I understand.
And then there was the rabid, I mean, not even that, it's like everything was about trying to convince the public how much he liked it.
So then other than intuition, how you feel about things, do you have any evidence Israel was involved in killing Charlie Kirk?
I have already said, and if you're watching my show in the context of what I said, this is the general sense of why people think Israel's involved. Nobody has made the claim that Israelis, there were also, obviously
Ian
Joe
Carroll
Kent.
made the claim.
Well, Joe Kent, who I think would have the right to assert it, noted that there were 12 Israeli cell phones on the ground that day. I think most people would like to probe that. Now, it could be maybe they were students, and they were Israeli students in Utah that day. But we'd like to probe that narrative because what we've seen after coming from the Israeli government, the Israeli prime minister, kind of denying that he did it, which wasn't really necessary. He was quite busy. The phone call that happened, which no one wants to discuss, in the Hamptons the week prior, or not the week prior, I think it was around August 5th or 6th that took place. And again, the almost desperate lies about Charlie shifting opinion on Israel lead us to believe that there could be an Israeli angle in this. But we cannot say for certainty that Israel called the shots and this is how it happened. But it is definitively, I think, a thread that a lot of us would like to see.
There's no positive evidence.
You want to say, however, positive, negative.
Well, like positive evidence would be material evidence and other evidences, which would
what
point
we've said
you to
is on our show is what we've said, which is this feels like a conspiracy building. There's no reason to lie about these things, and yet people are lying. BB ain't acting right. the Hamptons thing was weird, and the way they tried to shove the Israel narrative down our throat immediately. I mean, the day he died, posting a picture of him with an American and Israeli AI'd photo on the president's feed doesn't feel right.
Do you have any evidence that Erica Kirk or TPUSA participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk?
I've never said they participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk, so how could I say that I have evidence they participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk?
Okay, so then you don't believe that they did?
I never have said that statement, so I'm not going to get you to ask me personal questions about things that I've never said on record.
Okay, fair.
Your team is sending messages in the back saying they have a video they want to play.
Okay, go ahead.
I don't know what the video is. Yes,
Okay.
you said that there's a video you want to play that Candace said she has full confidence Israel was involved.
Yep.
Yeah. He said evidence that they killed him. I said this is why people think their involvement.
So
if they have the clip,
yeah,
they can play the clip.
Yeah.
They're referring
All
to
right,
a
play
clip.
it.
Yeah.
Play it.
Via who? My guess is Pierre. Erica. I think that there's a reason Pierre knew that Charlie was dead first. I think there's a reason he was a priority. How? Why? I think France and Israel are involved in Charlie Kirk's assassination. And I'm going to put that out there with full confidence.
Okay.
I also
Involvement.
I understand.
Yeah.
So you think you with full confidence you think that
Yeah, I think
that
Israel's
France
involved.
and Israel.
Yeah. I mean,
So, oh my God. Oh my God. Oh God. So, the reason I'm laughing is because Erica Kirk, like the whole thing about Erica Kirk and TPUSA, I never said that. You know, she spent a whole bunch of time waffling about, well, I never said that Israel, and then they play the clip, and immediately all the pap and the noise and the woman prattle, all of it disappears. She's like, yeah, I stand by that. So, before she was waffling and she was sort of unsure, and then she heard what she said in that clip, and then she immediately just countered all the stuff she had said up until that point. Yeah, now I do think that France and Israel were behind Charlie Kirk's murder. Yeah, I stand behind that with my full chest. I stand behind that. 10 toes down. This was worth every penny of the $300,000. This has done irrevocable damage to Candace Owens' reputation. Now, there are still going to be conspirators that believe in her and follow her, but I mean, the damage is real.
the person that gave me that thing that I reported said that French Foreign Legion were on the ground that day. Mm-hmm. Again, this would be at a professional limitation for me to then go and probe that information that I handed over. I can't do that. I'm not
but
the
you
United
don't have
States
any
government.
positive evidence of that.
Okay.
Right?
Liz, can you just stop? It's actually just like annoying to hear you keep saying positive evidence. I've just asked me what I think.
No,
I've just
no. Positive evidence versus negative evidence. The fact that you don't understand that doesn't mean he's going to stop.
Yes, I think they are
that's
involved.
That's a claim.
No, I said here's what I think.
I have every right to ask you about your claim.
Yeah, but
and if there's positive evidence
in
for
this
your
statement,
claim.
I literally just said I think, and I am allowed to think. And
yeah,
you
you're
keep
allowed
saying,
to think,
you have
but you're making a
evidence?
claim.
I have tons of positive evidence that I'm allowed to think. Yes.
I agree. You're allowed to think.
Okay. So,
nobody's disputing whether or not Candace Owens is allowed to think. What I'm asking is if you have
what's your issue then? What is your issue with the statement?
evidence.
I think that Israel is involved.
That's not just what you said. You said that it's with full confidence.
Yes.
You would think that if you had full confidence
to think when you think.
If I said, for instance, I think I'm going to be late to work, right, with full confidence, I would say my evidence for that is that I'm 20 minutes away and I need to be there at 5.
Andrew,
that's how you would know whether or not you had full confidence.
I'm going to tell you something.
Let me finish. If it was the case that I said I have full confidence I'm going to be late to work, I would say my evidence that I'm going to be is that work is 20 minutes away, right, and I have to be there in 5. So I have full confidence. That's why I would think that. So I'm asking, if you think that Israel and France were involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk, and you say with full confidence, I'm just asking for the evidence, or at least walk me through the mindset of why it is that you could think that with evidence.
I actually don't have to walk you through why I think. I can give you something that I think with full confidence. I think with full confidence that you lost the substance of this debate, and now you're moving toward things that I have said that I think, which I can do. I'm allowed to think that.
They're pertinent to this debate.
Oh my God, she's so insufferable. It's unbelievable. Andrew Wilson is talking about incredibly basic things here, like positive evidence versus negative evidence. He's even explained what this is. And I think the problem is, I think she knows that Andrew is more intelligent than her, knows more than her. And that really bothers her because she likes to pretend that she's the smartest person in the room. The fact of the matter is that in this situation, Andrew Wilson exposed her a couple times. But the damning one was the most recent clip where he's basically going, okay, do you have any evidence for this? And she's stammering and can't really answer. And, oh, I never said this. And then they play the clip and she immediately reverses course. And now she knows that she looks bad. She knows she looks absolutely terrible. But what she's doing is she's now going about, well, but yeah, I said that, but let's have a meta conversation. Like, no, just answer the question. Did you believe that France and Israel assassinated Charlie Kirk? Before, you weren't so sure. You're, maybe. But then after the clip, where you said, I believe this with my whole being, then, what? You got nothing. And now you're mad at Andrew. Andrew didn't do this to you. You did this to you.
It's not exactly pertinent to
It's
debate.
100% pertinent.
It's not pertinent because our debate
These are claims
claims
made about Charlie Kirk's assassination. That's the complete substance of the debate.
No, actually,
she just doesn't want to answer.
Would you like to remind him of what our debate claims actually were?
And would you like to remind you said I could ask you about any of these things to my heart's
feel
content?
free, but you do not get to structure how I'm allowed to reply or ask you.
Sure, you can.
Why
not
are you allowed
structuring
to
how you're
think?
allowed to reply. I'm just asking you direct questions.
I have full confidence that you do not feel that you represented your claim well, and so now what you came.
That's not.
Oh my gosh. It seems that we have a bona fide retard in the chat. Guys, say hello to Burnout over on YouTube. The guy's an absolute fucking retard. I think we got a bona fide Candace defender here.
Nice.
I just want to present yourself like a professor of fallacies.
I just want to know.
And to say, you're not allowed to say that. You can't.
You can say whatever you want.
Well,
nobody's disputing that.
I'm asking. It seems like you are disputing it. I think that when this is all said and done, I've already explained to you. I explained at the beginning of this why I think Israel is ultimately going to be proven to have involvement in this. I just explained to you in the middle. And
No. You didn't just say involvement. You said that France and Israel murdered Charlie Kirk. You said that they were more than just part of it. You basically said, both the governments gave the green light and they coordinated it. Like, that's insane. That's insanity.
Wanting me to structure the sentence or provide evidence, you don't have to. You're just allowed to think. And I've explained to you my thought process. I don't need to structure it in a.
So she has no evidence. That's it. She has no evidence. None. Zero.
Sentence. If you feel like a professor today, you picked the wrong day.
Don't you think that like tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people would want to know what Candace owns positive evidence for why it is that Israel and France were?
No, my audience doesn't care about facts and evidence.
Involved in the most traumatic public assassination of Gen Z's lifetime is?
That's why they watch my podcast.
So you're just going to drip to them? Like, here's why I think that?
Every time we come across any of these discussions, they're watching this in context and they know why I'm saying it.
Gosh.
For example, when you're bringing up, Candace, where's your evidence for France doing this? I just told you someone who was high ranking in the French government, right?
Who's nameless?
Of course.
But so there's good reason to doubt this.
It's not a conspiracy, though, if I then took it to the federal government. Like, you can't just go out there making a claim to the federal government. You get in trouble for making false statements and things of that nature. So, and then you go, well, I'm going to probe that. Well, how can you probe that? This happened to me.
Ask you, well,
this
that's
is my
not what I'm probing
podcast.
specifically.
This is my podcast.
It's my podcast. It's my home. You demanded it that way. He paid you. It's his money. Bitch, your ass belongs to him for the next hour and a half. I'm not, okay. I'm not going to say that. Okay. I'm not. All right. I'm not. All right. That's a step too far even for me. But let's just say he has purchased your time. Okay. You at this moment belong to him. So it doesn't matter. You demanded your studio. You demanded the moderator. You demanded all of these things, and you're still losing and crashing out because you are a low IQ, low impulse control retard. You genuinely do not have any conclusive evidence at all. You have no positive evidence. In fact, your negative evidence isn't even that convincing and good. You've got nothing. And now you are sitting here spurging and spitting out on your own show, in your own platform, even after being paid. You are still losing. because you have nothing. You're a fraud. Andrew isn't even pressing you that hard, and you're crumbling like wet paper.
I'm sharing my life and my experiences and what has happened to me, and you're basically coming in like you're gonna regulate how I'm allowed to say it, if I'm allowed to say it.
No, you absolute low IQ troglodyte. He's not regulating what you're allowed to say. He's interrogating your position. You have made these claims, and they have gone completely and totally unchallenged. So Andrew Wilson is stepping in and saying, I am going to be challenging these positions. I am going to be identifying the things that you have said, and I am going to be questioning them because they seem not to make fucking sense. And you're not my dad. Well, thank God. I'm sure Andrew would be absolutely mortified if you were one of his daughters. If they acted like that, I'm sure he would be mortified. You are acting irrationally, hyper-emotionally. You are belligerent. You're rude. You don't appreciate the fact that this guy handed over a small fortune to debate you, even after you pretended you didn't know who he was. You pretended you didn't know who Andrew Wilson was. Are you retarded? Of course you knew who Andrew Wilson was. Of course you did. I didn't even know him. Bitch, you're lucky he even knows who you are. The fact that you would have this attitude is so petulant and immature and ridiculous.
I'm asking very pertinent
you're sounding
questions.
a bit like a professor trying to regulate and say, Candace,
you sound very
can't say,
defensive and like you just don't want to answer questions.
I did answer your question 3 times. I just didn't say it in the way that you wanted me to say it.
You just kind of obfuscate and you run away from it, but I would like for you to actually focus on it.
Let's just go through every clip that you guys have prepared, because it's pretty... I think with full confidence, people will recognize the strategy that you're trying to employ. So let's get to the next clip you have prepared.
Sure. They can pull up whatever clips they want.
Whatever it is that you guys have prepared. So
but I would still, on this point, I just want to make sure that you have full confidence that France and Israel were involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk.
I think
and you have no evidence for it at all that you'll give us.
Well, I already did tell you where it came from.
They got no evidence. Zero evidence. None. Zilch. I say that with my whole chest, 10 toes down, as a Songpiker would say.
Like I said, I can explain it to you. I can't understand
it
for
you.
you.
Did that same higher up tell you that
he
was going to kill, or that France killed Charlie Kirk, or just that you were in danger?
They said that the French Foreign Legion was involved and on the ground that day. I've already said that. You just don't like hearing it.
No, and it's just out of curiosity.
Yes.
When you pass down that message to a Tulsi or Trump.
Tulsi's office, yes.
Tulsi's office. Are you giving them who told you that, or you're just saying, here's what I heard from somebody?
And I have this information.
Sure.
And of course, if they wanted to open a file on it, which I thought was quite mysterious, that Trump's office never got back to us. It was kind of weird about maybe they're not the correct office to. I did receive a response from Tulsi Gabbard's office, but I don't think there was ever any investigation into what I said.
So the call was, hey, I've been told the email.
Yes.
Email was, I've been told
I have information, that the French Foreign Legion was on the ground during Charlie's assassination. And that, I have a lot of information, but
you didn't give specifics who it was from.
Not in the first email, because I figured they would
Perfect.
Yeah.
So if they do contact you,
100,
are you
yes.
comfortable giving 100% who it is?
I would absolutely give them as much information as possible.
Can I ask a question? If whoever's the U.S. government, why are you not?
Yes, it's very strange to me.
So if that's the case, now they may respond back and say, we did, that's their position.
I did. That's why I did it in writing.
And so I'm glad that's the case,
yes.
because so if they
and
do
right
ask
away in
you,
Trump's office, Margot got right back to me. She said it was on his desk, so he has that. There's no.
And if you do say that and they contact that individual, obviously you don't have to leak your sources here. Is there enough credibility where that person would be willing to talk to them and explain to them exactly what their sources are?
Yes.
Okay.
It seems reasonable. And so why he's asking me to defend that is
I'm not. Never
I think those are two different things. That's more something
totally
I'm asking
different claims.
Why are they not reaching out to you?
I've asked that many times on my podcast.
What do you think about that, Andrew?
What?
The fact that she emailed, she gave it, and nobody reached out to want to contact the source.
They probably didn't think it was actionable, is my guess. But even if they did think it was actionable, great. Every lead should be followed up on within the confines of what's rational and reasonable.
Is it fair to say that this is maybe a different individual because this is a person that was involved with TPUSA and had a relationship with Charlie?
Who?
No, her relationship. Like, this isn't just anybody. So if an average person sends it, yes.
Yeah, but we don't know who the source is. We don't know any of this.
Then if you were in that department, wouldn't you want to, even you assign it to one of your guys?
There's no guarantee they didn't look into it. How do we know? We don't know.
How could they if they didn't come get the information, more of the information, because it was a long file.
Yeah.
This is a separate. This
Did
has got
you send
nothing to
them
do
the
with the
guy's
debate.
name?
This is more on.
Well, I sent the email, assuming that's you kept saying like you go.
Yeah. So basically, Candace, what you're doing is hearsay. I mean, you can't expect them to just believe hearsay. Oh my gosh.
And you make a report, you think they're going to come back to you and say, hey, what's more information? We're investigating this. And that didn't happen, which is what I raised.
No,
I
I'm
found
asking,
that,
did you send them the
especially
source
because
of the
this was at
claim?
a time where they were saying that they wanted to explore every possible lead. I even texted Dan Bongino.
But did you-
So actually it was three offices.
Let me ask
the
one question and then
executive
I'll come to
office,
you.
Dan Bongino, and Tulsi Gabbard's office.
Okay, so a follow up to that is the following: if they contact you to say, is that specifically to the French government or Israel's involvement in the killing of Charlie?
That wasn't about
Those
Israel.
Those are two separate things.
That wasn't about Israel.
Okay,
It was they were
got it.
saying the French foreign, that person as a part of it was saying that it was the French Foreign Legion that was on the ground that
So
day.
I'm surprised they haven't called you.
Then I find that to be very strange too.
I do as well.
Because who would want to make a report? Like, I mean, I've never made a report with the federal
Let me
government.
ask one question.
but
Let me
what he
just
did
ask one
send
question.
it-
Let me just ask one question, and I'm going to bring it to you.
Sure.
The question is in regards to. I've not seen that clip, so I'm seeing it now. I'm full confidence. I believe that Israel French was involved. Is that also based on a source that somebody told you that Israel was involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk, or is that a gut feeling?
So in terms of Israel, I mean, what I've said is what I publicly have said here. I do think that at the end of this, we are going to find that Israel was involved. I do. Now, in terms of any of the hard evidence that's been presented, I think this has been a huge problem that a lot of us have had is that they won't even explore anything else that's going on in Charlie's life personally. So if we're not satisfied that Tyler Robinson did this in any way, then every alternative theory should be explored. Other evidence should be brought forward. We've done that in our capacity. Like when people keep saying she has no evidence, it's kind of crazy. I think we've broken like more stories than any news source in the world. I mean, down to pictures, details, police officers, what the dog's name was, because we're not the only people that believe there's a conspiracy here. The police officers that were involved, the many police sheriff's offices that were departments that were involved that day all believe there was a conspiracy. Down to the U.S. Marshals believe there was a conspiracy. They were my sources at the U.S. Marshals were saying they were basically sent on a wild goose chase that day.
But do you see how you say my sources?
Am I not allowed to have sources?
Well, the thing is funny.
So is CNN allowed to have
well,
sources?
hang on. I
that
have
we can't-
sources. If I said I have sources that claim none of that's true. In fact, my sources claim that her sources are lying. My sources claim that none of them believe that there's a conspiracy. My sources claim all of them really think that Tyler Robinson was a lone gunman. If I just said that as a hypothetical, wouldn't you say, what?
Yeah, I think what probably adds weight is like then when I drop photos of the car that no one was supposed to see, people go, okay, her sources are legit. So, and then when what I say is then proven in court and nobody knew those things, people are recognizing that my sources are legit. When I say Charlie was scared in the last days, and then I dropped the text message, which you've just learned about a couple of weeks ago, of him saying he was leaving the pro-Israel cause when everyone was lying about that, then they say, I think Candace's sources are legit. So I think what's happened is I've actually built up a rapport with my audience that it's not vibes and dreams, and that's why they keep watching my content, because like, for example, when I just the other day released the content of the shooter on the roof doing the lateral crawl, then they're going, I don't think these are just vibes. It seems like Candace's sources are legit. So I've proven myself in the market.
Yeah, I'm not sure that would legitimize your sources as being legitimate when it comes to the idea that, they all believe that there's a conspiracy going on, which is actually what your claim is now.
Well,
how would that actually, hang on, I'm almost done.
How would that, talking to PVT
how would that legitimize, well, it's not his debate. How would it legitimize these sources that even if it's the case that you get some court footage or some things like this, why would it legitimize that your sources are telling you all the marshals believe it's a conspiracy, all the police believe it's a conspiracy, everybody believes it? How would that legitimize any of
what
that?
I am saying to you, and you are not forced to believe it. So let me just explain what I was answering here, and I think that you understood what I was saying. Is I have, because people trust me, compiled a lot of information and presented it to the public, and this information has been proven true. We've presented photos, we have presented videos, never before seen stuff. The public has never seen it. And so what that does is your audience goes, okay, when she says that she has these sources, clearly she's telling the truth. Now, whether you would then go, well, I'm going to believe her when she says they think that there's a conspiracy, that's up to you. You cannot watch my content. I'm not here to tell you that you have to watch my content or believe everything I'm saying.
Well, don't you think questioners should get questioned as well?
By who? I'm not committing a crime, am I? By just like
well,
saying what I think and
mean,
collecting
aren't
evidence?
most of the people you ask questions of not actually committing crimes?
But what do you mean they should answer questions where? Like at a police station? Like,
no,
what are you
just
saying?
like if you want people to come in and answer questions for you. I have questions about this in the investigation. I have questions about this. I have questions about that. You want them to answer your questions. Doesn't it seem totally fair that you answer back the questions people have for you?
Well, they're not answering our questions, so it's also fair that they don't answer them.
So you're
That's
okay.
why I said Andrew Colvett should be in this chair. He's not.
But
That's
isn't that
his prerogative.
isn't that a double standard?
No, it's not.
She's such a snarky, just complete. Like the thing about Candace is she's too stupid to know how stupid she is. Well, I mean, you didn't answer my questions. Andrew has answered every single question. Every single question Andrew has answered. He has answered every single question. And yet, she's sitting there pretending like they're on equal footing. No, not even close.
They did nothing because the Foreign Legion is a regular conventional infantry unit. They don't do Black Ops intelligence or Special Forces dumbish.
Well, she just thought that the French Foreign Legion, she thought that sounded good. That sounded good, and so she went with it. But thank you, Heinrich. Thank you for clearing that up. I appreciate it. But I mean, the fact is, Candace Owens, I mean, PPD, listen, like, I think he's doing an okay job, but he really should be reining Candace Owens in. Like, as the host, he shouldn't be allowing her to do all these meta conversations. He should be like, look, Andrew's not making you do anything. I'm the host here. Andrew, it's okay to ask your questions, but keep it within the bounds of, the agreed upon rules. It's like she is being dismantled here. And what we see more than anything, what we are witnessing is that she is weak. She's weak. She's insecure. All of the bombastic statements she feels comfortable making when it's just her, she doesn't get any pushback, doesn't have to face accountability for anything that she says. That is when she feels strong. The moment she actually has to answer for what she's talking about, she collapses.
Not because he's not doing it.
Yeah, but that would still be a double standard. If you're requesting that he does do it, then that seems to infer that you think he owes you answers.
Oh, so inferences are allowed again?
And they never weren't. So that seems to infer that you think that he owes you answers. If that's the case, then don't you owe answers?
Yeah, well, I feel like I'm answering your questions and his questions about, I'm talking about Andrew Colbert. His position is he's a spokesperson for Turning Point USA. So when the crowd turns against Turning Point USA on the basis of a lack of information or because there has been, seeds sown of distrust, I would imagine, and forget answering my questions because it doesn't need to be me.
Aren't you sowing a lot of those seeds of distrust?
Well, I think they're doing a pretty good job themselves, if I'm being honest. You can blame it on Candace all you want.
Well,
people love to do that.
The thing's funny is
people act like I'm ground zero.
I'll be fair with you.
Ground zero of people not trusting Turning Point USA.
I think that there was some PR there. I think there was some PR there. Sure, they could have done better. Absolutely. I'm not disputing any of that. One thing, though, that I want to just directly ask you is, do you actually believe that anybody in TPUSA or Erica Kirk or Erica actually participated, had foreknowledge of, or facilitated the murder of Charlie Kirk?
I'm not going to get myself into a legal pickle here. Everything I've said is on my podcast.
What?
I think.
What? What do you mean? What do you mean? I'm not going to get myself in a legal pickle. The answer is no. No, I don't believe that. Or if you say yes, if you do, then explain why you believe that. Hey, here's why I believe that Erica Kirk killed her. Like, explain it. But here's the thing that's just mind-bending. She wants to do the Fauci. She wants to plead the fifth. This is a debate about your positions and your views, your opinions, what you think is the correct way to view this. And you're pleading the fifth in your own debate, in your own studio, on your own home turf, with your own hand-picked host, and you're pleading the fifth? These are things that you have said on your show 10 toes down. And now you can't even be bothered to defend them, the positions that you've taken. You can't even be bothered. And now you're trying to reflect it back on Andrew? You're trying to make excuses? It's pathetic. It's extremely pathetic.
I think firmly that if I was the investigating officers, I would seat them all and I would ask questions. I would at this phase. I would.
Okay,
so
what does that
hypothetical,
mean? Does that mean that you do think so?
I think it was not a sufficient investigation into what we know to be true of 80% of homicides. It's usually conducted by someone you know, right? And the fact that was never even considered, that like I said earlier, the backpack was returned.
How do you know that was never considered?
because they gave back the backpack as just one example. They gave back the backpack. They gave back the.
That doesn't show a conspiracy.
Well, I mean, it shows that the police trusted everybody and didn't just hold things up for a second.
They ruled them out as suspects.
That quickly. I'm not comfortable with that investigation. It's a pretty big organization. There's a $100 million incentive. This is...
$100 million incentive?
What I'm saying is his organization, like it had grown to, I think it was 100
plus per year.
Yeah, per year, if that's something you want to factor.
Yeah, but what was your team wants to play video, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
There's a video they want to play of Candace said it's impossible to not believe Erica's complicit. If you guys want to play that video.
Yeah. Also just
and so right now their guys are going out and they're going to look for evidence. And then by May, which is fortunately around the corner, then she'll see what they found. So what the F is that performance? How could you sit up there and say, yes, I 100% believe Tyler Robinson did it. That right there is why it is impossible for me to think that Erica Kirk is not complicit somehow. Because what?
Those two thoughts actually don't even follow. How would it be the case that even if Erica Kirk did believe that Tyler Robinson was 100% responsible for the death of Charlie Kirk, let's say she believed it with every fiber of her being, believed all the evidence, because she did. She just actually did. Would it then follow that somehow she's complicit in his death?
Oh my gosh. And the thing is, the best part of this is playing Candace's own clips to her that just completely obliterate everything that she said before then. And I think that's why she doesn't want to do debates. Because the things that she said, they're over the top, bombastic, hyperbolic. They're not true. There's no truth to any of it. She doesn't have any facts to any of it. But when she's put on the spot, yeah, it looks terrible.
And there's no way that you can convince me that Erica Kirk wasn't somehow responsible.
Get out of here.
I didn't say complicit in death. You added those two words.
Okay, so what's she complicit in?
Yes, so sowing this narrative that Tyler Robinson is guilty. So you're chopping up clips. Like I said, you didn't have the confidence to come into
tell
the
me,
beat,
what
so
does
now
that
you're
mean?
chopping
What
it
does
up.
complicit mean?
We are showing a clip of her on Barry Weiss, which I can't remember the date that she did that interview. And Erica, when she is asked, do you feel with 100% certainty that Tyler Robinson did this? And she says, I do. Then, again, context matters. I sit down with Erica for 4 hours under the assumption that she had some evidence, right? This is why I did not engage in any Erica, everyone's questioning what she's wearing and all this stuff. I was like, I'm going to wait here because I don't know, just it feels weird to think that, did I think that some of her mannerisms were weird and stuff like that? Yeah, but that's not, you can't convict somebody on weird mannerisms. And then when I sat down with her and I was expecting for her to say, well, I'm obviously the victim on the case and we got to see the shot, taken or this or that, whatever it is. Great. That's why she has that much confidence 2 months ago. And when I sat down with her, it was nothing. It was nothing. Okay. So this is a conversation.
How would that make her complicit?
Complicit. And again, you said complicit in the death of Charlie Kirk.
Complicit in what? Yeah.
Well, if you let me finish my sentence, I could tell you that. But my point being is that then you take a look at this and you go, okay, well, this is weird. Why would you have this confidence? And then when you sit across from somebody and you say, okay, great, I want to go out there and defend you now. I want people to know that you can't say this stuff publicly, but you know more things. And she just blanks. And then she says, well, I'm going to call the lawyer. And she called the lawyer. Again, all this is on my show. So out of context clips is not going to work because I know what I say on my show. Okay. So we call her lawyer and her lawyer says to us, she calls him on the phone, pardon me. It's me, her, and Justin Strife.
She's
and
so
I'm like,
insecure.
okay, great. What do you guys have? He goes, well, we don't have anything yet. We're not at that phase yet. And I'm like, well, what do you mean you don't have anything? And he says, well, don't you know how it works? It's a probable cause hearing. So basically the state says that they're going to bring this forward. And now our people go out and they look for the evidence to assert that Tyler Robinson is guilty. And so I asked her directly, her lawyer directly, the phone's in between us. I'm like, wait, so just so I'm clear, you haven't seen anything that the public hasn't seen? And he says, no. So I'm going back in my head and I'm going, okay, so why is Erica saying with such a degree of certainty, she was sent out to convince the public and people bit, by the way. I remember even Megyn Kelly was like, let's wait. She's going to have access to things. I did think she had access to things that we didn't have. Why express that confidence to the public as opposed to just being like, we don't know yet. I feel confident he's involved. They made an arrest.
I don't understand. How would any of this make her complicit and in what?
Well, I've already told you. She's complicit in trying to fool the public into thinking this is some open and shut case.
How's she trying to fool the public into this? If she believes
don't look
if she
anywhere
believes
else.
that Tyler Robinson killed Kirk, if she believes that, how would that be complicit in anything?
I do.
Are you saying that you think she doesn't believe it?
I don't believe that at that stage she sat down with Barry Weiss that's what she believes. No, but that's my opinion.
Right. But so when you just say complicit, you just mean she believes that Tyler Robinson killed Kirk? That's it?
That's what we were talking about. That's why I said if your strategy was to dice up clips and take it out of context and make it seem like I said she was complicit.
Everything.
Yeah, but then why not just play the full thing? Like why?
Because we don't have like infinite amounts of time. I'm guessing you probably don't want to watch.
I'm going to go back to my theory that you didn't feel confident that you could defend your claim that it was overwhelming evidence.
Right.
So now you're trying to move towards doctored clips and getting me to
there's no
respond to
doctored
it.
anything. I'm just making sure that we got this right.
Yes,
that what you're actually saying is that Erica is just complicit in believing it.
When I re-examined her actions backward, because I did not have this perspective of her at the beginning, which is why it's so funny to me that you guys make it seem like I'm ground zero. People thought Erica was sus from day I forgive him. And I was not a part of that. I did not lean into that. I did not contribute to that. I was getting actually terrible messages from my fans being like, Candace, you and Charlie always say to go with your intuition. You won't address this, how we all feel about her. Things changed for me when I saw that Zoom call. I will tell you that for sure. And the fact that she lied to me. So I sat across from her and, I wanted to have that conversation publicly, but they're probably grateful they didn't do it publicly. She told me some lies. And so the next thing that happens naturally when somebody lies to you, when any person lies to you, whether it's a toddler, people only lie when they're trying to obscure something else.
Have you addressed what that lie was?
Yeah, I've talked about, we have a list of lies that we've been told about. We can find that,
In
I'm
the
sure.
meeting with her.
Well, no, I didn't want her to cage up. I didn't want to do this, and because I didn't know what to expect. Like I didn't know if she was going to be like, I'm so overwhelmed with everything, and I don't know who to trust in the organization, and I don't know what I'm doing. Like I didn't know. I didn't want to.
Just out of curiosity, before anything happened with Charlie, how close were you and Erica?
Not very close.
So there's not a relationship.
No, I would say it's totally normal. Like it's not like there was any issues at all. We were always nice to each other. It just is our life went to a different phase, right? So Charlie and I, hitting the ground, running around, traveling 4 days a week. Now I get married. I find love of my life. I get married and I get pregnant. I haven't stopped being pregnant. And what you want out of life changes. You don't want to be running around for 4 days a week and traveling on a plane nonstop. You suddenly want to start building a home and live. I was desiring that suburban life.
Did you guys ever do the double dates? You, George, her, and Charlie? Was there ever double dates between the four of you?
I was engaged to George quickly. We were planning our wedding. I was kind of in my bubble with George. George traveled with me and Charlie, but Erica and him were just starting to date at the beginning of 2019. George and I were planning our marriage.
Mm-hmm.
So George really got to know Charlie. I wouldn't say that I really got to know Erica. I was just rooting for them because I knew how much Charlie wanted to, find love. And so I was kind of his wing woman throughout that phase. And I was just happy. And I never was under the impression, obviously, that they were going to get married when they were dating. So it wasn't like I was conscious, I really need to get to know this person. And so it was just kind of normal that by that time, because of where I was in my life, that I wasn't spending any time getting to know Erica per se.
So the complicit part about Erica to you, is that a gut feeling? You think
it transformed when she lied?
You can take the lead. I'm just asking questions.
Yes.
I don't go for it.
I actually don't. I still don't understand what you think she's complicit in.
Yeah. So when I say Erica's complicit, that's my opinion. When you tweeted Erica's too retarded to kill her husband, would you like to explain how you developed your evidence, your positive evidence for the fact that Erica was retarded?
Yeah, sure. So I just think all women are retarded.
Oh, so you're allowed to just say stuff. Who knew? So, and by the way, what dramatically transformed your opinion of Erica after going to the headquarters? Because you were pretty hostile about.
I wasn't hostile towards him.
You don't think calling somebody too retarded?
No, come on. That's like normal tongue-in-cheek stuff for me online.
Oh, you're being tongue-in-cheek.
Usually when I call someone retarded, I'm being tongue-in-cheek, yeah. Like, for instance, you got supporters. I mean, if you want to use the same exact argument, you would take a supporter like Owen Benjamin. He called you bad names and called your husband bad names. You're just like, well, that's no biggie?
I've never answered him on anything that he said. I'm saying that you now are her biggest defender. So do you still think
I'm not her biggest defender?
Do you still think she's too retarded?
No. I didn't know Erica Kirk. I'd never met her before.
Okay, but
so based Andrew Wilson, first of all, based Andrew Wilson, W, absolute W. Let's go. Let's go, Andrew. Let's go, Andrew. Let's go. Yeah, calling women retarded. You know what? We can dig it, brother. We can dig it. But yeah, there's nothing wrong with what Andrew said. He was expressing his opinion that he thought she was too dumb to be able to pull off an assassination like that, which I think has more evidence than Candace Owens saying that she was complicit. Yeah. Erica Kirk was in contact with the French and Israeli government to take out her husband. The father of her children. Yeah, get out of here. This is stupid. This is like really stupid, even for Candace.
but you had an issue with Turning Point being led by a bunch of fembots talking about the
Still do.
feminist angle.
Still do.
And then suddenly you go to the
Still think
headquarters.
it's a terrible idea.
You go into the headquarters. Now all of a sudden you've got text messages that you're sharing with them. You say that you and your wife are getting involved with management.
No. I'm not involved in any management at Turning Point
Well,
USA.
I'm pretty sure there is a clip of you where you say that your wife went to their recent conference and sat down. And then when you were on Joe Rogan.
No. Hang on. I'll explain what happened just so that you understand.
Yeah.
So I was invited there to do some debate training. That's literally what I was invited there to do on recommendation. So I went down and did some debate. That's the first time I ever met anybody at TPUSA.
Okay. And then you said you sat down with Erica.
Well, I didn't sit down to her. I talked to her in a hallway.
So you didn't sit down and speak with Erica?
No, I didn't have like some sit down long conversation. We talked in a hallway.
Okay. Is that when you gave her the hug?
Yeah, gave her the hug right there. My wife did too. We were both very sorry for what happened.
Okay.
to
So
her.
at what point did you start receiving text messages from that you cited in your opening statement?
Oh, I just reached out to TPUSA and said, I'm prepping for a debate. Is there anything that's pertinent that I can use here?
Do you find it interesting that people have been asking for, basic answers to questions, and you're saying that you walked into their headquarters and reached out and they instantly...
It's amazing, isn't it? If you reach out in good faith and you're not demonizing them and saying that they're complicit in the murder of people's deaths, that perhaps they're actually willing to release things to you that are pertinent, other than thinking that, perhaps you're diabolical.
Well, I don't know. I feel like if I was
intentions.
going to release that information, I didn't demand that it be released to me. I actually never demanded that it be released. I just simply said that this is what was going on in the last 48 hours. Maybe to the media they could release it. They could release it to PBD. They decided to release it to a guy that called Erica too retarded in June.
So what?
Yeah, I just think it kind of shows that Turning Point is sending you as their horse.
Well, I don't know where
they don't have the courage to have the conversation. If they were just releasing something in good faith to answer questions,
do you have any
I've never
evidence
demanded.
of that claim?
It's not evidence.
No.
You're sharing your opinion
No.
that she's too retarded. I can't share my opinion that I think it's going to
Well, I never
register
met the
as
chick.
really obvious to the public. That rather than presenting that throughout the course of everybody wanting to know what Charlie was going through his last days, they decided to give it to you to come to my house as some sort of a surprise.
Well,
do you think the public's not smart enough to see through that?
Do you think that if you
talking
know
about terrible PR,
if you know that there's a huge debate that's coming up that's going to be probably one of the most viewed that year, and one of the debaters calls you and says, I'm taking this position. This is the position that I feel like there's the most evidence for. And Candace also agreed to answer many of my questions in regards to this. So if you got pertinent evidence here that I can use, I definitely like take a look.
What is that?
It was actually amazing to me. It really was actually amazing to me how if you approach people in good faith and just say, hey, I'd actually like to know what the facts and details are around this, they actually do talk to you. It's amazing.
Yeah, I just do not believe that they are doing this in good faith. I don't believe that anything you have done has demonstrated that's in good faith. It demonstrates that you walked into Turning Point USA headquarters and came out a different man because you were critical of the organization.
Andrew, you came out a different man. They brainwashed him. Guys, can you believe that? Can you believe that Turning Point brainwashed Andrew Wilson? They strapped him in a chair and they exposed him to the Israeli brain beam. The Israeli brain beam. And Andrew was like, money, must support Israel, our greatest ally. Turning Point USA, I love Erica Kirk, ha, 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 ha. Like, the idea that he went in there and came out a different person is so hilarious. No, there's a difference between rhetoric online and then you meet somebody in person and, they lost their husband and you're like, wow, I feel bad for them. She doesn't understand basic human emotions. Like, Candace, come on. It's embarrassing.
We're critical of Erica, and now you're sitting here going,
Well,
Candace,
first
I
of
want to
all,
interrogate you for
have
an
you
hour
ever
and a half
been-
about
hang
everything
on,
you've
hang
ever
on.
said
Have you
about
ever been
Erica.
critical of somebody that you hadn't met and then you meet them and you're less critical of them?
And the inverse has happened too. I was
You're right,
less critical
exactly.
about Erica, and now I'm more
But I'm
critical
asking
about her.
you, isn't it the case that there's people you've been critical of and then you've met them and you're less critical after you meet them?
Too retarded. I feel like if you think that she's dumb and let's just talk about your record. I mean, you're a person that has spent time in what most people would term to be the manosphere, talking about well, yeah.
I debate against
against feminists
and red pillars and a lot of the actual. So I'm a Christian ethicist.
And then you go on to Joe Rogan and you're like soft explaining away why Erica had to take over Charlie's company when they don't have a parent at home. So now you're a feminist icon. Like you just go into the headquarters and you just shift all of your perspectives.
That's a bizarre criticism. Like nobody's in the bigger girl boss position than you.
I'm actually
You're in the biggest of the girl boss positions. Like you don't have to do this. You just do this. You could definitely not do it at all and be fine, right? But you still do.
I would say that you are making a comparison that cannot be compared because Erica's husband was just assassinated in front of the world.
Which
the
makes sense. Why should we take the organization
No,
over?
it makes sense why you would go home to your kids, just so you know.
Wait a second. That's bizarre.
Yeah, they don't have a parent. They don't have a parent, and they've just suffered a trauma. You don't go into the office.
You
want
to protect your husband's legacy, right?
No.
And you're trying to find some
the
new
legacy
normal.
is his children, not the organization.
It's both.
No,
yes, it is both. It's totally rational and reasonable to believe that it would be both Turning Point USA, that is part of Charlie Kirk's legacy. He worked his whole life for it.
This is why people think she's sus.
And his children. Now, for you though, to say that anybody's a girl boss, right? That's like the pot calling the kettle black.
That came out of your mouth.
No, that was you. You brought up girl boss.
Girl boss came out of your mouth.
Yeah, I'm telling you that you brought up this idea that I'm defending some feminist nonsense. I'm not. I'm pointing out that they're by the way,
she's not qualified to take over his company.
There's always objective outliers to each situation. In fact, it's the exception that proves the rule. And the interesting thing here is like, I'm still just as critical of feminism inside of TPUSA as I've always been. And I'm just as critical of any pro-Zionist position as I've ever been. None of that's ever changed. By the way, I would think it's the most rational, reasonable thing on planet Earth to do if you wanted to actually see an organization change, to try to work with leadership or reach out to leadership to try to do so. Doesn't that make the most amount of sense?
I would like to state for the record that I think Erica is underqualified to run the organization. Sure. And on the more emotional aspects, I agree with what seems to be a majority opinion, because I'm not gonna say it's scientific, that any woman that would leave her kids and go right into the office after their husband was publicly assassinated does not have their priorities straight.
Okay, well, I understand that you can have those criticisms, but I'm not understanding still how that would make her complicit.
I don't have to keep answering the same question.
Okay,
so
let's
feel
like you got an answer to how it's complicit?
Your team is asking to play a clip, so if we want to play this clip to just finish this segment on the Erica Kirk topic, we can spend some time on that as well. So if you guys are ready in the back, we're ready.
And causing that 30-06 diameter, as would happen with a pet and explosives, as we've demonstrated to you in the past, it accidentally, because of how Charlie was crouched, went up and hit his neck. And that ruined everything. That ruined everything. It was problematic. It's the reason why Terrell then had to scramble to get the cameras down, because they were never supposed to see it. They could have said reasonably that a 30-06 got eaten by Charlie, much more reasonably, obviously, than saying that the chicken bones in his neck stopped it because he ate vegetables. They panicked. That's why Terrell's nervous on the phone with me. Again, this is my theory, and I am now very much sticking to it. Okay. They panicked. It's the reason Erica had to step out. That's why she would have gotten on the phone with Terrell so quickly, because I was going, why is Terrell saying, well, I didn't want Erica to relive. Oh, that's why I did it. He didn't have an answer. He was nervous. It was crazy. But he acknowledged it. He spoke to Erica immediately. Why did you speak to Erica immediately?
So do you believe that there was a shape charge that killed Charlie?
Hey, can I ask you why you keep starting clips?
Hey, can I ask you? I asked you a question. No, you're going to ask me a question.
Mid-sentence?
Probably to get to where the clip is.
No, it doesn't seem that way, because you can always start a clip at the beginning of a sentence. Like you're just it's completely out of context.
Wait,
but
I didn't prepare the clips, but
I
didn't. But it's fine to ask it to back it up.
Like I said, I don't need to say what's happening here because the internet will clock it. But
yeah, the internet does clock it. You're full of shit and you can't answer a question. You're weak. You don't have an answer for that because you know what makes you look bad. You're deeply insecure, and so what you're doing is essentially you're just trying to find any way to duck avoiding accountability.
In this episode, we are now going, and that's why I said we're now going to look at some alternative theories. I made it very clear that this was a theory that I didn't want to look at. This is, I believe, because I don't have every episode in my head, but I'm pretty sure this is an episode where we presented the evidence that was in the car, the photos of what was in the car, right? And so we are now inferring off of what we see in the car that this very much does look like that we see a bunch of shattered Rode microphone, which was an early theory that I was actually interested in, but couldn't really wrap my head around what was the shape charge explosive. As I say at the beginning of the episode, it was just not my expertise.
Mic.
And I was concerning myself with timelines and stories and statements that didn't make sense. Without question, Terrell Farnsworth is someone who made me think that we were missing a big part of the story. So I'm walking them through John Bray's theory. If we started to insert what we are actually observing with the evidence that we're taking a look at and what took place that day. So we're completely in the hypothetical right here. And you're now introducing this.
If that's the case, if you're just hypothetically exploring it, that's why I'm just asking directly.
Yes, but that's obvious when you watch this episode. So that's why it feels like I'm in the middle of an interview with CNN when they pull up random clips and they're like, what's this? What's this? You watch the episode, you know what it is.
I'm just trying to make sure. Do you think that your alternative theory,
I think John Bray's theory should be explored. Yes.
Okay. Do you think that Charlie Kirk was killed with an explosive?
I think that is a possibility. Yes.
Oh my gosh.
And it should be explored. He's done a lot of work on it. John Bray has done good work, and I think that that's why that theory is now starting to gain steam since we released the second set of the photos of what was in the car. I think it's viable.
So this was the big thing I wanted to get into with you on the explosives too. What is it about that theory that's actually compelling to you? So I looked into the explosive mic theory multiple times, and the biggest thing that stood out to me is there's no explosion. There's literally no explosion. In fact, there's videos when the shot rings out that kills Charlie. At least it sounds like a shot to me. People are actually like looking up towards where the gun is being fired. They're looking away for where the sound is. Like, where's the actual explosion?
Well, for every person that you say looks away, there's going to be a person that was looking forward. We have former Marines that have gotten on and said,
"Oh man,
it looks to me like there's an explosion under his shirt." Right? You obviously saw Rob O'Neill go on to, I'm forgetting which platform it was, where he said, "It's the first thing I thought was
Rob O'Neill is the man that killed Osama bin Laden."
Yeah, and I think he's qualified to say what he believes he saw. We should actually, since they're pulling clips, we should run that clip of Rob O'Neill and what he said and what he observed and his experience.
Yeah.
So I'm going to take that. And also there were people who immediately spoke to the media that day who said the same thing, that they thought that something happened under his shirt. That was actually, if you go back to like my first episode, when I was just observing what I saw with my eyes, I was asking the serious question. I was seriously saying, why is it like somebody shot him from underneath? Why is his shirt moving first? It doesn't make sense to me. And
That's because of air dispersal from the bullet. So
Yeah.
whenever a bullet is shot, a projectile shot, you can actually run this experiment yourself if you have a rifle. Take like an empty box of ammunition and put it on the table, and then fire it near the muzzle, and that box will actually blow off the table.
Okay, so question for you. Does that box go sideways off a table?
It can.
It can.
Yeah, it can. It depends on the dispersal.
You shoot 3,000 pounds of energy or 2,000 pounds of energy coming at you. That's how much it carries.
Well, it's not 2,000 pounds of energy.
Well, we can fact check that. How many pounds of energy is it? A 30-06 being shot 150 yards away. That's a great question for Grok. I'm going to say when we looked at it, it was between 1,500 and 2,000. I'm pretty sure pounds of energy coming at you, and you just go upward and to the side. I don't really buy that. I'm going to just say I just think that that's not possible. It doesn't go through on top of that. So it's another miracle. You didn't get blown backwards. It didn't go through. But I also want to say that you're saying this can happen, and Rob O'Neill is infinitely more qualified, I think, to speak on that.
Why?
And because he's actually shot and killed people.
Why would that have anything to do with anything?
Because
did he slow down all the videos of the people he shot to see if their clothes moved?
Well, why are you able to assert your position as
because I'm gonna tell you how projectiles work. He's not even gonna I guarantee you this guy's not even gonna disagree with what I'm about to say. If it is the case that you have energy and you have mass, and the mass is moving in the air has to go somewhere. It doesn't have a choice.
I think you're totally BSing right now, man.
Not only am I not BSing, I'm telling you the truth. If a bullet is moving in the air has to move out of the way of the bullet.
But maybe not at the bottom of a shirt.
Oh, no.
Okay, great. Thousands or hundreds of thousands of people would want
presented. I think when she is asked to the public, it looks to me like there's an explosion under his shirt, right? You obviously.
Not only am I not BSing, I'm telling you.
And then you see a puff here, and the next thing you know, there's the.
Oh my gosh, she is so done. She is so finished. Oh, and how are you an expert? Excuse me. Point of order. Point of personal privilege. Black woman speaking here. Excuse me. How is it that you know that I just don't believe you? I don't. Like, this is why nobody trusts Candace Owens. She has no frame of reference about this at all. She's speaking with an authority that she doesn't have. She's an idiot that thinks that she's way smarter than she is. And that gets to the heart of the problem. Because Andrew Wilson is an intelligent guy. He's somebody that looks at these situations from a logical perspective. Candace Owens does not. And so the reason why they're bumping heads as much as they are is because Andrew is trying to talk about reality. He's trying to talk about physics. He's trying to talk about, what positive evidence do you have? And she goes, why does all the evidence have to be positive? Like, listen, negative evidence can be just as helpful as positive evidence, Andrew. And it goes to show you, we're dealing with a fundamentally large gap in IQ and intelligence. Now, Andrew would probably never say this because he's a nice guy, but, I will say this. She's an idiot. She's low IQ. She's a retard. Genuinely. Like, when you're watching this and you're seeing what's being said it's so evidently clear the evolutionary gap in intelligence here. And by the way, we got a super chat from somebody that was in the army right here.
Seen 6 CFPs explode. Seen giant EFPs hit people that would have blown a giant hole in his shirt minimum. The casing is destroyed when fired.
So Heinrich was in the army. So he's watching this going, yeah, she's got no idea what she's talking about. You know, in a shirt minimum. The casing is destroyed when fired. Yeah.
Entry wound on his neck. I would not confidently assert that I see smoke. I've never said it on my
Do you
platform.
think that an explosion generally has smoke?
I don't think that there's any quality version of video that would get us to be able to answer that question other than Terrell's 4K footage that he has from the front. So
there's a lot of, if you look at the Israeli pagers, it's assumed that it's a similar, if not the same type of explosive that was used inside the pagers that would have been used inside of this road mic.
I think that you should, since you love debating, you should debate someone like John Bray, who's worked on that theory for 11 months, and ask those sorts of questions of how shaped charge would work. I presented the evidence of what was in the car, and I also, at that episode that you're clipping, said John Bray has done an unbelievable amount of work on this, and I think he has debated a ton of people, actually, regarding this topic. So that's the route that I would send you on. For the purposes of my show, I do believe, to answer your question, that it is a hypothetical. I mean, that it is a theory that should be thoroughly explored.
There's 2 clips your team wants to show. One of them is the Rob O'Neill clip, since we're on it. So if you guys are ready in the back before we go to ad break, if you want to pull it up, this is a good time.
Another ad break? Oy vey.
And good to see you, General Holt. A lot of things bother bothers me about this. Nothing in particular. It's not like I'm out there saying big lie or conspiracy or someone did it. I'm just saying I've been in a lot of shootings. I've killed more than a handful of people, and this thing looked shady off the bat. I mean, I've killed people closer than I saw the camera, and I've never seen a shirt move like that. That looks like an explosion to me. Just the fact that no one started doing first aid to Charlie Kirk, they were more concerned about getting SIM cards out of cameras, removing cameras, and then getting him off the X somehow. There didn't seem a lot of concern for his life. It seemed like just clean it up. And then, I mean, I've been told they paved it over a couple days later. And then you get Erica Kirk behind all the razzle dazzle, and she's really quick to forgive the alleged shooter, which technically says that was him because I forgive him, but that you can't forgive Candace Owens for having an opinion or asking questions. And they mock people by saying, "Oh, I'm just asking questions." Yeah, I'm a SEAL Team 6 sniper. I'm asking a lot of questions. No one wants to answer them.
And you're able to ask.
He's actually said very little about the explosive there. So
he observed, he said he's shot people up close, and he's never seen a shirt move like that, and it looked to him like an explosive. That's what he just said.
But when I play that video at full speed, I can't see a shirt moving. I can only see a shirt moving when we slow it way down. So if I'm in real time, I'm just assuming this, right? I mean, if I was in real time and I was in like a close quarters combat, you kill somebody situation, and I shot them, would you even see the shirt move?
Well, I just feel like 5 minutes ago you were arguing that it was because the bullet carried air. Now you're saying you don't see the shirt move at all.
Yeah, but that's, if you slow it down, the disbursement of air, that's where you're going to see it, right? It's going to be very quick, very, 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 very fast.
Yeah,
and then
that's not what I saw, and clearly it's not what he saw, and he thinks that there could be an explosive. So I'm just saying to you, when people disagree with you, your opinion's on a fact. That's all.
I understand.
I think that's a good place for us to, if we have another break, and then we can keep answering your questions.
Yeah, I mean, I think, yeah, sounds good.
Perfect. We'll do a quick 3.5 minute ad break. We'll be back for.
All right, ad break, guys. Yeah. The same guy that lied about pew pew bin bin. And thank you, Heinrich. I appreciate your support, brother. I appreciate your support more than you can know. And guys, all right, it's time for an ad break. We're gonna have an ad break right now. Just reminding you, this video. Who is sponsoring this video? This video is sponsored by Tactical Templar Tampons. That's right. You got a woman in your life and you're like, wow, she's a real bleeder. She's a bleeder. Well, you know what? We got the perfect item for you. It's the Tactical Templar High Flow Industrial Grade Tampons. These are the highest quality tampons picked from cotton, picked from genuine black people in the South. You will never find more authentic, high quality tampons than this. Only $49.99 a box. It's a steal. You'd be losing money not to give me $50 for this box. Yeah. Yeah. Hell, I've been shot. I need something to stop the bleeding hole. Well, we got the right thing. Oh man, that's so in bad taste. I didn't even think about that until after I said it. Oh God, no! I didn't. I was reading it from chat. No, it wasn't me. I didn't mean it. Damn you, Heinrich. I was really. That's a funny joke, but now is not the time, Heinrich. I gotta wag my finger at you. You're gonna get me into trouble. We're talking. We're talking about this. We're talking about this debate. We got a bona fide retard in chat. Guys, say hi to Ivy is sly. Ivy's obviously not very sly. We got a bona fide retard. Say hi to them. It says, and also make sure to get your tactical plushie, By the way, these are not actual real products. You cannot actually buy these. I don't sell these. It's just a joke. Let's jump ahead. All right.
Session, but just thought that Lance Twiggs' DNA, like he was directly responding to that because the testimony was a bit confusing. They started by saying that they were going to, like explaining how they got the samples, and they said Lance, Matt, and Amber Robinson, how they got their DNA samples, and then they started speaking about the gun and said, multiple prints were found on them, and then they moved and they said Lance Twiggs' DNA was found on the screwdriver. When I went back and rewatched it, I realized, well, they haven't officially said that Lance or Amber are on the gun, so I think I've already conceded that we don't know that. So I think, but if you want to play the clip,
this is directly you saying it is on the gun. Twiggs' DNA
I'm saying
is
that
on
I
the
feel
gun.
like I've already said to you, like I've made that concession. But just to be clear, whenever I make a mistake, I just correct it. So that's why when you were asking me 3 times, I've already said we don't know yet, and I've corrected that mistake. So if the purpose of you showing this is to demonstrate that Candace makes mistakes sometimes when she's taking in a lot of information and she's reading through legal documents and she's trying to remember 9-hour testimony.
How's it going, brothers?
Something else. It is, in fact, the case. We're all going to make mistakes.
We got Mr.
And I've already
make mistakes in the case.
Yeah.
But in this case, you were very adamant that his DNA was on.
Oh, God. All right, we got to take a moment. Muscove says $60,000 donation goal to help TT buy a plushie machine like the quartering. I'm gonna incorporate that in the next plushie ad. Now, guys, I need your money. I need your $60,000. It's actually $80,000. I need your $80,000 to buy a machine that'll make the plushies for me, guys. Your support today will. Oh gosh, that's actually really funny.
The gun itself.
Yeah, so I'm just saying that it's not ruled out. We know that there's 5+ prints. I've said this so many times. I had to rewatch the testimony again. It's like 9 hours a day. It got very scientific when they were speaking about this. And I think I wrongly extrapolated that they meant all 3 of them were on the prints when the only person they officially named was Matt Robinson. So we don't know yet if Lance Twiggs has his DNA on the prints, DNA on the gun officially just yet.
Okay.
I've already conceded that.
Sure.
So
that's fine. And then the last one is one with Erica Kirk.
Sure. This is like the Erica Kirk. All right, Erica. You could just sit down with me, Erica, but we can do it this way.
This goes back to a previous claim that you made.
Yeah,
so
sure.
I'm bringing it up.
Straight to jail, for questioning at least Erica. I don't care who's mad. I really do not care who wants to be upset after this episode. Really, you will be wasting your breath. You can spend $1 billion on influencers because this is all becoming increasingly inexplicable. You are asking me to be an idiot, actually, and I cannot do that for you. Someone once commented beneath this show that if the situations were reversed and there were this many verifiable lies.
So straight to jail?
Yeah, so that's the show intro, and straight to jail is a monopoly term.
Okay. So do not pass go.
Yeah.
Do not collect $200.
Yes, it's obviously tongue in cheek. And then I explained that actually I think that she should be brought in for questioning because of inconsistencies. So this is the exact episode when I started to think that.
So she thinks that Erica Kirk, the woman who lost her husband, should be taken into jail. Right. Okay. Well, that pretty much solidifies what I've known about Candace Owens and what we've all known about Candace Owens.
She should be sat down and questioned. And I still believe that. I still hold the perspective that Erica should be sat down and she should be properly questioned.
Do you know that she hasn't been?
No, actually, that would be a great thing for the spokesperson of Turning Point USA to say that she's already.
but
set for,
why do they?
I mean, my guess would be she hasn't because they returned everything to her.
Yeah.
But
why do they owe you that though? Why
they don't owe me
yeah.
anything. That's my show you're watching. Just the clips that you're pulling are from my show. So if I want to say something on my show, I can say that. I didn't say they owe me something. I don't think that's ever. Unless you have
but
another
if you
clip.
say like you need to be sat down for questioning and you don't even know if they haven't been, that's strange, right?
Do you know if they have been?
No, I have no idea.
So you're just saying, what if they haven't been?
Yeah, if your
just kind
entire
of filling the air
if your
with
entire thing
just
is
junk.
No, it's not junk. if the
she's so unbelievably low IQ and unlikable, it's insane. So he's bringing up a very interesting fact. She has no knowledge. She just admitted that she has no knowledge, whether this is true or not, but she's just saying it. Because it's my show, I can say whatever I want. I honestly don't know how anyone watches Candace Owens at this point. If you watch Candace Owens, if you're a fan of Candace Owens, after this debate, I immediately think less of you. I immediately think less of you.
query is, why is it that Erica Kirk's not being sat down for questioning? But you have absolutely no knowledge whether or not she's been sat down for questioning or not. What that does is it creates an innuendo. It creates an inference. It creates out to the ethos that this should be happening because something's wrong here, when you actually don't have the knowledge that anything's wrong at all.
I just think that my opinion is that she should be sat down and questioned.
But you're not sure if she hasn't been.
Yeah, you're not sure if she has been either. So, like I said, I feel like now you're just kind of filling the air with nonsense. Because during points like, we want to make sure that you go in there and you defend Erica. And I have to say, I don't think you've done an extraordinary job at that.
But I'm not here to defend Erica. The thing is, though, is like...
that since 4 out of 5.
Like, his job is not to defend Erica Kirk. You want him to defend Erica Kirk because you want to tie him to TPUSA. But that's not what he's doing. That's not what he's stating. It's not. It has nothing to do. It has absolutely nothing to do with defending Erica Kirk. It's about holding you accountable for things that you've said that are absolutely indefensible. This is obvious.
5 of the clips that you had on the ready when we asked you guys ahead of time. I mean, I want to just assert how professionally we have dealt with this debate. As you can see, we have not planned any gotcha clips for Andrew. I expressed to him that what we were going to do was just to use people for fact checks, and because I might not remember something, or I do remember something and you're saying no, and that is what I think will register to people as very fair. We did not take out of context clips of Andrew to try to
expressly said that I was going to bring claims.
We did not. No, when you said you were going to bring claims that you would want me to speak to, you didn't say I intend on sitting you down with out of contexted clips to which we said to you before in an email. Any clips you want to share with us, send it over. Let's just start a debate claim so that we can both be ready to respond to it. That's
not really what happened.
Well, what didn't happen?
The way that you're framing the exchange, that's not actually what happened. We were negotiating. It is true. We negotiated out the claim itself, right? Which one's going to take which position. I wanted to make sure that I had at least an hour and a half on mine, and you got the time for yours to question me. We did. We got through your hour and a half on mine, roughly an hour and a half now on mine. That's basically how this went.
But in the beginning, I did not take an hour and a half to just pull out of context clips with Andrew. I actually debated the substance of what's going on in this trial and this hearing. And I do think that you fell short of that.
There's nothing hang on.
And
there's nothing here except holding you to account for your claims.
Yes or no. Well, we were supposed to be debating the case and whether or not there was overwhelming evidence.
These are your claims about the case.
No, you then admitted that now you're getting into another sphere and you want to talk about the transcendentals and things that I've said. And like 4 out of 5 of your clips are about Erica Kirk. So the general perception is your Turning Point's horse.
Oh, so I
think quite a few of them were. Were there 3 Ericas or 4?
So you're just making stuff up?
Can we get a count of how many were about Erica? I feel like
it was 3.
3. Okay,
yeah,
3. I said 4.
But those are extraordinary claims, which is why you're asking about them, right?
Okay. But the point being is now you're veering into trying to get me to defend my opinions, and then you completely shirk responsibility when I point out yours. No, they're not claims. When you tweet claims. Erica is too retarded, you go, that's just whatever, and then you move on.
That's a claim. And I'm responsible for the claim.
Well, earlier when I brought it up, you said that it was tongue in cheek.
Yes, sure. That's me responding to your criticism of the claim. That's all I'm doing here.
I was interested and
I'm happy to get into also the Patsy stuff now if you would like to.
Well, your team has one more clip they want to play from 7 days ago. They got one more clip.
We were getting into the Patsy stuff and you stopped it and I was explaining to you. Okay, one more.
God. Oh God, she's so insufferable. Oh no. Oh gosh. That's just crazy.
Clip. Okay, let's go.
They want to hit the minimum of 4 clips you were saying with Erica, so
100%.
This is absurd.
Okay. And this is the one you were saying from 7 days ago. Okay. While they're looking for that, do you want to continue?
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
can I
yeah.
ask a question? I know it's been, or like, can I ask a question? Or are we
Not
just in
really. I'm just gonna.
Okay.
We're gonna hold to the actual contract itself.
the contract does not say that you are allowed to just question me without me being able to respond to you.
I've never said you can't
or have
respond.
a conversation.
You've been able to respond to every question I've asked you. And by the way, the other thing is like
Let's have it your way. I want it to look like
still happy
we've
to have
done
a
everything
debate.
Andrew wanted to, so that people can fairly assess the situation. So you have it your way. I will not ask a question.
Totally fair with me.
So are you good with her asking a question or
He
no?
said no.
Waiting for the clip.
Okay, so you want to wait for the clip first. Okay. You guys have it in the back? Okay, beautiful.
Okay, where's the clip? Okay. We're waiting.
Jeopardy team told me they had it, so
that's what I heard. Okay, there we
come
go.
on, guys.
Did this crime. Okay? Because Lance
I can't hear
Twiggs
this. My
has his
everyone else just tell me
DNA
what
on
it
the
says up here.
towel.
It's fine.
Lance Twiggs has his DNA on the rifle.
Lance Twiggs
And to be
has his
clear,
DNA on the
Lance
rifle.
Twiggs'
I've seen this 4
DNA
times,
was
but I don't
not
know why they feel
as
like they need
degraded as Tyler Robinson's DNA was.
She is so, guys, she is so rattled. Like she can't help herself from talking during the clips. She is just so unbelievably rattled. Anyone who thinks that she won this encounter, I'm here to tell you, if you think she won this, if you think this was a W for Candace, you have some severe screws loose. This was devastating. Andrew came on her home turf, humiliated her, even with all of her own stupid rules that she made up to insulate herself, and she still lost. Imagine that. That is some kind of humiliation.
Was on Tyler's rifle. It's Tyler's rifle.
Oh, you
but
also
Lance's
said, it's
DNA
not as degraded on the rifle.
Yeah, because I thought he was one of the things, but I've already that's what I mean when I say that. Like, it just seems like you're not actually here trying to engage, because even before you got to this, and I knew that you had some secret clip planned, I said to you when I rewatched the testimony, I realized that they didn't explicitly say Lance Twiggs. They said 5 other profiles were on it, and that his was the most degraded. So I hope your team feels fulfilled in playing that. Is there any more? I'm happy to play every clip that he has on the ready. Anybody?
You said you had some new evidence at the beginning of the.
Oh yeah,
debate
we should
you had
show that
something
text
new.
message that you read,
Did
just
wanna
because
share
I
that?
think that's important for the public. You shared it out of context.
I'll do it on my show. I'll share the text
So you're going to
message.
read it on my show, but not show it?
Correct.
Okay.
So I'll show it on my show, but
Oh man. Yeah. Oh gosh.
that's what I'll do. I'll show it on my
Can
show.
I ask why?
Well, because I want to drip out the evidence. You know, that's got to drip out that evidence. Keep people coming back for the show, right?
I don't know if snark serves you so well.
I'm just saying, like, yeah, I'll release it there. Yeah, that's my intention. But yeah, I'm fine with closings if you want to do closings.
Well, I also would just, if I may ask a question, is that permitted?
Go ahead.
Bravo.
Just so I also have clarity, since your basis has been evidentiary, you keep saying that you have evidence, or like you are following evidence. Which one of the charges against, or all of them, do you think Tyler Robinson is guilty of?
The specific charge?
Yeah.
Yeah. So what I think is that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, but of the 7 charges that he's being charged.
Yeah. Can we list them real quick? I'll tell you exactly which ones. We'll pull them up.
Well, do you know any of the charges that he's up for right now?
Yeah, of course. But
Can
I want to make
name
sure that we
one?
have them listed.
Yeah, but like can you name one? Because my general perspective is that you don't actually
Okay, so she's trying to do a gotcha. This is embarrassing.
care about this case. You're not
Is
following
that
the case.
it? That's the question. You're just not
but, I mean,
following it
seems,
enough.
It seems pretty, like, if you're going to engage and you're going to say the evidence is overwhelming that Tyler Robinson is guilty, I just think that you should, like,
right.
can you tell me one
Then let's do the
charge
counter.
that he's...
You can really, hang on. This is a great gotcha.
No. You just got to ask me, play
Yeah.
clips out of context,
Yeah,
put me
yeah.
in the hot seat. So please just answer the
This
question.
is fair.
Can
Name
you
all 7 since you've been following the case.
Okay, sure.
Go ahead.
You name one.
Yeah, you named all 7.
I'm happy to do that, but can you name one?
I think he's been charged with murder.
That's actually incorrect.
Okay, great. Now name all 7.
He doesn't even, this is like...
Name all 7.
And I
Can you
I
name
think
all 7?
I can.
Then do it.
Sure, you don't have to
Do
put
it. No, do it. I'll count them. Go ahead.
You don't
Name
have to put
them.
your fingers up.
Okay,
I
hang
can
on.
do
Name
that.
Yeah. You dare use my own spells against me, Potter? Oh, gosh, that's fantastic. I bet you she can't name all of them, but she wanted to use that as a gotcha. That is a very short-sighted maneuver right there.
The first charge is aggravated murder because that's what carries
Okay.
a death
So
sentence in the
murder.
state of Utah. No,
Next.
that's not. That is literally not murder.
Okay.
And
Next.
so just for people, no, I don't have to do it in a time limit. There's nothing going on.
Aggravated murder isn't murder. Got it.
And just to explain to people the difference of why that really matters and shows that he doesn't actually care about this at all is because aggravated murder, it's narrowly defined,
Just
and because
avoiding
it
the
carries
question.
a death sentence. I'm going to answer the question.
Okay,
You're
I'm
just going to
waiting.
recognize that your strategy of thinking that people are intimidated when you try to put a time.
So so Candace Owens, she decided that she was going to try to use this gotcha. Andrew rebounded it back on her, and now she's flustered, and now she's like, "Wow, yeah, you don't even know. You don't even know when." Oh, it's like, oh gosh. Talk about an L.
Time constraint doesn't work, and you'll be better the next
Oh man, aggravated murder isn't murder.
time you debate
I got
someone.
it. I got it. Give me the other ones.
The more you cut me off, the longer I'll take. Do you want to just wait for me to finish of why that's a big difference so that
No,
people
I just
don't walk
want
away?
you to list the charges.
Yeah, I'm going to do that. You just don't get to pretend that there's a time constraint for me to do that.
Well, how long does it take you to list 7 charges?
Because I'm speaking. You just got to.
It sounds like you're just delaying it because you don't know them.
I know all 7 of them,
Then
and I'm
tell
going to
me
say
them.
again because you're going to get
She
embarrassed.
doesn't know.
You don't have to rush this. I'm also showing an example of a very flawed debate strategy. I
Okay,
actually
well,
am
I
under
got
no
one.
time constraint.
I got one.
Great. The second charge is the felony discharge of a weapon. The next 2 charges are for obstruction of justice.
Okay.
The next 2 charges are for witness tampering. And the
What's
final,
the specific charges, though?
that is them. Obstruction of justice,
Both of
obstruction
those?
of justice, witness tampering, witness tampering.
Okay, wait, and there's no other specifics to them.
Well, I can tell you why he's being
No,
charged
no, no,
with it.
just the charges, and then 7?
Yeah, see, the bad thing is when you try to be an a-hole and it doesn't work.
What's the 7th?
The last charge is violence in front of a minor.
Okay, got it. So then he's being charged with murder. You just say aggravated murder. That's the distinction. You just want to.
It's a massive. It's
Got
like
it.
you cannot
Massive.
say murder versus aggravated
Massive
murder.
distinction.
This gets to the entire crux of why him being up for the death sentence. And I actually find the
Aggravated murder
defense's
isn't murder.
filing about why this is not aggravated to be very compelling of why it's not aggravated murder. I actually think that the state was going to even try to pull this off. They should have charged him with just murder. And then I do also, again, want to stress to audiences that debate strategy of thinking that you have to speak faster or somebody puts your hand up and they try to pretend like it's some sport. I think he thinks it's a blood sport. It's not. It's about being right and being principled when you're engaging. And you can make mistakes. I make mistakes all the time, but at least be genuine in pretending that you care about this case enough to know one of the 7 charges that are up against Tyler Robinson when you say the evidence is overwhelming that he's guilty. If you would like to move to final statements, I'm fine. I want to make sure Andrew has had the time that he has requested.
I think your team would like to pull out the 7 charges that he just asked you about. If you guys want to pull that up just to confirm the 7 you went through. Can you guys zoom in a little bit? For
Aggravated murder, felony discharge of a firearm, obstruction of justice, which is counts 3 and 4, 5 and 6, tampering with a witness, and count 7,
violent
I said offense in the presence of a
in front
minor.
of a child?
Yeah.
That's what
So
I
5, 6, tampering witness, 3rd-degree felony. Now, I did notice something. I just was curious about. If I'm just wondering, when you pulled out your phone just before you asked that question, did somebody by chance text you that question?
You can check my phone.
I'm just curious.
No, you can absolutely not. I have not had one communication with a single person, not even my producers who are in there this whole time we were here. You want to check my phone? I'm happy to do it because you're just going to get double embarrassed. Where's my phone?
You want to see it?
I'm just
You can.
curious. Yeah.
You can literally do that. Here you go. PBD, you're the moderator.
Okay,
Take it.
let's see
if anyone was texted at all during this debate
All right.
about the violent charges or anything.
Well, okay, but that doesn't prove anything because she could have deleted it. She could have deleted the message.
I'm looking through this. You give me permission.
You
so I'm
have
looking
full
up, I'm not
permission
gonna
to
give
go through my
names.
phone. I don't need to
So
cheat.
the last one has nothing to do with it. It's just a compliment.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't even read my text messages.
That's
so
a compliment.
He's reading them.
You're okay. You'll give me permission. I'm
Yes.
just going to read 3
Yes.
to 1132 because after that, I don't need to read it.
Any other text? Could have been Telegram. Could have been something.
All
like
I
that.
have is Signal. You can check that too. I only have Signal. Telegram I used in Russia, and that was it. I downloaded
I'll
for
take
Russia.
your word for it.
Yeah,
Then-
I don't need to like. I
Okay.
deeply care about this case. I don't need to
I
pretend
get
to
it.
know
If you
stuff
deeply
that I
care
don't
about the
know.
case, I just, I have my other question is about steakhouse
to
receipt.
get small concessions or not do something small, and they will be freed.
Reminds me of the body cam video of women getting arrested and they attempt to get small concessions or not do something small and they will be freed. Yeah. No, that does. You are absolutely right. Thank you for the donation, my friend. Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. That does. Yeah, if I can just get the cop in a gotcha, then he's going to let me go.
You just said that you were done asking all your
Nothing, just so
questions.
you know,
Yeah.
nothing there.
There. I don't
Yeah. Do you
need
have
to
the
do that.
steakhouse receipt? Is my question.
I have said several times that I have never said I have the receipt for the steakhouse. I have said the person who's working on that story is going to be forthcoming with the receipt. And that was what I was responding to. And he then dropped the receipt. He redacted elements of it. And I said, stay tuned. He's the one working on that story.
Okay. So you haven't actually confirmed that Robinson was at that steakhouse.
All I did, as I said earlier in this conversation, was I spoke to the owner when I broke that story. I think it was back in January. I spoke to the owner, understood what had happened, and that there was a receipt. That's it. That's the extent of what I shared is what happened.
Okay. So to be clear, there's no receipt.
I just said the opposite. I said there is a receipt.
Well, you don't have a copy of the receipt.
The receipt was published online.
Yeah, right. With blurred out.
The person working on this story that blurred that out
Mhm.
is what I was referring to when I said stay tuned and keep following his stuff, because he went to go do what I hadn't done, which was he interviewed the actual server.
So there's no evidence that Tyler was at that steakhouse?
I would say the receipt with his debit card number, it would be some hard evidence if that
I
is-
agree with that.
Yeah,
but,
so that's it. But you're questioning me.
But is there, as of right now...
He paid. If you're asking me, did he pay with a credit or debit card? The answer is yes.
No. Is there proof that that was actually his debit card that he paid with?
I think you should follow the person that is behind that story.
Well, the reason I'm asking you is because you always include it in your timeline that he traveled to the steakhouse.
Yeah, we've been building a timeline with things that we feel are
But is there any actual
Utah
evidence?
1102 approved. I think speaking to the owner, knowing that there's a receipt, seeing the receipt is good enough to put on our timeline.
But the receipt itself, the question I always had about it is, couldn't you just call the merchant? Like if I've ever had a merchant account, I just call the merchant account processor and say, what's the name on this?
Yeah, I would stay tuned. I feel that
Stay tuned.
having spoken to the owner, that the evidence
Stay
is
tuned,
compelling
guys.
enough to put onto my personal timeline of what took place on that day. That's where it's going to stay. And if it gets debunked, I'm happy to take it off. If that's what you mean, that's how an investigation works. Like I said, I did more than enough. It would definitely
that's how an investigation
pass the
works,
test
right.
by the Utah 1102 rule, for sure, for certain.
To be submitted as hearsay.
Beyond that, because they didn't even have receipts. They were like, Bob told me this.
But the question is, the receipt itself, it has not been verified to have been Tyler
Yeah, I just want to
Robinson's,
say you're
right?
holding me to a higher standard than you are.
I'm not even holding it.
in
I'm
the
just
prosecution.
asking specifically.
Yeah, I've been very forthcoming. I've told exactly what happened. I spoke to the owner. I got the tip, and
So should that be added in an official timeline that
it's
you
in
give?
my timeline. It's my show, and we can add and subtract what we want, and we do. If
You
we
can
get
do what
something
you
wrong,
want, sure, but
well,
I'm
I just wanted to
asking,
make sure.
should you include a thing that you know hasn't actually been verified to be Tyler Robinson's?
Yes, you should. If we're trying to build a timeline, you should. Yeah.
You don't think that falls
And then
under...
you should remove it if someone somehow debunks it. But I think that there is very strong
Oh,
evidence that
man.
is where he was, and that
What's
is,
the strong evidence? Just the two people who said that they saw him?
You know, I'm actually all good with I feel like I've sufficiently answered your question about how I got
All
the
right, fair
information,
enough.
what happened next, with the next stage of this investigation being somebody accessing his, knowing what his debit card was and confirming it. Yes, and I do believe that will happen. If it does not happen and it gets debunked, I'll remove it from my personal timeline that I share on my show.
That officer, the first officer that was up on the roof, do you remember his name?
Officer Bagley.
Yeah, what was his first name?
Christopher.
Christopher. When Christopher got up on the roof, you talk a lot about how his camera died.
Well, he talked a lot about that during the
About
preliminary
his camera
hearing.
died.
Yeah.
Do you think that he planted that screwdriver up there?
No.
No. Who do you think planted it?
If we're just going on am I allowed to have an opinion?
Of course.
At this stage, I would say that I don't buy his assertion on the stand that he didn't check to see if anybody went onto the rooftop before he got up there. I do think that it's possible. It's at least plausible that the screwdriver was planted. I don't believe him. What I can say strongly is that his cam died at just the right time. His body cam died at just the right time. I think that, as you were just grilling me about whether or not I had got the merchant receipt for a debit card, that kind of makes difficult that we just have to sort of trust that a screwdriver was found and we don't have any should be evidence of a police body cam. But like I said, you accept that stuff and then are like, did you call the merchant and get, like, it just seems like you
Well, I'm not adding.
hold,
I'm
like
not
I said,
adding
you
this
hold the
to
prosecution to
Well,
a
wait a
state to
second.
a bit a higher standard
I'm
than
not
you do to
adding
people.
unconfirmed evidence to an official timeline that I'm putting out either.
What do you mean official timeline? This is my
Well, this is
timeline. I made it at home.
So then it would be official to your show?
Sure.
Yeah. Okay, great. So then your official timeline, Candace Owens' official timeline,
Yeah.
includes a steakhouse stop that has not actually been confirmed at all.
Well, yeah, it hasn't even been discussed by the
True.
prosecution, so it's not like you're debunking that it happened.
Well, there's no evidence for it. There's no good evidence for it at all. There's no camera there. And the steakhouse receipt itself has never been confirmed to be Tyler Robinson's.
I'm assuming this is just like a talking point they gave you, and you got to like keep pushing this, or like
I've been
'cause
following it very closely on X.
The receipt you weren't even following the charges of Tyler Robinson, but you really
You
wanted
think
to know.
that
I've been
because-
following it
do you
very
think that
closely on
because-
X.
wait, you think
I'm calling owners of
do you know
steakhouses
that-
and having a
wait,
conversation. You're following Congo
Yeah,
on
I
X.
literally followed the entire trial or the preliminary live. I was live with an attorney. We covered all of it. You think because I have a momentary where it lapse where I'm like, oh, it's murder? No, it's aggravated murder. Come on.
You didn't know any of the
That's
charges.
splitting
you
hairs.
Didn't, no, that's not splitting. It means you didn't follow the preliminary hearing at all.
No, it doesn't
Like,
mean
you
that
don't
at
know
all.
any of the
That's
charges that are
ridiculous.
against him when this is like getting literally to the crux,
Oh,
aggravated
man,
murder
that's-
versus murder.
It's
a death
ridiculous.
sentence.
And not only that, let's point this out. One of the major things here is that this is your official timeline.
It's mine.
Yes. Who else could it be? Who else? It would be Candace
What's your
Owens'
issue?
I just don't know what his
What's your
issues with my timeline.
What's your issue with that?
Well, so the issue is that the entirety of the evidence revolves around two people who claim that he was there and supposedly a receipt. There's supposedly a receipt where Tyler Robinson paid for his steak and his soft drink. No alcohol, right? No alcohol, right? You know nothing about the case. But anyway, this particular receipt, they could have called the merchant account, confirmed it, this type of thing. To date, this receipt has only the blurred information on it that would actually give you the information to confirm whose receipt it is. We have to date, nobody has confirmed that this was actually Tyler Robinson's receipt. And yet inside of Candace Owens' timeline, which she states over and over again, when she says, this is the longest 13 hours, this is 13 and a half hours, the requirement for about
That's true.
roughly
That's
5.5 or
true,
6
Black
hours
Omega.
of that is that he went to
That's
the
true.
steakhouse.
Absolutely.
And that's not been confirmed at all. Not even a little bit.
I feel like saying that I spoke to the owner of the steakhouse is me, like, not just being on X looking at opinions, but actually doing the legwork. And that's why like I said, if you think this builds up a rapport with your audience and makes you seem like a serious person, we don't have to keep belaboring the point here. I feel like I've demonstrated that I did as much as I could to confirm this when it came in. I spoke to the owner of the restaurant, obviously took down everything he said, noted that there was in fact a receipt that he pulled. That receipt that was published is real. A debit card and a credit card was used. If for some reason somebody misidentified something down the line, or we find out it's a different Tyler Robinson, I'm happy to remove it from my timeline. But for right now, I think that there's enough under the Utah 1102 rule for me to keep it there. I don't really think we need to keep going into circles about this receipt. It's my timeline.
I don't know why the 1102 rule would apply here for your
because
timeline.
I did as much as I could to confirm this when it came in. I spoke to the owner of the restaurant.
A half-minute break, and then we'll come back for final thoughts.
Wait.
All right.
All right, you guys, if someone followed you everywhere that you went, recorded what you searched, and studied your habits, you'd call the...
Before we wrap it up, I think whether you're a fan of Andrew or not, whether you're a fan of Candace or not, nobody can dispute the fact that these guys agreed to sit down and talk live. Others were thinking this was pre-recorded. This is not pre-recorded, just so everybody knows. This is purely live. This is a little bit scarier than pre-recorded because pre-recorded you can do edits. So whether you agree with them or not, let's make sure we respect both of them.
No, I don't respect Candace. No, it's not. No.
For having to sit down, and before the final thoughts, I want to make sure you guys hear that from me as well, for inviting me here as well.
Of course.
I do know one day, I think it was last week, you sent a message on one of our accounts. You said, can I talk to Patrick? We got on the call. You said, Patrick, can you moderate this? And then I said, great, let's do this. And so before we wrap up, final thoughts, I'll come to you first.
Yeah, she had nothing. Just nothing. For all of her claims of Patsy, nothing. She didn't have a single claim. She didn't have a single solid piece of evidence. She had no positive evidence Israel's involved in anything. No positive evidence that France is involved in anything. No positive evidence TPUSA is involved in anything. No positive evidence that Erica Kirk is involved in anything. When I asked her about her claims about Erica Kirk, yeah, it's just funning. It's just funning, Or, yeah, I do think that she needs to sit down and ask some questions, or answer some questions. But you know what? I don't even know if she has. Like, maybe she has. I have no idea.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm going to have an official timeline with unconfirmed evidence. That's just fine. Hey, it's hearsay. If that's good enough for the state, it's good enough for me. But my biggest problem with the state is that they're admitting all this hearsay. It's like she's a contradiction machine. On top of all of this, the thing that I wanted to get out of this more than anything else was to just demonstrate one thing. Yes, it's true. I'm not perfect on the case. I'm not going to ever pretend that I am, and never did. But what has been made very clear to me is that there's nobody with an alternative theory that has any evidence for it at all. None. Zero. And the continuous kind of expression, we're running an investigation. What kind of investigation builds a timeline out on a receipt that they don't even confirm? What kind of investigation tries to make these bold claims that Israel's involved and France is involved and all these different players are involved and never shows any evidence? We're just asking questions. It's again, like I said in my opening, it's always intuition, my feelings, how I feel about things, how I think about things. Andrew, how many times did you hear this today? Andrew, you can't tell me how I'm supposed to think. Yeah, nobody's trying to tell you how to think. But you should rationally come to your conclusions based on evidence and facts. And the truth is that 90% of what you're saying is simply intuition based. It came to me in a dream. It's intuition. Almost none of it has any evidence at all. Just, I'm skeptical because these people over here said things, and that makes me skeptical. Right. It's like, but no evidence. Note this to the audience, to everybody watching. You might hate my guts. That's fair enough. I get that. I'm not the most likable man. I understand that too. But there was nothing. I mean, no evidence at all that Tyler Robinson was a patsy that was ever put forward by Candace this entire debate. Now, maybe you could say that we stalemated when it came to whether or not Robinson did it. She says, I found the evidence convincing, or unconvincing. Andrew says he found the evidence convincing. Okay, fair enough. Maybe you can't do too much about that, but there was nothing. She had nothing for Robinson being a patsy, nothing for any of her conspiracies, not a zero, zilch, and she backed away on a bunch of them. This is the first time I think she's ever really backed away from the Twigs thing. First time I've heard her back away from the Erica thing, back away from TPUSA, being very cautious about making any of those claims now, whereas on her show, much more likely to be making those claims. So she just had nothing the entire debate. Zero.
Candace.
Well, I think that is quite a conclusion. Admitting somewhere, maybe we stalemated. It probably signifies what I've been saying from the beginning, that you didn't feel that you were strong on the actual facts and the evidence, which I was willing to engage with you. I wanted to go over the screwdriver. I wanted to go over the towel, the things that you've mentioned, and you wanted to then move the conversation into a defense of Erica Kirk and her character, and what I've said about Erica, which is my opinion. And I have not edited that opinion after discussing with you. I would like to extend a compliment to you for being willing to sit down and to have the conversation. I still walk away feeling that the people who are jumping on the bandwagon about this case don't care about this case. They don't care about Erica Kirk. It tends to be follow that they take a meeting with Turning Point USA and they come out and suddenly have a lot of junk to say about Candace Owens. And I do want to also stress that Turning Point USA tried to pepper him with something as a surprise. He showed clips that were meant to be a surprise. I did no such thing. I stressed to PBD from the beginning that I was grateful he was taking this on and that I wanted this to be a clean debate because I believe I can win this on the merits. And I believe that I did win this fully on the merits by engaging the evidence of what has happened. I do still believe that there's more evidence which supports that there are more people involved and that Tyler Robinson has been set up and that none of the evidence that was presented was in any way overwhelming, which is why I think you wanted to move to end that discussion quickly and to speak to me about France and to talk about this Panguitch receipt and my timeline. I want to remind people that a lot of the at-home investigators, which you were open to, as you called them, internet sleuths, I think it was on a show that you did right after Charlie was assassinated, that internet sleuths would solve this. This is the reason why Charlie, a year on, is still a conversation every single day trending on Twitter. I knew Charlie. I cared about Charlie. I care about finding out what the truth is here. My heart is in the right place. I think anybody who watches my show or even just watched this debate knows that if I get something wrong, I'll instantly correct it and own it. I'm not arrogant. I don't need to sit here and pretend that I didn't misspeak on the Lance thing. It hasn't been ruled out. But you saw that he just really wanted to hammer that point. You know, part of being a well-meaning person is to concede when you are wrong, to take something off a timeline when you know it's not right. And I would like to think that that is why I have earned the audience that continues to follow me, because they know my heart's in the right place, that I deeply cared about Charlie and I deeply care about the answers. I want to thank Andrew's team who are providing the fact checks. It's a very small room that they're in. I want to, as always, thank my team who worked really hard to make this happen and flip this set. And to you, PBD, just for being a great moderator. I think very fair, letting us both speak and making sure that Andrew got out of this what he wanted, which is a little more than what I wanted. But I'm very content with how I dealt with this. And I trust, I don't need to convince the audiences with the magic trick of what they need to think about this debate. They can watch it and draw their own conclusions.
Beautiful. Fair from both of you. I think the audience won. And again, from the beginning, all of this is because of how much love and respect we have for Charlie Kirk, a great man that's no longer here with us. His 1 year anniversary is coming up here. I can't believe it's that quick that is here. The audience, I think you also won if you did. Support the Crucible, support the Candace Show, support the PBD Podcast, subscribe to the channel. This is how you help these voices get out even more, especially going into future when this happens. You want a lot of independent creators to have these types of discussions. And last but not least, the two of you, I respect you guys again for having this conversation. It is not easy to do so. Hopefully this will lead to more discussions. A lot of different things we talked about. I'm sure there will be a lot of follow-up. With that being said, take care, everybody. God bless. Have a great weekend.
Bye.
Okay. That was it. That was the whole debate, the whole kit and caboodle. Brothers, that was long. It took every ounce of willpower I had to get through it. We're going to wrap things up as it pertains to this video. We're going to try to keep it just under 4 hours. This is going to be a marathon watch. Anyone who makes it to the end, thank you so much. I appreciate your commitment and your dedication. Brothers, that's going to do it. Thanks for watching. See you next time. All right. We did it, boys. We did it. Nearly 4 hours. Wow. Wow. I am going to start uploading that now, and it'll be done uploading sometime next week. Oh, man. Okay. We've got a guy that wants to come in and he wants to talk. A guy on Discord wants to come and have a conversation. So that's what we're going to do right now. So I am bringing this person, Ace, into the chat. How you doing, brother?
Hey, how's your day going, Tempe?
Well, I just got done watching the entire Candace Owens versus Andrew Wilson debate. It was incredibly tough because she was obnoxious and grating and irritating, but we're still here. We made it, so I can't say too bad.
Okay. So yeah, I definitely wanted to chat
you
about
want to
some
explain
things,
who you are first before you jump in?
Oh yeah, so yeah,
Introduce yourself, why you're
yeah,
here, all that stuff. I think that'd probably be good.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, so I go by Ace Space. Some people call me Ace. I make videos and I'm in the commentary community. I do video essays, yada yada. Yeah, that's pretty much my shtick.
Okay.
And I'm here to essentially chat about Leaflet. Because
the
I was
Leaflet
covering it
Discord
yesterday.
drama from 6 months ago. Correct. It's
Yeah.
not a new drama. It's the one from the past.
Yeah, I sometimes do deep dives and I admittedly cover older situations. And of course, some people brought it to my attention of some stuff with you. We've already chatted about some of it in DMs. I did want to chat some stuff about with you with it. Just so I did my basic due diligence.
So you had not
just
heard
to
of me
be-
before, but your chat just brought me up?
So actually, I have heard about you before.
Okay.
I think so I remember when you got controversy because I think Tectone said that they get their religious takes from you, which put the commentary community
Tectone.
attention on you. I mean, I don't really know much about that, but yeah, you can feel how you feel. I'm pretty neutral. Have not followed that to it at all.
Okay.
But
so you haven't kept any up to date on the Tectone thing? Let me ask you, you can get into your stuff. Did you hear about the update with Tectone's ex now, quote unquote, dating Drake?
Yeah, I've heard about that. Yeah,
all right,
definitely a choice.
All right.
Yeah,
all right, go ahead.
So, I wanted to chat about it because I guess to be completely fair, because like you mentioned, it was, months ago, right?
Mhm.
What would you say your modern take is now? And then we can go
my
into
modern
what
take
your
on
past
what
take is.
specifically?
The Leaflet Discord drama stuff.
Oh, so on the Leaflet, what is my modern take currently?
Yeah,
Well,
I'm asking to see if, like, any
initially when I
positions
heard
changed.
about that, I was incredibly suspicious because I don't trust or like a lot of the people involved. And so initially I was suspicious. My take now, it's very simple. I think that what happened in that Discord was wrong, unequivocally. I think that allowing a 15-year-old to exist in a Discord, I personally wouldn't do it. But if somebody is publicly texting them pictures or sending them pictures, it should be an immediate ban for the person that's underage and the person sending the message. It's totally inappropriate and totally disgusting. That is my current take on that. With all the information and all the hindsight that we've had, that's my take.
Yeah, because I obviously wanted to see if any takes have changed. Does that align with your take from 6 months ago, or do you feel like there's been some things that have changed?
So generally, yeah. I mean, you did watch that thing where Harmful Opinions reacted to me basically saying the same thing. Maybe not as succinctly and directly, but yeah, that's essentially my opinion. It was my opinion then, it's my opinion now. Now, initially, I thought it was a nothing burger because I didn't believe what people were saying. But as more information came out, even back then, my opinion changed. And I've let people know that publicly and privately. But we haven't talked about this in a long while. I got to be honest. When I heard you message me out of nowhere, I thought there was like a new drama or new something. But yeah, this is like 6 months ago and stuff. So my thing about Leaflet, I like Leaflet, I like Nuxtaku, and I appreciate the fact that they've made substantial changes to make sure that that doesn't happen again, or at least limit it as much as possible. So I think that's as much as a person can do in a situation like that they weren't directly involved in. It's not like an EDP 445 situation, which, by the way, we watched the entire EDP documentary, which I don't know if you've done that on stream, but my gosh, that's a tough one to get through.
Oh no, I've seen the document.
Did you see it?
Yeah, no. So I also just want to also be very fully transparent, because obviously I did some digging, and I will say I did manage to find the archive of your whole original take on the leaflet stuff, and I
I'm
did
sure.
just go to watch that. Yeah. So I guess like
everything on the video, everything on the internet is forever.
No, for sure. I guess what I would have to ask you though is there any reason why you deleted it?
I don't know. I mean, but you're talking about something from months ago, probably because I didn't think it was still relevant. But I mean, it doesn't really matter. It's like my take is my take on what it is. It's probably a thought of, changing and not really standing as much behind what I was saying then. But I have no idea. I don't know why, and it doesn't matter either way. I'm not beholden to an old take I have. And every situation is different.
No, I can understand.
But I'm interested. What I'm interested in. So you say you're part of the commentary community. Can you elaborate on that just a little bit? Like, what do you mean by that? Like, you're part of the group with, like for example, who would you say is like the person or people that you most like collab with or share like content with?
It's kind of hard to say. I mean, I'll answer that real quick, but there is a reason why I did want to ask about that. But
Sure.
I will say, I guess I just see some situations I like to cover and I cover it. I don't know if I really see it as
Because
like
I did see on your timeline you had JSTLK in the in the top thing recommending a channel from him. Is he somebody that you associate with?
I don't watch him at all. No, I don't really watch him at all. I'm going to be honest.
Interesting. I just saw that and I wanted to ask because I was like, of all the people, that's kind of an interesting recommendation.
Yeah, sure. I mean, like I don't really associate with him or really talk to him or
Interesting.
No. I mean, I guess like the reason why I did want to ask you that though, Templar, because when someone gave me that, they publicly found it, right?
Mm-hmm.
The video, and sent it to me and timestamped it to me.
Mm-hmm.
But when I tried to pull it up live, then it was privated. So that would only lead me to the conclusion that would have been deleted in real time, right?
I don't know. No.
So did you not delete
it in real time?
Yeah. So essentially, they were able to pull it up and like look at it for themselves, and it was still like accessible. But then when they gave it to me, it said it was removed by the uploader.
I did multiple videos on those a while ago, but
no,
the only one that I could see that was currently still live when I went to look it up was the video that I did with Remnant. Those are still up, and the video talking about Leaflet in general. But I didn't have any video live, so I don't know where you got that from. Or if they were looking at it from somebody that uploaded it from a different thing. I don't know.
No. You had like a video on it, right? No, what I mean by like deleting it live is because I was looking at it like I was live streaming, obviously, right? They had the video, and it was able to be like publicly looked at. But then when they gave it to me, and I went to go look at it, to see the claim, then it was deleted. So that means it would have been deleted within this time span of like,
or that person's lying. I have no idea. It makes no sense to delete a video like that when it's just absolutely archived. It makes zero sense to do that, especially when clips of that are on X. So I don't know. I just got to be honest. I don't necessarily believe the people in your necessary community. I don't know the specifics or the details or who sent that to you, but I'm glad you were able to find it. But no, that seems there's no point to that. That's a waste of time. So was that really the only question that you had?
No, that was part of it. I was gonna naturally like talk about like the leaflet stuff because when I watched your coverage, I guess I'm just kind of like, I feel like personally when it came to like leaflet, there's some things I feel like weren't really addressed, and I suppose that's because maybe it's just because of the video that you're looking at. I guess what would be your take on leaflet being publicly inconsistent? with their server.
As opposed
And if I
to
need to be
who?
more specific than I could.
As opposed to who
So-
and as opposed to what?
So
Like
by
in one
Leaflet's own
context,
words.
Leaflet having something going on in her
for
server
sure.
that she decides is wrong
So,
and changes
for
her whole
example,
server? Or what?
No, for example, right? She quite literally said that she was very like, she was hands off and did not like own it at all, really.
Yeah.
When
Which I can
there's
relate to
evidence to
because
suggest
I do the
otherwise.
same thing with my server. I pop in every
No,
now
yeah,
and then, but I don't really have much. I don't really have much oversight over my stuff either.
And I don't deny that that's how you would run your server, but there was like receipts that would just show the contrary, right? Them enforcing rules, them banning people, them having like, the last word. But they try to frame it
I've
publicly
done that
like they
too
had
from
no
time to time.
involvement.
Like if you were
No,
to
yeah,
ask
for sure,
any of my Discord moderators, I've done that from time to time. I've stepped in and said, well, we're going to do this, but it's very few and far between. So, and Leaflet seems like from my view, she seems like she's incredibly busy. So it makes perfect sense to me why she may pop in and do something, but then at other times just, not really have her foot on the gas when it comes to that. Cause I do the same thing.
But would you not feel like it's disingenuous to frame it like you're like completely hands off?
No.
If you obviously enforce rules and stuff. I mean,
not at all, because there are times where I come in the past. I mean, it's been a while, but there are times where I've come in and banned people or done things. But for the most part, in a general sense, if you ask me if I run my Discord, I'd say no. Does that mean that I haven't done it? Like if I haven't banned somebody or haven't done something or stepped in, but do I run my Discord right now? No. No, I stop in here very infrequently. But so I completely understand from her point of view. That doesn't seem inconsistent to me at all.
So, okay.
That's just my opinion, though. I mean, I know that people in your neck of the woods, they operate a little bit differently. But I just from my perspective, from the way I operate things, I don't see an inconsistency there. Because I would do the same thing. If somebody asked me if I'd run my Discord, I'd say no. But then they go, well, I saw that you banned somebody. Well, yeah, sure. Maybe once, like, a bit ago, but I don't keep hands on. We got, interns for that.
Oh yeah. I mean, I
man.
get that obviously they would have less involvement, and I'm not denying that obviously you would probably be more hands off.
Right. So can I ask you a question? What I'm actually curious about this. What about this situation now like captured your attention? Like just like was it just like a transition from like one content creator to the next and Leaflet was just it, or was it a specific topic?
No, for sure. Because no, for sure. That could be very easy to answer. It's because a month ago, and I've been meaning to do the Leaflet stream a bit ago. I was gonna I looked into like the Nux Taku stuff naturally, and then I got like a lot of requests to even take a look at Leaflet because there was clips of them even in the video, and I was like, okay, yeah, that's a fair rabbit hole to do since they're kind of like I would say that they were kind of like semi-involved. They had takes that was defending Nux, so it's like it was only natural to be recommended that rabbit hole and go down it.
Okay, so you went on the Nux rabbit hole. I'm actually curious. I've had encounters with the commentary community. Is there a reason specifically that they hate people like Nux Taku as much as they do? Because I've seen like an inordinate amount of hate for him specifically and Leaflet, but it just doesn't seem to match what they've actually done in comparison to other people. And I'm curious if you could explain that to me, why it seems like him in particular, there's just like this, like a large amount of anger and resentment. Maybe I'm missing something.
Well, I mean, I would have definitely like a few reasons why I would like, not be too fond of the guy, right? Like I dislike, some of the ways that he's ran. Like for example, right? I think that it's like it's like one of the things would be like the hypocrisy point, right? He was against Twitch for like, the whole degeneracy thing, and then obviously he was a big degenerate himself. That would be like very baseline level of like, okay, well, I think that you're being a little like hypocritical here. Then
is that
of
it?
course,
like, so the hypocrisy is the reason?
No, for sure. I mean, that could be like an easy, like, reason to point to, but there's others, like,
Mhm.
I think that it's like really fucking weird that he was sending to other YouTubers like a monkey rape comic of like I guess to look at. I thought that was weird. But to be very clear, I don't think from what I've
A
seen that
monkey
Nux is
rape
like a
comic?
pedophile. Yeah, there was like a monkey rape manga. It was talked about. They like sent it to, I think, Critical. They sent it to Oompaville and other like
So
YouTubers to
okay,
get their
like
reactions.
that was going to be my next thing. You do realize that first of all, it's my position, not just as a Christian, but from what I've observed, that people do change. People can change. People have changed. I think Nux is one of the perfect examples of that. I think that October 7th changed him because he lost family in Israel. And if you ever actually talk to him, you can see that there was a big change and he's moved closer to God, starting a family, having like, as I guess as you get older. But you look at Moist Critical, he's one of the biggest YouTubers. He's also one of the biggest degenerates. And I guess one of the questions that I have for the commentary community, it seems that they go after like specific people. Nux doesn't even really stream that much anymore. Why? And it's not all on you. I'm not putting the entire community on you. I'm just curious, why don't more people go after like individuals like Moist Critical, for example? He's one of the biggest guys. He's a massive degenerate. And I'm not doing a whataboutism. I'm actually sincerely asking. Moist Critical on his
I get
channel,
the curiosity.
Yeah, Moist Critical has a playlist right now on his channel called
The
Dildo Toys, where it's a playlist
Yeah.
of him playing with dildos and basically making kid games, but using dildos. Why? Like,
Yeah, no, I agree. It's weird
I
and
just want to
degenerate
know
for sure.
why there seems to be on the internet, like Leaflet is a smaller creator, Nux is a smaller creator.
Sure.
I'm not saying that you're wrong and your group is wrong for not having reasons to criticize them. But if your main priority is
Well, I can think
maximally
of a
doing this,
quick answer.
why not the bigger guys and these people?
Well, I think it's an easy answer I can give to this for sure is like when it comes to like situations like Leaflet and situations like Nux Taku, because of the recklessness and like their Discord servers, there ended up being like a minor that got groomed. Not saying that Nux or Leaflet was obviously the groomer. No, I would not claim that. But because of the mixed age culture of like mixing minors with like adults that happen to be degenerate, there was minors that got affected. And obviously that's going to bring a lot of attention to the topic, because I think that you could even agree that obviously that would be bad, a minor being harmed by an adult, for sure. So I think that, and the fact that like Critical, I don't think has ever had a situation like that. I could definitely see more eyes going to like the Discord server stuff than
So it's
Moist Critical.
So it's more like a Discord focused thing where you looking at this one platform. Okay, I can sort of understand that.
Yeah, because like I don't think that as much as I could get behind the whole like I think Charlie is engaged in like some degenerate behavior. But it's like I don't. Well, yeah, I'm being very kind here, but when it comes to like comparison here, I don't think that any of his recklessness or negligence, to my knowledge, has led to a child getting groomed.
Oh. So, like, for example, when Moist Critical loses a debate with Sneeko, where Moist Critical really can't lose the debate because Sneeko is taking the position that the age of consent should be abolished, but
he
does
got
lose.
flamed for that.
So, like, Moist Critical
flamed.
believes that a 9-year-old should be able to be chemically and physically castrated. My point is not to just focus on Moist Critical, although there's so much material there, it's ridiculous.
I will say, real quick, to be fair, he did clarify and didn't mean like physical surgeries. His response to that was he thought Sneeko was being hyperbolic.
Yeah, no,
I do remember that.
No, listen, we both know
that was a response.
Yeah,
but that was his response.
We both know exactly what that was. He thought in the moment that was the approved thing because of all his friends and the people he's with. That was the right thing. He got pushed back and then he just folded. That's all that was. Anyway, I'm not trying to put that on you. I'm just,
I'm personally willing to give the good faith of like if someone's responding and saying it's a misspeak, then
right. Okay,
I'm willing
that's
to
fair
grant
enough.
that good faith. It's like that's why like I was willing to obviously give you good faith when it came to like the Leaflet stuff when you said that you weren't sweeping.
Yeah.
Obviously, despite you being a disliked figure in the community, I'm obviously going to give you off a principle. Yeah. If
fair enough.
If this is your response, this is your response.
Yep.
So
I think that's fine. So who are you after you get done with this? Who are you gonna, Who are you going to do next? Like, who's the next person on the under the microscope?
So I do dabble a lot into like the media review dramas, but like the only other thing I could think of to do with Leaflet is that I saw that they had drama with Rev. I have no idea what it's about. It just looks kind of funny. So I might cover that. That was like a bit ago.
Rev says
I don't know
Desu?
if you know anything about that. Yeah, Rev says Desu.
I
awful
have
individual.
no idea about that.
You should look into Rev. I think you'd find them to be very repulsive.
I don't find Rev to be repulsive per se, but I think Rev, he just, I don't understand him. And I've made this public multiple times. In fact, I said it yesterday. I don't understand why he has a female avatar. That's just my own personal thing. I don't get it. I don't understand it. But
well, then how would you feel about Mama Akko having a female avatar?
Okay, so yeah, that is a good question. I don't know. I like that to me is like, I understand if you're trying to make a point, like if you think that there's heavy censorship, and you have a bunch of, like, from my perspective, I'm more right wing. There's a bunch of wild rabid feminists that are saying that you can't do something, you can't have attractive women. If you were to put an attractive woman on your screen to be subversive and counterculture in the moment, I get that. I do understand that. But I honestly, I've talked to Mama Oko in the past. We have a fine relationship in terms of communication. I don't know them really. I don't really understand why they do that either. I don't know why the continual female characters. I just don't. But I have no problem really with either of them. And like if I were to have a conversation with them, I'd be fine, amicable. But I don't understand. I don't understand the female avatar. I just don't get it. Like long term,
I actually don't understand it for Mama Akko either, because I don't think they claim to be a woman.
But
either.
but in Mama Akko's, okay, I don't really know much about their history on the internet, other than they are very savvy about a lot of internet memes and culture. But they're like, I've never heard anyone say that Mama Oko is like doing anything untoward or anything like that. I'm completely out of the loop on that. The reason I was asking, was because I just did a video on another Discord server, another person called Skitty Bitty. Have you heard of them?
Oh yeah, I'm gonna be making a video on them.
Oh, that's what I was wondering. That's great. Yeah, that was very
I don't
interesting.
like them at all.
Yeah, I'm not a fan. I saw their thing. Yeah, that's very unusual. I'm against that as well. If anyone wants to put that on the record, I did a whole video on that, and I think what they did was atrocious, terrible.
Yeah, I mean, so I guess like
my view on harmful opinions has softened over time. Time heals all wounds. I still don't like Nicandros at all. I think he's
I
he's
was going to ask about that. Like, what's the deal with that? Because you went into my chat saying that you expected Remnant to give an apology.
Nicandros, like before, it's a combination of looking at his content, the people that he would surround himself with. A lot of the people that Nicandros was with were people that were attacking my channel, like Morale and other people like that, who I think are just disgusting. And Morale, I really don't like.
Real quick for clarifier, first off base, but real quick for clarifier. When you say attacking your channel, because I've seen you use this loosely, are you talking about like someone who makes a video,
literally
or,
both in terms of criticizing my content, and when my channel was demonetized on YouTube for inauthentic content, I was one of the people that was targeted. Morale, and to the credit of some people in the commentary community, like Dickers and other people, they actually came to defend me against YouTube's monetization.
You don't deserve your channel to be taken.
But Morale actually started a campaign to keep me demonetized. And it was people like Dickers that stood up and said, no, that's ridiculous. So when I say that Morale has attacked my channel, I mean literally when my channel was demonetized, when the whole thing was sinking, he was actively out there campaigning to keep my channel banned and arguing that I deserved it. So literally my channel was under attack, and he was trying to add more weight to it. So
No, yeah, no, that's fair because I think I do remember around that time him doing a stream saying you deserved it.
Mhm.
I didn't really watch it, but I do remember the title.
Yeah. So that was brutal. And they were going after people indiscriminately. There were channels that were getting demonetized left and right. That was
Yeah, it was a crazy time.
YouTube's D-Day. Just channels going down. A lot of people going down. That's brutal. But yeah. But Nick Candace, I didn't like him before because of who he was associating with. I didn't really put much stock. But then ever since he was exposed in that like Snarker Discord with Shamu and that whole thing about doxing, it just sort of reaffirmed my thing. And so I've sort of just stayed away from the guy for the most part. Not really gonna, do any more of that stuff. I just thought that was just despicable. I didn't like that.
Sorry. So just to clarify, you said Nick Candace did exactly what?
The whole thing with the Snarker Discord and Nick Candace and Shamu trying to dox an anonymous account that was defending Tectone, and they lied about multiple things as it relates to that, saying that they were just trying to find out who the account was, and then finding out that they had a back and forth, and the guy had apparently hurt their feelings, and so then they went to try to dox him in this Discord. It's terrible, terrible thing. So just, everyone can look at that situation the way they want. I said, it just sort of reaffirms this guy is, I'm not a fan of that guy, which is why I said that Remnant, as a joke, owes me an apology because I was right about Nick Candace. But anyway.
Right. I mean, admittedly, I do have to relook at that situation again. I will say, from what I understand of it, I think that he was using a tool that essentially would just be like a glorified Google search, or was it like a LOL archiver?
Yeah.
No, I
don't care. I know that
obviously,
people
if
try
you don't
to make
like the guy,
distinctions.
you're not going to care.
Here's the thing, and I say this for everyone: if you are in a Twitter argument and you get so butthurt, you get so offended that you have to retreat back to a Discord to try to dox somebody, man, you are a fucking loser. Instead of just engaging, he could have made a video. There's nothing to stop you from making content. Rip that guy to shreds if you want. Say, look at this loser. Look at the simp. Go through his tweets. Excoriate him if you want. That's what the content creator space should be for. And if somebody is wrong, you can make content. But to try to...
with that. So, here's the thing. I would definitely agree with that, obviously. But the thing is, the problem that I had with some of the stuff from what I was seeing, because again, I could obviously refresh and look at it again for sure. But the problem I had with the people that were making claims were being objectively disingenuous with some areas, because I'm sure you're aware of how Destiny and their group operates.
Yeah.
If you've ever seen.
Let me just state for the record real quick, I'm not a fan of Destiny either. So
sure.
Don't like him or his group. He's wished death on Republicans. Made a joke about a firefighter who was killed in front of his family, protecting his family at a Trump rally. Not a fan of Destiny. Okay, just wanted to put that on the record.
For sure. But obviously, I would care about the clarifier with the tool being like a glorified Google search, because a big claim that was going around was that they were using a doxing tool, when that would be factually inaccurate.
Wasn't it called Dox Tool 1 and Dox Tool 2?
No, it was called LOL Archiver.
Wasn't it called Dox Tool 1? I haven't talked about this in a while. I thought it was called Dox Tool 1.
I think some people said that as a joke, but
maybe it was a joke.
Like a point of contention.
That was pretty funny then.
Yeah, it was called League of Legends Archiver.
Okay.
Which was it's which people actually thought that was a joke at first, but no, that's a glorified Google search thing. So obviously, if you want to make the argument that maybe the way they went about it is a bit unnatural in the way that you probably personally wouldn't do it, I'm not gonna obviously fight you on that
completely.
But obviously, I'm gonna I would be a little bit stern on the whole giving it a label of doxing, because if they get something
they try to
wrong,
find
right,
personal
obviously.
information on the person because they lost an internet argument on Twitter.
But you know how the tool works.
My
right?
standard on this is very simple. I don't believe that finding people's personal information is ever justified. If you're unless you're going after somebody like EDP, I
would say for maybe wellness checks or whatever, or reporting pedophiles. But I mean, obviously right? I could agree with that standard for sure. But the reason why I'm having like a little bit of like a clarifier here
Mhm.
is because it wouldn't be the tool doesn't like seek PII, right? It essentially matches every public account that you would have and like brings you that. That's why I keep saying glorified Google search,
Mhm.
right? So like it would give you all your like if I typed in tactical Templar on Google, it would possibly give me all of your socials
Mhm.
of like whether it was on Twitter, you know, maybe if you had like an Instagram, right? It would give me all that within an instant.
And
right?
they would try
So
to find that to find out their identity. And they even admitted that they were going to use that information if they found
No, yeah,
anything
I
to
think
forward to
I think
Tectone's
what was it?
ex-girlfriend. So
Yeah, I think
I
I think that
I
they were
understand
trying
what you're
to
saying.
say
I'm not saying that you're wrong at all. I'm just saying
No,
that
for
for me,
sure.
I see a distinction without a difference.
Yeah, I mean, I care about the labels, but like, I think if I do remember the correct, you know, if I do remember it correctly, I think the goal was to see if that was like Tectone's alt or whatever.
Yeah.
To see if like he
It
was
d-
violating.
even if it was, it doesn't matter. They
Yeah.
they wanted they're non-American. Like I think that Nicandros is not an American, so he was literally trying to do well, not a one for one, but he was trying to do what basically Ethan Klein was doing, which is to use another country's legal system against them because they didn't like what they had to say. So again, I'm not going to make this all about Nicandros, but my point is, I don't like a lot of
Sure.
the way that these people move and operate, which is why my initial impression of them and my reaction was to be very critical and sort of skeptical about what they said. But yeah, we've moved long on since then. But I mean, you reached out, so I figure, if you're gonna be good faith, I might as well, answer and have a conversation about that and see,
Yeah, I'm always open
see
to
what
having
it's
like
about.
chats with people for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. But like, yeah, no, like obviously, there is that. I guess if I were to ask for like a clarifier, because I did try to ask, but to be fair, definitely wanted to like clarify the Nick stuff first before we moved on. To kind of clarify back with like the Nuck stuff. So you're saying that the reason why you like him is because you feel like you've seen enough like evidence that he has changed as a person and has redeemed himself?
Well, I mean,
Just so I have that clear.
Nux and I mean, obviously, I'm very Christian. He's very Jewish, but so
Sure.
we do have
Yeah.
differences there. But in terms of politics, Nux and I agree on quite a few things. But it doesn't mean this is a very important thing. Just because I agree with somebody or I like somebody doesn't mean I don't call them out or can't criticize them. I do it all the
Sure.
time. I've done it with Tectone. I've done it with Leaflet. I've done it with everyone. If I think that they're doing something wrong or something stupid, then I will articulate that because that's what you're supposed to do. So, I think that Nux Taco has made mistakes in the past, big mistakes. I think he was a degen in the past, and I think it was a symptom of the sickness of that symptom where he was with people like, Moist Critical, and a lot of the people in the more degenerate side of the internet. And that's just, where he was. But he's changed since then. I think he's changed. I mean, I think it's pretty obvious in his content he's changed, but that's a determination that each person has to make, whether they think he's changed, whether they think he's sincere, whether he's a grifter, and, they're going to have to make that choice on their own. I think that he's changed enough, and I see the progress he's made, and I think that's great.
I mean, I could see that. I guess I also do have
The
to.
dude is now married with the dude's not married with a kid. Like your
Sure.
priorities change. Like your life
What-
changes. Things come into focus when you lose family. Like when
For
family
sure.
members are killed, you do change as a person. Not
No, I
everything
don't
is
deny
always
that.
internet.
Yeah, I don't deny that. Like, there's obviously chances you could have changed. I personally haven't, like, seen his exact, like, extremely recent stuff. But I guess I would have to ask for basic due diligence because I have heard this going around. Have you ever finished Nicandros' full video, or do you not plan to do so if you haven't?
I mean, how
for the
long
next
ago
video?
was that? Like
It was like,
Nicandros's full video. I think I
Yeah,
did a
on Nuts.
reaction to Nicandros's video. I don't remember what the conclusion of that video was. It's
I
been
think
a while.
I saw you say you got through like a third of it. on like a VOD, but I don't know if you've ever like finished the complete like video.
So to
That's
answer
I'm asking.
your question, no, I'm not going to go rewatch Nicandros's video. Like I understand that you're going back and rewatching and relitigating stuff, and I think that's fine. Obviously, there's a market for that, but for me, I'm more looking at like current stuff, like what's currently going on, rather than 6 months ago. I want to see what's currently happening, and there's a lot of stuff going on now currently. So I don't think I'm going to be relitigating that stuff with Nux Taku. I have no interest in it.
I think I can understand that angle. I guess the only reason why I would like, be only like leaning on like watching it is because if you had made like public defenses, maybe you don't have to make a stream out of it, but maybe you could see like, because you did ask me, right? Like why the commentary community does hate like, Nux Taku a lot, right? Why is there so much focus? I think it would easily like, put you in a position to maybe have that question answered if you did like maybe finish that video or like, look at the content that he's posted. I know you don't like Nicandros, but I am also under the personal belief that even people that I don't like, can provide accurate information.
Oh, sure.
So it's like, so I guess like, if you ever still had that question of like why people don't like him, which I can respect your position if you feel like he's changed, and that's why you like him, I can respect that position.
Yeah.
But if you were ever curious as to like why, people don't like him, I think that video does a pretty solid job of answering as to like what the gripes would be, considering it was like one of the biggest videos recently.
Yeah.
That would be my recommendation for sure.
Sure. So you had you did have Remnant on your show last night?
Oh yeah.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Do you know why he
I've heard you.
Do you know why he deleted his Twitter? Did he?
I'm gonna be honest. That's the first time I've actually heard about that. I
went to look up his Twitter. Maybe he changed like Twitter accounts, but it said his account was gone.
Interesting. It's possible he could have changed his handle, but I don't remember any mention of him. Ever saying he deleted it.
Interesting.
But yeah, no, I mean like. Yeah, I guess like I've also heard some things with that. Would you ever be willing to like? Obviously, I think that so far I've been pretty civil and good faith. Would you ever be open to like having a conversation with Remnant if I hosted it as a non-biased party, or is that not something that would interest you at all?
Well, my question to you be, what would be the purpose?
I'm curious because I've heard that you guys had gripes. You guys had like, issues. And I personally am behind the belief that like, if you have like gripes and issues with people, that sometimes a call could do something about it. But unless you've already tried that route and that hasn't worked.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you. I think that there's always room. But based on listening to him yesterday, I don't think that's something that I'm interested in. The guy, I will say, the fact that the guy is still so salty about me makes me just incredibly happy. That is hilarious. He is still so mad, and I think I'll let that go for a while. I'm trying to focus on other things that are, I'm not trying to look in the past to go back. Yeah. Oh, there's a guy that really hates you and he wants to talk to you, and well, sell me more. It sounds great.
Personally, I always like engaging in conversations, especially with people that dislike me, because I get curious too. But
sometimes,
if it's not, obviously, no pressure. Obviously,
sometimes
if you don't want to do it,
but sometimes there's no purpose. And I had a similar perspective probably about 8 or 9 months ago, but I dealt with a lot of people that really sort of changed my view on that, where I would engage in the content mill. And I realized that it's in a lot of cases, not always, but it's a waste of time, because it's just a cycle that's going to continue whether you're part of it or not. So might as well just go do your own thing. That's my, perspective.
I could respect moving forward, but it's worth a shot asking.
I mean, the guy has an animus. I don't even know particularly why. I never really figured that out. But the more I listened to the guy, I guess I didn't really know the guy much at first. I had a different impression of him than what ultimately became known. I had a completely, totally different opinion about him. I thought he was like a good, reasonable, solid guy, and that he was engaging in good faith, and it just, my opinion changed. So I wouldn't really be interested in relitigating all that. Now, he can happily go on and talk on whatever podcast he wants about me, but I just, I'm just sort of looking at other things.
I guess because I've heard some things, I guess, just so I have your side of it, because I, want to be fair here. I guess in your own, memory of events, what happened between you two, I guess, fully,
I interviewed him about the topic of Leaflet. And that, by the way, that conversation is still up on YouTube. I double checked. That one's still there. That was nearly an hour. And I brought him on in good faith. And apparently he got bothered that I was, talking about Nicandros very briefly, giving my general opinion on harmful opinions and Nicandros, saying that I didn't like them. And that I didn't really want to stick on that, so I wanted to move on. But he really wanted to stick on that and talk about that. So that, I think, I don't know. I didn't know that he was friends with them or friendly with them or whatever. So it was a misjudgment on my part that I said something. Now, in the end, I was proven to be right for the most part on Nicandros, and from my perspective. And harmful opinions, I don't really have anything against him at this point. I just think that at the time he happened to be in the orbit of people that I just didn't trust and didn't like, but it happens. But I don't,
because I was kind of confused about a point with harmful, because when I was watching your video, you said he was being bad faith when showing one of the mods DMs for giving the reason why they banned them. I was kind of confused because they said that they banned them for this reason, and the person literally starts the sentence with "I banned them because," and you said there was context missing. I guess
I don't remember that. But again, like I said, it was probably because I saw him as part of that group. But no, I don't know. I don't know specifically what you're talking about, but my position on harmful is sort of softened over time. There's certain people that I just don't move on from, but him, I don't really. Actually, it was his video that I reacted to on Skitty Bitty.
No, he did good coverage on Skitty Bitty.
I do, and I did say that as well. So I gave him, magnanimous of me. I gave him his credit and his accolades. That was a very good video, and I'm glad that he was looking into that. So
I guess because what you kind of said was a little interesting, that I guess you maybe were a bit, maybe I could be, I don't want to misworded here, obviously, just trying to understand it, that you said that it kind of came off to me that you said that you were more negative to him because you saw him as part of that group of people.
Mm-hmm.
Do you regularly, I guess, I don't know, do you have sometimes you go into some things with less good faith than you normally would if you think that the person's not someone you would like or someone that would be a good person, I guess?
Well, sure. Of course we all do. For example, I'll give you an example. If I'm going into a video talking about Hassan Piker, I'm not giving him any good faith. I'm not allowing him to, because he will say something about somebody, he will defame somebody, lie about something, and then 2 sentences later, he's begging for, I'm the victim. For example, that would be probably one of the examples. If I'm going to do a video about Hassan, I'm going to play him in his own words, but at the same time, I'm not going to allow him to, basically, I'm going to make fun of him. I'm going to mock him. I'm not going to be like a diplomat and be, like a documentary. I'm not going to be just simply recording. I'm going to add my commentary a little more than I otherwise would, if that makes sense.
Okay. I guess I can, do you, I guess then I would have to ask naturally following suit with that. Do you do the eye for an eye mentality? If someone does something bad, you don't care if it happens back to them?
An eye for an eye mentality? What do you mean? Specifically?
Let's say someone was slandering someone. Let's actually, let's use Hassan for example. let's say Hassan was like, slandering Destiny. Let's just go with that,
Mhm.
right? Would you not care if like someone like Destiny slandered Hassan back, or would you have an issue with that?
No, so of course you take these things, relative. Somebody like Hassan, you do view differently than like a normal person based on the radical, insane rhetoric he's put out there. What I would say is, I would much prefer somebody mock and make fun of Hassan for something he's actually done or said. So remove the slander altogether. So when Hassan says Tectone is rape tone, I don't want Tectone to then go, well, I actually heard that, Hassan has, like you get what I'm saying? I don't want a tit for tat in that way. I'd much rather somebody make fun of Hassan for something that he's done or said that you have a video evidence of, something that you can prove, which in the case of Hassan is incredibly easy because he's said and done things that are just truly horrific.
Like doing one good thing.
Yeah, no, I mean,
which is that like if you
I remember
have
some of the
these
clips, for sure.
millionaire, billionaire, wasp
Right.
fail sons,
just with,
at
like, a
least
mod
taking
of
them
his,
out of other colleges so they
Frogan
can
says
only
someone
do
did shit,
date rape
too.
to other billionaire, millionaire
Right.
failed daughters.
Yeah, no. Okay, so I guess you wouldn't subscribe to the eye for eye mentality. I
No.
guess is
No,
okay.
I'd rather people be honest. I'd rather them be honest, but playing a song saying that he thinks that from a utilitarian standpoint that it would be better to put some of these predators in a cage with white Anglo-Saxon Protestant women. I think playing that when you're talking about a song, even if it has nothing to do with it, I think is perfectly fine. Just to remind people, that's what I'm saying. Just to highlight some of the evil and despicable things, rather than defaming somebody or slandering somebody. I don't think there's any need for that.
Okay, so at least you're not like the anything, like no bad tactics, only bad targets type of idea.
Yeah, I don't believe in that. I think there's a standard that you should have. I mean, for yourself and for your community, at least don't.
Yeah.
You don't want to engage in some of the same, underhanded stuff. For example, like Nicandros, you call it doxing, not doxing, whatever. I would never do that to them, if that makes sense. I would, even as mad as I may be at somebody, even a son, I would never ever seek to dox or go after them and do that to them, if that makes sense. And there have been people that have tried to dox me because they don't like what I have to say. I would not do the same thing back because I don't think that's right. I think it goes against my principles and my values, so I wouldn't do that.
All right, fair enough. No, that's solid. That's decent. Yeah, I could give you that.
I think that should be the norm, though. That's the thing that makes me sad, is that it doesn't seem to be.
No, I would agree. I think that everyone should have principled points and stick to principles rather than being willing to like give it up, just because it's someone they dislike. But yeah,
did you watch the Charlie Kirk, the Andrew Wilson, Candace Owens debate?
But I don't think I actually have, though. No,
it just happened
I saw
today.
Pieces.
If you want to subject yourself to some major pain and want to punish your audience if they make you mad, that might be a way to do it.
Yeah, maybe. Damn.
Anyway, so are you a more left-wing content creator?
It's hard to say. I don't know. I don't really get into like political topics a lot. Sometimes it comes up in the topic I'm covering.
I mean,
but
yeah, that may be true. But
I'm trying to think.
I mean,
I'm not. Well, I don't claim to be apolitical, right? There's obviously going to be positions I hold, right? Like, I guess like God, what would I say? I don't think I would be
deportations.
I don't want to take. Are they illegal?
Yeah.
Like then sure.
So like on a scale from like Hassan, they should all be able to stay, to Asmongold, we should deport the illegals and some legals, and so you find yourself somewhere like more towards the middle.
I mean, I would say illegal. If they're legal, I don't see why we would I would feel like that would be infringing on people's rights if they're legal citizens and you're kicking them out personally.
That's fair. That's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, interesting. See, like as somebody who's more right wing, I do think we should deport some people that have U.S. citizenship.
Really?
Yeah.
Are you talking would
like a
your
song.
angle be like Anchor Baby or something, or?
Well, like for example, somebody like Hassan was born in the U.S. Then he was flown home to Turkey and lived for about 20 years, and then came back to the U.S. He's not an American. That's not an American to me. You should deport that person. If you came to this country and you didn't live here, I would say deport him and maybe Sneeko. Yeah. So that's what I just was wondering.
I mean, personally, I would only disagree with that because if they did get citizenship, then I wouldn't infringe on that.
Well,
but I mean,
rules are made to be broken.
This guy,
anyway,
bro.
I just was curious. I know people in commentary tend to lean more left wing. I just was sort of curious about that. Or maybe you're hiding your true power level and don't want to reveal don't want to reveal the true communist within.
Nah, I couldn't do communism. Nah, but
all right.
Yeah, no, you'll find out later, bud. You'll find out later.
Yeah. Do you have any more questions?
I mean, personally, at the moment, probably not.
Okay.
But I definitely have no issues, and I'm not opposed to keeping contact just in case if anything else happens in the future.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's perfectly
well,
fine. Well, thanks for coming in. I mean, we, I don't think we're gonna agree on Nux or Leaflet, but that's perfectly fine.
Yeah, I don't mind having civil discussions about it though. I can, like I said, I can give you that. I don't think that Nux or Leaflet are like pedophiles or groomers.
I don't think so at all. I think both of them are good people in their own way. I think that I like them quite a bit, but I admit that people make mistakes and people have the opportunity to change.
Yeah, the good people thing is always going to be seen as subjective from some others. Obviously, you've seen your evidence to suggest that, and obviously I've seen mine to have my distastes. But
yeah, of course that's going to be what happens. But I would rather side on people at the end of the day choosing good. There's a thing in the Bible. I shouldn't assume this, but I just assume that you're not religious because people in commentary are. I shouldn't make that assumption. Are you religious? Like, are you Christian?
Yeah, I go to church.
Okay, fantastic.
Protestant.
Thank you. There's a thing in the Bible that talk about angels rejoice when somebody is returned, to the faith. So, Jesus talking about he rejoices when the one sheep returns to the flock rather than the 99 staying there. So I like to keep a mentality where if somebody is astray and I think that they can be saved, and they can have some productive, worthwhile change. I like to give them the benefit to change.
Sure.
There are very few sins that are unforgivable. I think that doing something sexual, like with EDP to a kid, I think that's one of them. In fact, in the Bible, it very clearly says that it would be better to fasten a millstone around your neck and jump into the ocean than cause one of these little ones to sin. So I think maybe that is probably one of the unforgivables. But I would rather give somebody a chance to change rather than condemning them forever. I think the change has to be genuine. It has to be true.
Right.
It can't be.
Can't just be
it can't be an artificial change. Like I don't know if you're up to date on the quartering drama. Do you pay attention to that at all?
Here and there.
Yeah,
here and there.
That's pretty funny. But somebody like him, for example, that claims I went to church because Charlie Kirk died, and then does nothing to change, and is worse than ever. Like that to me, that's not what I'm talking about. Very clearly, you have to show some actual change and some actual remorse. Anyway,
Actually,
that's a bit of a side tangent.
I do want to request one thing. Obviously, you're fully free to deny it, but just because I think that this would just be an interesting conversation. Would you, obviously not Remnant this time, but would you, if you were to have a conversation with someone, I don't think you have any prior beef with this person, to my understanding. Would you be open to having a conversation with someone that goes by the username of Lio Convoy? I don't know if you're aware of who he is.
No, I do know who they are.
Oh, you do?
Peripherally, and probably not. Yeah, I know what you're saying. You're not the first one to ask. Actually,
Really?
I think Himpleton and Dickers have both asked, and I've just said no. I'm not interested in that sort of route. I understand that's the sort of content that a lot of those guys get into. I'm just not interested in that. I don't mind you, I don't mind you asking, but it just, for me, I look at that and go, it doesn't do anything for me. I'm looking towards current events, topics, things like that, things that are happening, debates that I think are interesting. But having a conversation with somebody I don't know, like, I guess it would depend on the topic, like what was being discussed and why.
I don't think it, like, to my understanding, I don't think it has anything to do with your digital footprint. I think that, I think it was going to be like a religious conversation.
Interesting.
So, like, that's why,
I'm not a priest. I'm not a, I'm not somebody who's a, I'm not a religious scholar. I'm just somebody who believes and, talks about it from time to time. So there are probably better people when it comes to the history of the church and stuff like that than me.
Sure. I mean, I felt like, it's worth a shot asking.
Yeah, no, there's no harm in asking. The worst somebody can say is no.
For sure.
Yeah. Anyway, you can go back and, are you live right now?
Yeah, I just did a gaming stream right now.
Interesting. Yeah. What's the game of the day?
Just doing Minecraft.
Minecraft, interesting.
Yeah.
Man, that game has stayed relevant for so long. That's crazy.
Yeah, I'm playing Cobblemon, which is like a mod on it.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, I'm not up to date on Minecraft. But my game of choice over the last couple of weeks has been Helldivers 2. I've been getting into that. Yeah.
Dude, everyone's been recommending me to get into that one. I guess I might have to try it now.
It's good. Listen, it's tough, but it's fair and it's fun. I've been having a blast playing it. But I don't know. It's if you played any shooter games, like third-person shooters, you'd be fine.
Oh yeah, I like third-person shooters and first-person shooters for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, I think, like I said, totally open to having, line of contact. I think that this conversation went pretty civil. And if you're not against it, I will definitely reach out to you in the future if something comes up.
Sure. Hopefully it'll be about something, more current. That would be interesting. You should do that video on Skitty Bitty.
Yeah.
That's pretty fresh. That's pretty, anyway.
Oh yeah, I'm doing it.
But yeah.
Sure.
I mean, it's been perfectly civil, perfectly fine. Yeah. So you can go back and you can you can go back to your group and shit talk me. That's perfectly fine. I have no problem with that.
There definitely will be someone.
Oh, I know. That's the best part. I'm
not even gonna hide it.
Yeah,
I'm not even gonna hide it. There's definitely gonna be some.
Of course, trust me. I know all about that community, which is one of the reasons why when you get out, you don't go back in. You don't reopen that door because it's an endless abyss.
Yeah, no.
Yeah. So. But yeah, I mean, if
Candy
you wanted to have a
talks up
conversation
Kiara
about
leaving her
something,
kids
that's
to run
perfectly
a north,
fine.
But Candace is pregnant, debating.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh.
But yeah, I won't keep you any longer.
Okay.
You have fun reminiscing over your Candace coverage, and I'll go and I'm gonna have a gossip tea party with some friends about.
Yeah, that's
it,
right.
so.
You go have that gossip tea party. Tell him how big and bad I am. Oh, he was so mean to me during that. Oh man, he was so rude. Yeah, go ahead. All right. Have a good night, brother.
All right, have a good night. See ya.
Bye. Okay, thank you for the donation. I appreciate that. That is huge support over there from Connect 200. Says, so how'd the debate go? It went fine. The one with Candace Owens, that was pretty tough. That was pretty long, pretty unbearable, pretty insufferable. Says, I'm pregnant. You have to be nice to me. Oh, man. Oh, gosh. Oh, gosh. What the hell, Templar? You didn't bring up Dogzer. Dogzer's not in here. Dog Zero is not in here, I don't think. He doesn't even watch my content anymore. He's not even a real fan. Dog Zero is not even a real fan of mine anymore. Man, can you believe it? How times have changed. Even my haters are, even my haters like Dog Zero aren't watching the content anymore. Doe says, my grandma made it in recovery room. Probably be back in 2 days. Thank you for the prayers. Well, thank you for keeping us up to date. Thank you for letting us know. We will pray for your grandma. We will pray for her and hope she recovers. Yeah, that's too bad, man. Hook him up with Dogzer instead. Yeah, hook him up with Dogzer. Perfect. Get Dog Zero involved. Okay. Okay, here we go. Brothers, today we're going to be talking about everyone's favorite internet punching bag, Mizkif. That's right, Mizkif is back to deliver just a shockingly pathetic take, and that is that Tectone can't make fun of me anymore because of what happened with Tectone's ex-girlfriend. So it says, Mizkif claims Tectone can't talk shit about him ever again after how he got embarrassed by Pinky Chew becoming Drake's girlfriend. You understand? Tectone got married, okay? Tectone is happy. He's thinking about having a kid. His stream is doing well. His channel is doing well. But Mizkif is like, he got humiliated. Why? His crazy ex-girlfriend is getting absolutely dunked on by the entire internet. How is Tectone losing? Basically, she took all of the criticism that she was getting and just made it mainstream. So anyway, let's watch Mizkif continue to cope and seethe about Tectone. And by the way, I will reiterate this, okay? Mizkif is in his mid-30s at this point. He is obviously balding. He doesn't have any kids. He's not married. And he's sitting here on his channel, seething about Tectone, that doesn't even think about him or give him the time of day.
Found my princess laying in the bath. Whatever this is, great. I'm glad for her. Anytime Tectone ever talks about us again, chat, there's literally, he just can't. There's just nothing that guy can ever say to us, ever. Literally ever again. Ever.
Are you insane? Are you insane? So Tectone's ex does something stupid and she embarrasses herself. Meanwhile, Tectone is getting married and talking about having a kid. And you think that the ex-girlfriend is the one that won? Are you high, Mizkif? Are you okay? We know that you're not. Let's take a look at some of the comments after we finish this up.
I almost feel bad. I'm at that point where
you feel bad that Tectone's fake plastic false allegation making bimbo retard girlfriend, ex-girlfriend, got in a relationship with one of the biggest, fakest simps. Wow. Bravo. And people say she doesn't look good without makeup. Oh my gosh, it's just a bunch of simps. Is it me or is Miz getting fat? For those that don't remember, okay? For those that don't remember, let me bring this up to you. Let me remind you. Mizgiv here. Oh man, please let me pull this up. Oh, come on. Oh, come on. This is great.
This actually made me a little upset. But Tectone, we're waiting for you, buddy. Anytime you want to come back to the internet, we're always waiting for you.
Them's timing is impeccable. What's this?
Actually, I'm like, why is your hair so black today?
And maybe the lighting. I also dyed it recently. What do you think, Liz?
You look like a Zoom teacher.
Who the fuck says that? Who gets on a call with somebody and just says that? Like, what kind of leveled asshole are you?
Did you eat breakfast this morning, Miz?
Like breakfast? Yeah, I just had breakfast 30 minutes ago.
Yeah, you shouldn't have. You're looking fat as today, man.
Oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man. Oh gosh. That is fantastic. Hey Miz, you looking fat as fuck today. I don't know, maybe he still holds a grudge, maybe that's why he hates Tectone. But that's perfect. You see, the main problem with this is Mizgiv is one of the most unlikable content creators on the internet. He's somebody that at this point in his life should have it made in the shade. The guy should be a multi-millionaire. The guy should still be one of the leaders of OTK. He should still have, Emaru as his girlfriend, maybe his wife at this point, already have a kid, perhaps. But now, he sits on a stream full of people that hate watch him. I'm sure some people there actually support him, but most people hate watch him. He just seethes at people. He doesn't actually create any content anymore. He just seethes at everyone because he knows his reputation is over. Like, how do you have a reputation that's almost as bad as Hassan Piker? Well, trying to support false allegations against people is a way to do it. I don't think that Mizgiv believes that Tectone did what he's accused of. I just think that Mizgiv doesn't care. Mizgiv doesn't care. Mizgiv is the type of person that will say, guys, I was falsely accused. It nearly ruined my life. I'm devastated by this. He will absolutely do that. And then in the next breath, he will say, oh yeah, but I totally believe the allegations against Tectone. Even though the only evidence against Tectone is the word of his manipulative, dishonest, mentally ill, half-plastic ex-girlfriend that had these miserable feminists in her ear. And, Tectone, unfortunately, got a rogue feminist activist judge that issued a restraining order, a protective order. It was bullshit from the first. But if this had happened to Mizgiv, and it were Tectone reacting and him doing this, Mizgiv would be losing his mind. The hypocrisy and double standard is palpable. So, I think that's just simply, it's just simply pathetic. Mizgiv, my advice to you is to move on. Seriously. Move on. If you really want to own Tectone, talking about his ex-wife, or I'm sorry, ex-girlfriend doing crazy shit and embarrassing herself is not the way to do it. What you could do, Miss Gabe, if you really wanted to win, you find yourself a girlfriend, find yourself a good, solid girl, a true ride or die, marry her, have kids, put money in a fund for those kids' college, and just relax and live the rest of your life in luxury. You know? But I think that you're just so crushed with bitterness and resentment. I don't think you're going to do that. I think you're going to spend a whole bunch of money and a whole bunch of time and a whole bunch of effort on a whole bunch of nothing. You know? All based on petty internet feuds and dramas that don't matter. Miskiff, when you are on your deathbed, I promise you, the one thing that you are not going to say is, I wish I had spent more time on the internet arguing and debating and, making snide comments about people like Tectone. No, you're going to say, how did I waste all of this time? Why didn't I start a family? Why don't I have a daughter? Why don't I have a son? Why don't I have a child? Why don't I have any family? I'm telling you. I don't even like you when I'm telling you. That's what ultimately it's going to be. So, again, I like Tectone. I think he's I think he's great. I do. There are things in the past that he's done that I think are totally degenerate, that I would criticize him on and be like, Tectone, that was probably a stupid thing to do. Like, for example, allowing Pinky Chew to come live with you. That was a terrible idea. You should never have done that. Ever. Never allowed her to come live with you. But, again, that's just me, throwing a little bit of criticism at Tectone. You fucked up, buddy. And you know who would admit that? Tectone. But the thing is, Ms., Tectone is now married. He's looking at having kids. He's financially stable. He's doing just fine. You want to cope and seethe your way into him not being fine. But in the process, the only thing that you're doing is hurting yourself. So, take my advice for what it is. Anyway, that'll do it. I want to thank you for watching, and I'll see you next time. Okay. Let me upload this to YouTube real quick. Okay. Get that up. Okay. All right, brothers, I'm going to wrap things up. That's going to do it for tonight's stream. I want to thank each and every one of you for watching. I want to thank you guys for supporting the channel. I want to thank you guys. I just want to thank you guys for the overwhelming support. I can't even begin to thank you. And guys, yeah, that'll do it. God bless you. God be with you.